welcome back to everyone who makes this channel part of their nightly routine. Tonight's video brings you scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, told slowly to calm the mind. If you enjoy listening, please like, subscribe, and comment where you're tuning in from. Relax and enjoy. Story 1. Fire escape ladder lowered itself when we tried to climb up the wall. The apartment came available on a Thursday in March through a handwritten notice I found taped to the window of a laundromat on 5th Street. The notice said simply, "Room for rent, no questions, cash only. Contact after 6 p.m. A phone number was listed below. I called that evening, and a man answered on the first ring as if he'd been waiting for someone to call. His name was Martin, and he agreed to meet me the next morning at the building. He described the location as being in a transitional neighborhood, a phrase that I understood meant the area was in decline but showed faint signs of possible gentrification. The rent was a third of what I'd been paying for my previous place, which had been a legitimate apartment in a legitimate building with a lease and everything. But my legitimate apartment had become unaffordable when the landlord sold the building to a developer, and everything in my life suddenly became contingent and temporary. The building was a 5-story brick structure that seemed to be simultaneously undergoing renovation and abandonment. Half the windows on the lower floors were boarded up with plywood. The other half were covered with heavy curtains or newspaper. The front entrance had a steel security door that Martin unlocked with a key that must have been decades old, the brass worn smooth by years of use. Inside, the foyer smelled like old carpet and something else I couldn't quite identify. Something chemical, maybe, mixed with moisture and decay. The walls were painted a dingy beige color that might have been clean once, but had darkened over the years to the color of aged ivory. A mailbox array hung on one wall, most of the boxes bearing no names, some bearing names so faded they were barely legible. Martin was a thin man in his 60s, with gray hair and the kind of weathered face that suggested a lifetime of living in rough circumstances. He wore a cardigan sweater over a collared shirt, and his hands trembled slightly as he pulled keys from his pocket. He didn't seem entirely present, as if part of his attention was always focused elsewhere on something I couldn't see or hear. The apartment was on the 4th floor, accessible by a staircase that was narrow and steep, with walls that seemed to close in as you climbed. The stairs were covered with worn carpet, and at the turning points, the carpet was stained with marks I didn't want to examine too closely. We climbed in silence, Martin ahead of me, his footsteps slow and deliberate. The 4th floor had a narrow hallway with 4 doors. Martin led me to the one at the far end. The apartment was a studio, maybe 300 square feet, with a small kitchenette on one wall, a bed shoved into one corner, a dresser, and a window that faced the street below. The bathroom was a separate room with a toilet, sink, and shower stall that looked like it had been installed sometime in the 1980s. It was exactly what I expected for the price, which is to say, it was barely habitable, but functionally complete. "The fire escape is accessible from this window," Martin said, pointing to the bedroom window. "You can get down to the street that way if you need to, in case of emergency." I looked at the fire escape through the window. It was a typical metal structure attached to the exterior of the building, with several landings connected by ladders. The metal was painted black, but was significantly rusted in places, and some of the paint had flaked away entirely to reveal the orange-brown of oxidized iron beneath. "It's sturdy," Martin assured me, though I hadn't asked. "It's been inspected. It's safe." I didn't know if that was true, but I didn't particularly care. I signed a handwritten agreement that wasn't quite a lease, gave Martin 2 months' rent in cash, and he left me alone in the apartment with 2 keys, one for the apartment itself and one for the front door of the building. That first evening, I spent time organizing my belongings in the small space. I didn't have much. A suitcase of clothes, a box of books, a laptop, some kitchen supplies. I set up the space with the intention of living here for at least a year, trying to make it feel somewhat less transient than it actually was. I put the books on the dresser, arranged my clothes in the small closet, and made the bed as carefully as possible, given the thin mattress and worn sheets. When darkness fell, I lay in bed, listening to the sounds of the building and the street outside. Cars passing, voices from the street. Someone's television playing in another apartment. The sound of dialogue and canned laughter filtering through the walls. A siren in the distance, growing louder and then fading away. The normal soundtrack of urban life slightly muffled by the old walls and windows. I slept reasonably well that first night, which surprised me. I'd expected to be anxious in the unfamiliar space, but instead I found the small room somewhat comforting. It was like being inside a cocoon, the walls surrounding me, isolating me from the chaos of the city outside. The next few days passed without incident. I explored the neighborhood, finding a small grocery store 3 blocks away, a coffee shop that seemed to cater to a mix of students and old-timers who sat nursing single cups all day, and a library branch that was surprisingly well-maintained despite its location in a declining part of the city. I began to establish a routine, taking walks in the morning, working on my laptop in the apartment in the afternoon, and going out to grab food in the evening. The building itself seemed mostly empty. I saw Martin twice, once in the stairwell and once in the foyer, but I didn't see any other residents. There were other apartments, other rooms, but they all seemed to be unoccupied. The building had the feeling of a place that was slowly dying, with only a few isolated people holding on to life within its aging walls. About a week after I moved in, I became aware of the fire escape ladder. I was lying in bed one evening, reading on my laptop, when I heard a sound from outside the window. It was a scraping metallic sound, not loud enough to be alarming, but distinct enough to be noticeable. I got up and looked through the window. The fire escape seemed normal. The ladder that connected the 3rd-floor landing to the 4th-floor landing appeared to be in the same position it always was. But as I watched, I heard the sound again. A scraping, creaking noise that seemed to come from the direction of the fire escape. I didn't think much about it that night. Old metal makes all kinds of noises. Wind can affect structures in unexpected ways. I returned to bed and forgot about it. But over the next few nights, I began to notice the sound more often. It was usually in the evening, around the same time, a scraping or grinding noise that seemed to come from the fire escape, and it was always accompanied by the feeling that something was wrong, though I couldn't quite articulate what. One night, I got out of bed and looked more carefully at the fire escape. In the dim light from the street lamp below, I could see the structure clearly. The ladder seemed to be in a different position than I remembered. I could have been mistaken. My memory of the details wasn't perfect, but the angle seemed different. The ladder seemed lower, as if it had been lowered down toward the third-floor landing rather than extended all the way to the roof. The next morning, I examined the fire escape more carefully in daylight. The ladder was definitely different from how I remembered it. It had been positioned so that it connected the top of the fourth-floor landing to the fifth-floor landing, allowing access to the roof. Now it seemed to be positioned between the third and fourth floors. I didn't have an explanation for this change, so I did what I usually did with things I couldn't explain. I ignored it and moved on. About 2 weeks into my residence in the apartment, I started hearing sounds from inside the building at night. Footsteps in the hallway, doors opening and closing, voices, though never quite distinct enough for me to make out words. At first, I assumed these were other tenants going about their business, but I'd seen no evidence of other residents, and the sounds seemed to happen only late at night, usually after midnight. I mentioned this to Martin when I ran into him in the foyer one morning. "There are other tenants," he said vaguely. "People come and go. You might not see them." "Late at night?" I asked. "I've been hearing sounds after midnight." Martin's expression didn't change. "The building settles at night. The pipes expand and contract. The wood shifts. You'll get used to it." I didn't feel like I would get used to it, but I didn't push the issue. I had learned over years of moving from one temporary living situation to another that asking questions usually didn't help. Landlords had their own logic, and it rarely aligned with mine. The fire escape ladder continued to behave strangely. Every night, it seemed to be in a different position. One night, it was extended toward the roof. The next night, it was lowered toward the third floor. Then it was somewhere in between, and the changes always coincided with that scraping, grinding noise that I heard in the evening. I started to pay closer attention to the pattern. The sound would occur around the same time each night, around 11 p.m., when I was usually in bed. I would get up and look out the window, and I would see the ladder in a different position than it had been the previous night. It was as if someone was adjusting it on a regular schedule, though the adjustments didn't follow any pattern I could discern. One evening, I made a decision that, in retrospect, was probably unwise. I decided to go down to the third floor and look at the fire escape from that angle to see if I could understand what was happening. The hallway on the third floor was even more decrepit than the one on the fourth floor. The carpet was more stained, the walls more marked. Several of the apartment doors on this floor seemed to be permanently sealed, with locks that looked very old and possibly non-functional. The window at the end of the hallway that led to the fire escape was dirty, covered with grime that suggested it hadn't been opened in years. I tried the window, expecting it to be stuck, but it opened easily, surprising me with how smoothly the old frame moved. I stuck my head out and looked at the fire escape structure, From this angle, I could see the ladder that connected this floor to the next more clearly. It was a standard metal ladder, painted black, with rust spots visible on the underside. Nothing seemed particularly unusual about it except for the fact that it was definitely lower than it had been just the previous night. The base of the ladder, where it connected to the landing I was standing on, was now about waist height. It had been shoulder height before. I didn't know how this was possible. The ladder didn't have any obvious mechanism that would allow it to be lowered or raised. It was simply bolted to the landing on both the third floor and the fourth floor. There was no pulley system, no cable, no motor. It was just a static ladder that formed part of a fire escape that should have been permanently fixed to the side of the building. And yet, it had clearly moved. I looked up the fourth floor landing. From here, I could see more clearly how the ladder had been repositioned. It was definitely lower than it should be, creating an angle that was steeper than a normal staircase. It would be difficult, but not impossible to climb. I considered climbing up right then. But something about the situation felt wrong. The movement of the ladder bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. The fact that it was moving at all, let alone in an apparent pattern, suggested something was wrong with the building itself. And I didn't want to find out what. I closed the window and returned to my apartment. That night, I lay in bed and tried to think of rational explanations for the ladder's movement. Maybe there was a wind phenomenon that I wasn't aware of, some kind of pressure differential that affected the fire escape structure. Maybe the building was settling unevenly, causing parts of the fire escape to shift. Maybe there was a fire code violation that required periodic adjustment of the ladder to maintain safety regulations. And Martin was doing this himself on a regular schedule, though that seemed unlikely given his apparent age and infirmity. I couldn't come up with an explanation that felt satisfactory. The next morning, I made the mistake of mentioning the ladder to another resident for the first time. I saw him in the foyer as I was leaving to go to the grocery store. He was a tall man, probably in his 70s, with white hair and a thin frame. He wore an expensive-looking coat despite the relatively warm weather, and he carried himself with a kind of posture that suggested he had once held some kind of authority. "Excuse me," I said. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I've been noticing the fire escape ladder seems to move. Do you know anything about that?" The man stopped and looked at me with an expression that I couldn't quite read. For a moment, I thought he wasn't going to respond at all. Then he said very quietly, "It moves because something is trying to come down." Before I could ask him to elaborate, he turned and walked away, disappearing through a door that led to the basement. I stood in the foyer for several minutes, trying to process what he had said. Something is trying to come down. Come down from where? The roof? And what did he mean by something? An animal? A person? I didn't see the man again that day, and I couldn't bring myself to seek him out to ask for clarification. Instead, I spent the rest of the day in my apartment, occasionally looking out the window at the fire escape, trying to see if I could discern any pattern to the ladder's movement or any hint of what the man had meant. That evening, around 10:30 p.m., I was in bed when I heard the scraping sound again. This time, it was louder than usual, more violent. It sounded less like the sound of a ladder being adjusted and more like the sound of something struggling, something metallic being stressed to its limits. I got out of bed and opened the window. The fire escape was dimly lit by the street lamp below, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The ladder had been lowered almost completely. It now extended from the 4th floor landing, where I was, to nearly the 2nd floor below. And even more disturbingly, something was on the ladder. I couldn't quite see what it was in the darkness, but there was definitely something there, a dark shape that was moving down the ladder, moving slowly and deliberately. I slammed the window shut and locked it, though I wasn't sure that a window lock would provide any real security against something that could move a fire escape ladder. For the next hour, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the window, listening for any sounds that might indicate the presence of something outside. The scraping sound stopped after a few minutes. I didn't hear anything else from the fire escape for the rest of the night, but I also didn't sleep. I sat fully clothed on the bed, my phone on the nightstand, mentally preparing myself to call the police if anything happened. Nothing did. The night passed quietly, and when dawn came, I looked out the window with extreme caution. The fire escape ladder had been lowered back up. It was now in a position very similar to where it had been the previous day. Whatever had been on it was gone. I spent the next several days in a state of agitated anxiety. I didn't feel safe in the apartment anymore, but I also didn't know what my alternatives were. I couldn't afford to move again, at least not quickly, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. I started spending more time outside the building during the day, extending my walks, lingering in the coffee shop, anything to avoid being in the apartment. But every evening, around 10:30 p.m., I felt compelled to return to see what had happened to the fire escape ladder. The pattern continued. Every night, the ladder would be lowered. Every night, I would see something. That dark shape that might have been a person or might have been something else entirely moving on the ladder. And every morning, the ladder would be in a different position. I became increasingly convinced that I needed to understand what was happening. And the only way to do that was to talk to someone who knew something about the building. I caught Martin in the foyer one afternoon and finally confronted him directly. "Something is moving on the fire escape ladder at night," I said, not bothering with preamble. "What is it?" Martin looked at me with an expression that was difficult to interpret. There was something like pity in his eyes, and something like resignation. "You should move," he said finally. "I can return your deposit." "What's on the fire escape?" I demanded. "Something that belongs in the building, something that doesn't belong anywhere else. You should move, and you should do it quickly, before you see something you can't unsee." "What is it?" I asked again. "Just tell me what it is." Martin turned away without answering. "You have until the end of the month," he said. "After that, I'll have to evict you." I was furious and frightened in equal measure. The conversation had confirmed that there was something genuinely wrong with the building, something that Martin knew about and was trying to hide, but it hadn't given me any information that would help me understand what was happening or what I should do about it. That evening, I made a decision that I knew was dangerous, but that I felt compelled to make anyway. I decided that I was going to stay awake all night and watch the fire escape. I was going to see exactly what was moving on that ladder, and I was going to understand what was happening in this building. I prepared myself. I filled a thermos with coffee. I positioned myself in my chair near the window with a clear view of the fire escape. I closed all the curtains except for the one by the window I was watching, so that if something did appear outside, I would be able to see it clearly while remaining invisible to whatever was out there. The hours passed slowly. I drank coffee. I watched the street below gradually become quieter as evening turned to night. Fewer cars, fewer pedestrians. The world seemed to be settling into sleep, and I remained vigilant, waiting for something to happen. Around 10:15 p.m., I heard the first sound, a soft scraping, much quieter than the usual grinding noise. It was almost tentative, as if whatever was making the sound was testing something, seeing how it would respond. I leaned closer to the window, pressing my face against the glass, straining to see into the darkness outside. The fire escape was barely visible, lit only by the distant street lamp. But I could see well enough to notice that the ladder was beginning to move. It was being lowered, slowly and carefully, as if someone was operating some kind of control. But there was no one visible on the ladder, no one at the bottom controlling a mechanism, no one at the top pulling a rope. The ladder was moving on its own, being lowered by some invisible force. As the ladder descended, I began to see it more clearly, and I realized something that made my skin crawl. The ladder wasn't just being lowered passively. Something was emerging from above, something that was riding the ladder as it came down, something that was intentionally positioning itself on the ladder's rungs. I couldn't make out details in the darkness, but I could see a silhouette, a dark shape that seemed impossibly tall and impossibly thin. It was hunched over, gripping the ladder with what looked like long, spindly arms. And it was descending deliberately, moving hand over hand, foot over foot, riding the ladder as it lowered itself. The shape moved with an unnatural motion, jerky and asymmetrical, as if the joints bent at angles that human joints shouldn't bend at. And there was something about the way it moved that suggested it wasn't human. It wasn't a person climbing down a fire escape. It was something else entirely, something that had borrowed the form of descent, but had made that form something grotesque and wrong. I watched as the shape descended past the 4th floor, past the 3rd floor, moving steadily downward as the ladder continued to lower itself. The shape never looked up, never seemed to acknowledge the presence of my window or my gaze. It simply continued its methodical descent, moving with terrible purpose toward whatever destination awaited it below. When the shape had descended below the 2nd floor and the ladder had been lowered as far as it could go, the shape simply let go. It dropped from the ladder and disappeared below the line of sight offered by my window. I heard the sound of it hitting the ground below, a sickening thud that suggested something substantial had fallen. I waited, frozen in my chair, barely breathing, expecting to hear sounds of movement below. But there was nothing, just silence, just the ordinary sounds of the city at night. Car traffic, a distant siren, the hum of some electrical device. And then, slowly, The ladder began to be raised back up. It ascended to its normal position, and as soon as it was in place, the scraping sound stopped. The fire escape was still and silent once more. I remained in my chair for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. I simply sat and stared out the window, waiting to see if anything else would happen. Nothing did. The night passed, and eventually dawn came. I didn't leave the apartment the next day. I called in sick to the freelance job I'd been working on. I sat in my apartment and tried to process what I had witnessed. The shape on the fire escape had not been human. Of that I was certain, but what it was, I couldn't begin to guess. A hallucination? An animal of some kind? Something supernatural? The rational parts of my mind offered explanations. Exhaustion and stress can cause visual disturbances. The darkness and poor lighting of the fire escape could have warped my perception of what was actually there. I might have seen a person, and my fear had transformed them into something monstrous in my mind. But I didn't believe any of these explanations. I knew what I had seen, and I knew that something was seriously wrong with this building. That afternoon, I did something I'd been avoiding. I went to the basement to look for Martin. The basement door was located off the foyer, behind a set of stairs. I'd noticed it before, but had never actually opened it. It looked old and heavy, with a lock that suggested it was meant to keep people out, or perhaps keep something in. The lock wasn't actually locked when I tried it. The door opened with a creak that suggested it hadn't been opened in some time. The basement was dark, illuminated only by what little light filtered through a small ground-level window that was heavily obscured by grime and the roots of a plant growing outside. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out the shapes of various mechanical equipment, a furnace, water heater, electrical panels. The smell was intense, a mixture of mold, rust, and something else that I couldn't identify. "Martin," I called out, "are you down here?" There was no response. I moved deeper into the basement, my eyes adjusting slowly to the darkness. I could see now that there was a back room, accessed through an open doorway. The darkness in that room was nearly absolute. I pulled out my phone and turned on its flashlight, shining the beam into the back room. What I saw there drove me backward, up the stairs, out of the basement, and into the foyer, before I'd even fully processed what I was looking at. The back room was not a storage room or a mechanical space. It was a living space. There was a cot, a table, a chair. There were shelves on the walls lined with jars and containers. There were writing implements and papers scattered across the table. And on the walls, covering every available surface, were drawings and photographs. But these weren't just any drawings and photographs. They were images of the building, the fire escape, the ladder. And overlaid on all of these images were sketches and notations, diagrams and calculations, as if someone had been attempting to document or understand a pattern. And among all these images, I had seen something else. In the corner of the room, in a condition I didn't want to examine too closely, was what appeared to be human remains. Bones arranged on a shelf. A skull positioned on the table, staring out at the darkness with empty eye sockets. I ran back to my apartment, locked the door, and seriously considered leaving the building immediately. But it was late afternoon by that point, and I was terrified. I didn't want to walk the streets in the darkness. I didn't want to be out in the open where whatever was using the fire escape could access me more easily. I spent another night awake, watching the fire escape, waiting for the shape to reappear, but it didn't come that night. The ladder remained in its normal position. There were no scraping sounds. There was no movement. The absence of activity felt somehow worse than its presence. It was as if something knew that I had discovered it, and it was waiting to see what I would do with that knowledge. The next morning, I packed a bag with the essentials of my belongings and left the building. I didn't bother to tell Martin or to give notice. I simply walked out and didn't come back. I spent the next week staying in a motel while I looked for another place to live. I didn't contact Martin to ask for my deposit back. I didn't want to interact with him or anyone associated with that building ever again. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. The shape on the fire escape. The basement room with its walls covered in diagrams and images. The bones arranged on shelves with the reverence and care of a sacred display. I did what I probably should have done much earlier. I researched the building's history. At the library, I found old newspaper archives and property records. The building had been constructed in 1923 as residential housing. It had changed hands numerous times over the decades, but there was one period during the 1970s when something significant had happened. In 1975, a man named Richard Harrow, who had been living in the building, had disappeared. He had worked as some kind of painter or craftsman, and he had created art installations in his apartment. According to the newspaper article about his disappearance, he had been fascinated with the idea of creating physical representations of abstract concepts. The article mentioned that police had found his apartment covered with strange drawings and diagrams, that he had apparently spent years working on some kind of project. But Richard Harrow was never found. The case had gone cold, and eventually the story had been forgotten, buried in the archives of old newspapers that few people read. Reading this article, I became convinced that Martin had known Richard Harrow, or at least had known what had happened to him. And I became convinced that whatever was using the fire escape in the basement of that building was somehow connected to Richard Harrow and his disappearance. But I also knew that I might be connecting dots that had no connection. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures, and when we're frightened, we tend to see patterns everywhere, even where none exist. Still, I decided that I needed to do something. I needed to go back to the building and investigate more thoroughly. I needed to understand what Martin was hiding and what the shape on the fire escape actually was. A week later, I gathered my courage and returned to the building. It was daylight, which helped me feel less vulnerable. I went to the basement door and found it unlocked, just as it had been before. This time, I was more careful in my exploration of the basement. I photographed everything I could see, the diagrams on the walls, the bones on the shelf, the papers on the table. I was trying to gather evidence of something, though I wasn't entirely sure what I was gathering evidence of. As I was examining the photographs and drawings on the wall more closely, I became aware that I was not alone in the basement. Martin was standing in the doorway behind me, blocking my exit. "I asked you to leave," he said quietly. "I was trying to help you. I was trying to spare you from understanding something that can't be understood." "What is this?" I demanded, gesturing around the room. "What is this place? What is on the fire escape?" Martin entered the room and sat down on the cot. He looked tired, older than he had when I'd first met him. He looked like someone who had been carrying a heavy burden for a very long time. "Richard Harrow lived in this building," Martin began. "He was a brilliant man, but he was obsessed with the idea of transcending normal physical existence. He believed that the human form was a limitation, that consciousness could be separated from the body and could exist in other states, in other dimensions. He spent years developing a method, a ritual, a process through which this transcendence could be achieved." "What happened to him?" I asked. "He succeeded," Martin said. "Or at least something happened. He performed his ritual, and his consciousness did something. It separated from his body, or it transformed, or it manifested in a way that physical reality couldn't quite accommodate. The body that was left behind was no longer fully human. It was something else, something that existed between states, something that needed to use the fire escape to move between dimensions, to navigate spaces that the rest of us can't see or understand." I didn't believe what Martin was saying. It was too fantastical, too divorced from rationality. But I also couldn't dismiss it entirely, because I had seen the shape on the fire escape, and I knew that it was something other than human. "Why haven't you called the police?" I asked. "Because what would I tell them?" Martin replied. "That there's something on a fire escape that isn't quite physical. That it's the remains of a man who performed an occult ritual? They would think I was insane. And besides," he paused and looked directly at me, "I don't think the police could do anything about it, even if they believed me." "So what do you do?" I asked. "You just live here with it? You just let it move around the building?" "I maintain the building," Martin said. "I keep it safe. Richard created something that shouldn't be allowed to roam free. It's dangerous not because it's malicious, but because it's incomprehensible. People aren't meant to encounter things that exist in states they can't perceive. It breaks something in the mind. So I keep it contained. I keep it in the basement and the fire escape. I maintain the structures that keep it from spreading beyond these boundaries." "And the bones?" I asked, remembering what I'd seen. "Whose bones are those?" Martin didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was very quiet. "Richard had a family, a wife and a child. They died. I'm not entirely sure how, but their remains are here. Richard kept them. He wanted to perform the ritual on them to help them transcend as well, but I couldn't allow that. I felt sick. I left the basement immediately and returned to the apartment building's entrance. Martin didn't try to stop me. I walked away from the building and didn't return. I didn't tell anyone what Martin had told me. I didn't report the building to the police. I simply tried to move forward with my life, to put the experience behind me. But I've never been able to completely shake the memory of what I saw. The shape on the fire escape, the basement room with its bones and its diagrams, the knowledge that somewhere in the city a building contains something that shouldn't exist in any normal understanding of physical reality. Sometimes, at night, I hear sounds that remind me of the scraping, grinding noise of that fire escape ladder lowering itself. And I wonder if other people are seeing things like what I saw. If there are other strange buildings in other neighborhoods, other fire escapes moving on their own, other shapes descending in the darkness, I wonder if what Martin was protecting wasn't something dangerous, but something sacred, something that Richard Harrow had created through his obsession and his ritual, something that was trying to transcend the boundaries of normal existence. And I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed, if I had continued watching night after night, if the shape on the fire escape had eventually come to understand my presence and had deliberately come to meet me. Sometimes I think about going back, about seeking Martin out and asking him more questions, about trying to understand fully what Richard Harrow had achieved or attempted to achieve through his strange art and stranger ritual. But most of the time, I'm glad I don't have the answers. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors are better left unopened, and some fire escapes are better left unwatched, especially when there are shapes descending them in the darkness, moving with purposes that the human mind was never designed to comprehend. I've moved to a new apartment since then, in a different neighborhood, in a different building. I'm careful now when I look for places to live. I pay attention to the history of buildings. I notice if other people seem reluctant to discuss a property. I look for signs that a building might contain something that shouldn't be contained, something that might try to escape through a fire escape ladder at night. But I know that I was lucky. I escaped before something worse happened, and I know that Martin is still there, in that building, maintaining the boundaries between normal reality and whatever exists in that basement room, on that fire escape, in the space between dimensions where Richard Harrow's consciousness or consciousness-like entity continues to exist. The fire escape ladder lowers itself when something tries to climb down. But perhaps it's not trying to come down. Perhaps it's trying to come up. Perhaps there are things attempting to escape from the spaces below the building, from dimensions I can't perceive or understand, and Martin's careful maintenance of the fire escape is the only thing preventing those things from reaching the world above. I hope Martin lives a long time. I hope he continues to maintain the building with the dedication he's shown, because if something happens to him, if he moves away or dies, then that fire escape ladder will lower itself for very different reasons. It will lower itself to allow something to escape, something that has been contained in the basement of that building for longer than I've been alive, and perhaps that escape is inevitable. Perhaps one day Martin will no longer be there to maintain the boundaries, and the shape I saw on the fire escape will finally reach the street below. It will walk among normal humans, existing in a state that they can't comprehend, corrupting them with its presence the way Richard Harrow corrupted himself. Or perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps Martin is right, and Richard Harrow's creation is benign, is actually searching for something, trying to communicate something important. Perhaps it's a form of art or a form of transcendence, and I'm simply too trapped in my normal perceptions to understand it. But I don't think I want to understand it. I think I prefer to live my life without that knowledge. I think I prefer to believe that there are explanations for things, that reality operates according to rules I can comprehend, that fire escapes move because of mechanical failure or structural settling, not because consciousness has been transformed into something that exists between dimensions. The building still stands. Martin is probably still there, maintaining the fire escape, keeping the shape contained in the basement. And I'm safe here in my new apartment, knowing that I once glimpsed something that I was never meant to see. And I'm grateful for that ignorance. I'm grateful every day. About 2 years after leaving that apartment, I received a letter. It had no return address, but the handwriting was unmistakable, the same careful, methodical handwriting that I'd seen on the diagrams and notes in Martin's basement. The letter read, "You witnessed the fire escape ladder lower itself. You saw the descent. You felt the wrongness of it, but you didn't understand the significance. The ladder lowers itself because I am trying to rebuild. I am trying to construct a new vessel, a new form that can exist in the physical world while maintaining my multidimensional awareness." Richard Harrow succeeded in transcending, but the price was incompleteness. I am attempting a different approach. I am attempting to grow something. The fire escape is my conduit. The ladder is the thread upon which I climb, even as I simultaneously descend. When the pattern is complete, when the vessel is whole, I will no longer need the building. I will be free, and the world will be fundamentally different. I hope you will be ready to understand when that day comes. There was no signature, but I knew it had come from Martin. Or perhaps not from Martin, but from the entity that had once been Richard Harrow, communicating through the only medium available to it. I destroyed the letter immediately. I burned it in my kitchen sink and flushed the ashes down the drain, as if this would sever the connection between myself and that building, that fire escape, that thing that existed between dimensions. But the letter had confirmed something I'd suspected. The shape I'd seen on the fire escape hadn't been aimlessly descending. It had been working toward something, a goal, a purpose. And Martin's description of containment had been somewhat misleading. The entity wasn't simply contained in the basement. It was using the basement and the fire escape and the building itself as materials for some kind of construction project. I spent the next several months in a state of paranoid alertness. I paid attention to stories in the news, looking for any indication that something had escaped from that building. I researched disappearances and strange deaths in the neighborhood where the building was located. But I found nothing. Whatever was happening in that building, it was happening quietly behind the walls and the fire escape, in spaces that didn't register to the outside world. One day, almost a year after I'd left the building, I decided to drive past it. I don't know why. Perhaps I was trying to assure myself that it still existed, that my memories of it were based in reality rather than in some kind of stress-induced psychosis. The building looked exactly as it had when I'd lived there, decrepit, slowly crumbling, existing in a state of permanent decline. But as I drove past, I noticed something that made me pull the car over. The fire escape was different. The ladder that I remembered was no longer there. Instead, the fire escape now appeared to be a different structure entirely. It was larger, more ornate, with decorative elements that suggested it was meant to be more than just a safety mechanism. It looked almost like a spiral staircase, curling around the side of the building in a pattern that seemed almost organic, as if the metal had grown rather than been constructed. I sat in my car, staring at the building, trying to process this change. The fire escape had been altered, fundamentally redesigned, and the only person with access to it would have been Martin, or the entity using Martin, or Richard Harrow, or whatever had become of Richard Harrow, manifesting its presence through Martin. I drove away without getting closer to the building. I didn't want to see any more details. I didn't want to understand more fully what was happening. I wanted to convince myself that I'd misremembered, that the fire escape had always looked that way, that nothing unusual was occurring. But I knew better. Years have passed now. I've moved to a completely different city. I've tried to build a normal life. I have a job, an apartment, relationships. I try not to think about that building or the fire escape or the shape that descended in the darkness. But sometimes, particularly on nights when I can't sleep, my mind returns to that experience. I think about what Martin said, about Richard Harrow transcending normal existence, about consciousness transforming into something incomprehensible. I think about the letter I received with its promise that a vessel was being constructed. I think about the fire escape ladder, growing and changing, becoming something more than it was. And I wonder if it's still happening, if Martin is still maintaining the boundaries, if the entity is still building whatever it's building, using the fire escape as a tool, the basement as a workshop, the building itself as a living organism that's slowly transforming into something new. I wonder what form the completed vessel will take. I wonder what will happen when the construction is finally finished, and I wonder if I'll be somewhere that I can see it when the moment comes. When the fire escape ladder rises up instead of lowering itself down. When something emerges from that building that doesn't belong to any dimension I can perceive. When Richard Harrow, or the entity that used to be Richard Harrow, finally steps out into the world fully formed, fully real, fully present. The letter said that when that day comes, I would need to be ready to understand. But I don't think I'll ever be ready. I don't think any human mind can truly be ready to understand something that exists partially outside of normal reality. So I'll continue living my life, pretending that that building doesn't exist, pretending that fire escapes don't move on their own, pretending that consciousness can't be transformed through ritual and obsession into something that barely qualifies as alive. But in my heart, I know better. And every night, when the wind blows past my apartment, when I hear creaking sounds in the darkness, I remember the sound of that fire escape ladder lowering itself. I remember the shape moving down the rungs. I remember the thud of something heavy hitting the ground below. And I wonder, every single night, if tonight is the night when that building finally releases what it's been containing, when Martin can no longer maintain the boundaries, when the vessel is finally complete, when the fire escape rises up instead of lowering itself down and something steps out into the world that was never meant to exist in this dimension. That's my greatest fear and my greatest certainty. I recently discovered something that haunts me even more than my memories of that building. While doing research at a university library, I came across a series of academic papers about consciousness and dimensional theory written by someone with the name R. Harrow. The papers were published in the late 1970s, before Richard Harrow disappeared from the building. They were dense, almost incomprehensible to someone without advanced training in physics and philosophy, but certain passages stood out. One passage in particular stayed with me. The human consciousness is not bound to the three-dimensional plane. We perceive only a limited cross-section of reality, much the way a two-dimensional being would perceive only a line if a three-dimensional object passed through its plane. It is possible that consciousness itself exists in higher dimensions, and that the self we perceive is merely an intersection point between our consciousness and our body. If the intersection could be moved, controlled, or expanded, consciousness could theoretically occupy spaces that the physical body cannot. The challenge is achieving this transition without losing coherence. The consciousness must maintain its integrity across dimensional boundaries. Reading these words, I understood that Richard Harrow hadn't been a madman, or at least his madness had been built on a foundation of genuine scientific and philosophical inquiry. He had been attempting something that he believed was theoretically possible. The ritual in the basement, the transformation he underwent, hadn't been random. It had been a carefully calculated attempt to move his consciousness across dimensional boundaries while maintaining some form of coherence. And according to Martin, it had worked, or at least something had happened that suggested success of a kind. But I also remembered the letter, the entity claiming to be rebuilding, attempting to construct a vessel, suggesting that Richard Harrow's transcendence had been incomplete. This made me think about what Martin had said about the shape on the fire escape. The entity wasn't trying to escape from the building. It was trying to build something. It was trying to grow something. It was using the fire escape as a tool in some kind of extended project. What if Richard Harrow's goal hadn't been escape? What if his goal had been transformation into something new entirely? What if the ritual had been designed to transform him, step by step, into a form that could exist partially in this dimension and partially in others? And what if what I saw on the fire escape, that tall, spindly shape, that hunched form moving with such unnatural grace, wasn't the final form? What if it was a stage in a longer process? What if Richard Harrow was in the middle of a transformation that would take years or decades or centuries to complete? The thought chilled me. It meant that whatever was happening in that building wasn't a past event or a present crisis. It was an ongoing project, a work in progress, a transformation that might not be complete for a very long time. And it meant that Martin wasn't maintaining boundaries to contain a threat. He was maintaining boundaries to protect the transformation. He was ensuring that Richard Harrow was allowed to complete his work without interference from the outside world. This realization made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about that building and that fire escape. I found myself wondering if I had misunderstood what I was seeing, if the fear I had felt was based on fundamental misinterpretation. Perhaps what Richard Harrow was attempting wasn't evil. Perhaps it was beautiful. Perhaps he was trying to achieve something that would fundamentally elevate human consciousness, and I was too afraid to appreciate it. Or perhaps my fear was justified. Perhaps I was right to run. Perhaps some transformations are meant to remain incomplete because their completion would be catastrophic. I don't have the answers. I've spent years trying to understand, trying to determine if I should be grateful or horrified by what I witnessed. And I've concluded that the truth probably lies somewhere in between, that understanding and horror aren't mutually exclusive. The fire escape ladder lowered itself because something was trying to come down. But perhaps what was coming down wasn't an escape. Perhaps it was a return. Perhaps each night the entity was descending to the basement, to that room full of diagrams and calculations to work on whatever it was building. And perhaps the letter I received was genuine, perhaps Richard Harrow, or the consciousness that had been Richard Harrow was continuing its work toward completion, moving toward a moment when the vessel would be finished and the transformation would be fully realized. I don't know if I want that day to come, but I suspect it's inevitable. I suspect that somewhere in that building, on that fire escape, in that basement room, the work continues, day by day, night by night, step by step. Richard Harrow is building toward something, and when he finally succeeds, when the vessel is finally complete, the world will change in ways that we can't yet comprehend, and all I can do is wait and remember and hope that wherever I am when that moment comes, I'm far enough away that I don't have to witness it directly. But I suspect that won't matter. I suspect that when Richard Harrow finally emerges, when the fire escape no longer needs to lower itself, when the transformation is complete, we'll all know about it. Because that's what true transcendence would mean. It would be undeniable. It would be visible to everyone. It would be the moment when human consciousness finally escaped the limitations of physical form and dimensionality. And I'm terrified of that moment, truly, deeply terrified, because I suspect that when it comes, everything I understand about reality will have to be fundamentally reconsidered. And I'm not sure I'm strong enough for that. I'm not sure any of us are. But it's coming. Sometime in the future, on a night when the wind blows just right, when the stars align in just the correct pattern, when Richard Harrow's patient work finally bears fruit, it's coming. And the fire escape will be there to witness it. That's the only thing I'm truly certain about anymore. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Fire station alarm bells rang when we touched the old pole in the barn. Preface: the beginning of understanding. I'm writing this account because I've finally accepted that what happened to my family at the old Whitmore property wasn't a coincidence, wasn't a malfunction, and definitely wasn't explainable through conventional means. For years, I tried to rationalize it. I tried to convince myself that there were logical explanations for the phenomenon we experienced. But the evidence is too consistent, too documented, too impossible to ignore. The old pole in the barn is still there. The fire station equipment is still there. And I believe that whatever transpired when we touched that pole is still occurring, affecting others, drawing people into circumstances they don't understand and cannot escape. This is my documentation of what happened. This is my warning, and this is my attempt to understand something that should never have been created, something that should not exist, something that defies every law of physics and causality that we understand. This is the story of the fire pole that rang bells for people who were already dead. Part 1. The Property, the Whitmore Barn. My family inherited the Whitmore property in the summer of 2018, following the death of my great-uncle Thomas. I never met Thomas. He was a distant relative, someone I'd heard referenced in family conversations but had never actually encountered. According to my mother, he'd been something of a recluse, living alone on his property for the last 30 years of his life, rarely leaving, rarely inviting visitors. When the will was read, my family discovered that the property, a sprawling 40-acre rural estate with an old Victorian house, several outbuildings, and most notably an enormous barn, had been left to my mother. The property was located about 2 hours outside the city, in a rural area that had once been more developed, but had gradually become less populated as industries moved away and younger people relocated to urban centers. We organized a family trip to assess the property and determine what we wanted to do with it. My mother, my father, myself, and my 2 teenage children drove out on a Saturday in late August to examine the inheritance. The property was remarkable in its state of preservation and also in its state of disrepair. The house was old, probably built in the 1880s or 1890s, but well maintained, suggesting that Thomas had invested in upkeep despite his reclusive tendencies. The grounds showed evidence of careful landscaping, though that care had clearly ended some years before his death, as evidenced by the overgrown gardens and wild grass. But what dominated the property was the barn. It was enormous, probably 100 feet long and 60 feet wide, built from dark wood that had weathered to a gray-brown color. The structure was clearly old, probably contemporary with or older than the house. It had a peaked roof, large doors on both ends, and numerous smaller windows positioned along its length. It looked like it could have housed an entire farming operation at some point in its history. When we arrived, we explored the property systematically. My mother and father walked through the house, assessing its condition and creating mental notes about what would need to be done if we decided to keep the property. My children played in the overgrown gardens, throwing stones at empty bottles and pretending to have grand adventures among the wild vegetation. I was drawn to the barn. There was something about it that caught my attention immediately. Perhaps it was the sheer size of the structure, or perhaps it was something else, some subtle quality that I couldn't quite articulate. I found myself walking toward it, drawn by a combination of curiosity and a vague sense of unease. The barn doors were closed but unlocked. I pulled them open, revealing the interior. The space inside was vast and semi-dark, illuminated only by light streaming through the windows and a few gaps in the wooden siding. As my eyes adjusted to dimness, I began to take in the contents of the barn. There was farming equipment, old plows, harnesses, tools whose purposes I couldn't quite identify. There were shelves laden with boxes, containers, and items covered by tarps. There were wooden crates stacked in organized patterns. The barn had the appearance of a carefully maintained storage facility rather than an active working space. But what immediately caught my attention was in the center of the barn, a fire pole, not a farming implement or storage fixture, an actual fire pole, the kind you'd see in a fire station, the kind used by firefighters to quickly descend from upper floors. It was mounted through a hole in the wooden beams that formed the barn's upper structure, extending from the loft area down to the ground level. The pole was brass or some kind of bronze-colored metal, darkened by age but still clearly identifiable. Next to the pole, mounted on the wooden support beam, was a small metal bell, the kind that might be part of an alarm system or a warning device. The bell was also old, oxidized, and weathered, but clearly functional. I stood there, staring at this incongruous piece of fire station equipment in the middle of a rural barn, trying to understand what it was doing there and why Uncle Thomas would have installed or maintained such a thing on his property. "That's odd," my father said, coming up beside me and following my gaze. He'd apparently finished his initial examination of the house and had come looking for me. "Very odd," I agreed. "I have no idea why this would be here." We examined the pole more closely. It appeared to be genuine fire station equipment, properly installed, securely mounted. The bell was mounted beside it, connected by what looked like a mechanical linkage system. There were ropes hanging from the bell, suggesting it could be rung manually. The whole setup had the appearance of having been deliberately constructed or installed and then carefully maintained over many years. "Perhaps your uncle was involved with a volunteer fire department," my father suggested. "This could have been some kind of personal training installation or memorabilia collection." "Perhaps," I said, though something about that explanation didn't feel satisfying. The equipment was too functional, too well maintained, too deliberately positioned for it to be purely decorative or commemorative. "Let's not touch it," my father added. "Old equipment like this might be unstable or unsafe. We should probably have someone who knows about these things examine it before we mess with it." I agreed, and we moved on to examining other areas of the barn, but my attention kept drifting back to the fire pole. There was something about it that fascinated me, something that created a sense of both attraction and wariness in equal measure. The discovery. We spent the rest of that day examining the property and making notes about its condition and contents. We took photographs, made measurements, and cataloged what we found. By evening, as the sun began to set, we were preparing to leave the property and return to the city. My children had grown tired of playing outdoors and had begun to ask when we could leave. My mother was sitting on the porch of the house, reviewing notes she'd made. My father was loading some items from the barn into our car, things that might have historical or sentimental value. I found myself alone in the barn one more time, drawn back to the fire pole despite my earlier agreement with my father not to touch it. I stood there in the dimming light, studying the equipment. Up close I could see that the pole was inscribed with text, faded markings that might have been manufacturer information or identifying marks. The bell beside it had similar markings. Everything about the equipment suggested it was genuine, authentic, properly functioning. The ropes hanging from the bell were in good condition, suggesting they'd been maintained. The mechanical linkage connecting the bell to the pole showed no rust or corrosion. Someone had clearly kept this equipment in working order. My curiosity got the better of my caution. I reached out and gently touched the pole. The instant my hand made contact with the metal surface, the bell erupted into sound. It wasn't a gentle chime or a single note. The bell rang violently, clanging repeatedly with a loud, urgent sound that echoed through the barn and out across the property. The sound was the kind of alarm bell sound, the kind that would alert a fire station to an emergency. I jerked my hand away from the pole, and the bell immediately stopped ringing. My heart was pounding. I stood there staring at the pole and bell, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The equipment had reacted to my touch, but that shouldn't have been possible. There was no electrical system connected to the pole. There was no mechanism that would cause the bell to ring in response to someone touching the metal. And yet, it had. I heard footsteps running from the direction of the house. My father came into the barn, followed by my mother. They looked alarmed, searching for some sign of danger or emergency. "What happened?" my father demanded. "We heard a loud bell ringing. What were you doing?" "I touched the pole," I said, still staring at the equipment in confusion. "I just touched it lightly and the bell rang. I didn't do anything else. I didn't pull any ropes or trigger any mechanism. I just touched it." My parents exchanged uncertain looks. "Probably some kind of mechanical trigger system," my father said after a moment. "If you touched the pole, it might move slightly, which could move the bell mechanism. That would explain the noise." But his explanation sounded forced, uncertain, like he didn't actually believe it himself. "Touch it again," my mother said. "See if it happens again." "I don't know if that's a good idea," my father said. But I was already reaching out, my curiosity overriding my caution. I touched the pole again, this time deliberately, with the full palm of my hand pressed against the metal. The bell rang again. The same urgent clanging sound, the same violent ringing, the same alarming noise that echoed through the barn. And this time I heard something else. Beneath the sound of the bell, there was something else, a voice, or voices, multiple voices, saying something I couldn't quite make out. I pulled my hand away again, and the bell stopped ringing. "Did you hear that?" I asked my parents. "Did you hear voices?" They looked at me like I was losing my grip on reality. "No," my father said carefully. "I only heard the bell." "The bell and maybe some wind moving through the barn," my mother added, though her tone suggested she didn't quite believe her own explanation. But I had heard it. I was certain. Beneath the sound of the clanging bell, there had been voices, multiple voices overlapping, saying something that I couldn't quite make out, but that sounded urgent, frightened, desperate. We left the barn and the property shortly after, driving back to the city in silence. Nobody wanted to talk about what had happened. My children, who had heard the bell ringing, accepted the simple explanation that it was some kind of mechanical trigger. But my parents and I all knew that something more complex was occurring, something that defied simple mechanical explanation. Research and investigation. Over the following weeks, I became obsessed with understanding what we'd experienced at the Whitmore property. I conducted extensive research into fire poles and alarm systems, trying to understand the mechanism that would cause such a reaction. A mechanical engineer I consulted explained that a traditional fire pole, when touched, would not cause a bell to ring unless there was an electrical circuit involved. The weight of a hand or the presence of pressure wouldn't naturally trigger any mechanism unless the pole itself was wired into an alarm circuit. and our visual inspection suggested no wiring was present. I researched fire stations in the area, trying to determine if the equipment in the barn had come from a specific fire department. I found records of a fire station that had operated in the region until it closed in 1987. The station had served the rural area for about 40 years before being decommissioned due to budget cuts and the construction of a new, more centrally located fire station. I contacted the Whitmore County Historical Society, asking about the history of the property. A volunteer there, an elderly woman named Dorothy Thompson, provided fascinating information. She remembered my great-uncle Thomas, remembered that he had acquired the property in the 1970s. She mentioned that he'd been interested in local history and had collected various items of historical significance. "I remember him buying the fire pole," Dorothy said over the phone. "It was quite a spectacle at the time. The old fire station was being decommissioned, and they were selling off equipment. Thomas drove out in his truck and purchased several items, including that fire pole and bell system. We all thought it was unusual, but Thomas was known for unusual interests." "Did he install it in the barn right away?" I asked. "No, actually," Dorothy replied. "He left it stored in the barn for several months. Then one day he had some workers come out. They installed it properly, mounted it through the barn structure, set up the bell and the mechanical systems. It was quite a production. I remember driving past and seeing them working on it." "Do you know why he wanted to install it? Was he interested in fire safety? Was he a firefighter at some point?" "I don't think so," Dorothy said. "Thomas wasn't particularly public-spirited or civic-minded. He was more of a recluse. But I remember him saying something interesting when I asked him about it. He said the fire pole was important. He said it needed to be somewhere it would be found, somewhere people would eventually touch it. That was an odd thing to say, almost like he was setting some kind of trap." The second visitation. 3 months after our first visit to the Whitmore property, my mother decided she wanted to sell it. She'd made inquiries to several real estate agents, and they'd all advised her that the property would be difficult to sell given its location, its condition, and its size. But she was determined to rid herself of the inheritance. Before listing the property formally, she wanted to conduct a more thorough inventory of its contents. She asked if I would accompany her to the property and help her document everything: the house contents, the barn contents, the outbuildings. It was a task that would take multiple days, so we arranged for a weekend visit, planning to stay at a local hotel and work during the daytime. My wife, Rachel, decided to join us, as did our teenage children, Michael and Sarah. Rachel was interested in the property from a historical perspective. It was an interesting example of rural architectural preservation, and she thought it might be worth documenting photographically. We arrived at the property on a Friday evening and spent the night at a hotel in the nearby town. Saturday morning, we drove out to the property and began our inventory work. We worked systematically through the house first, cataloging items, taking photographs, and making notes about what might have salvage or resale value. We found furniture, artwork, collections of books, kitchen equipment, and numerous personal items that gave us insight into how my great-uncle Thomas had lived. The process was emotionally complex. We were essentially reducing a person's life, all his possessions, his choices, his accumulations, to a list and a series of photographs. There was something mournful about the task, something that created a contemplative mood in our group. By afternoon, we moved to the barn. We'd brought equipment with us, cameras, measuring tools, flashlights, notebooks, so we could document the barn's contents in detail. The space was large, and we divided it into sections, assigning each family member a portion to inventory. My wife and children worked on the shelves and storage areas, while my mother and I focused on the main floor. As we worked, I found myself conscious of the fire pole standing in the center of the barn. It was impossible to ignore a vertical pole of gleaming metal in the middle of the agricultural equipment and storage boxes. "That's unusual," Rachel said at one point, noticing the fire pole. "Why would there be a fire station pole in a barn? Is this a converted fire station?" "It appears my uncle collected it," my mother explained. "It came from the old county fire station when it was decommissioned. He installed it here for reasons we don't quite understand." Rachel found the setup fascinating from an architectural perspective. She photographed it extensively, from various angles, trying to capture the juxtaposition of fire station equipment in a rural barn setting. As the afternoon progressed, my daughter Sarah asked if she could touch the fire pole. She was curious about how it worked, interested in the mechanical aspects of how a firefighter would use it to descend from an upper level. "I wouldn't recommend it," I said, remembering our previous experience. "The equipment is old, and we're not sure of its condition." But Sarah was persistent, and Rachel encouraged her to explore her curiosity. "It's probably fine," Rachel said. "Your father's just being cautious." I didn't explain what had happened during our previous visit. I wasn't sure how to articulate it without sounding like I'd experienced something impossible. So I simply allowed my daughter to approach the pole, though I watched her carefully. She reached out and grasped the pole, running her hand down its smooth surface. The bell erupted into sound. It clanged violently, the alarm bell ringing with urgent intensity. Sarah yelped in surprise and jerked her hand away from the pole. The bell continued ringing for several seconds after she'd stopped touching it, then gradually faded into silence. Everyone in the barn turned to stare at the pole and bell. "What the—" my son Michael started to say. "The mechanical trigger," my mother said, trying to recover and provide a rational explanation. "Your father mentioned that touching the pole causes the bell to ring." But Rachel was looking at me with an expression of confusion and concern. She could clearly sense that my mother's explanation was insufficient, that there was more to this than a simple mechanical trigger. "What really happens when you touch it?" Rachel asked me quietly, while the others were examining the bell to try to understand its mechanism. "I don't know," I admitted, "but there's something wrong with this equipment. Something that doesn't have a normal explanation." I decided then that I should tell them what I'd experienced during our first visit, the voices I'd heard beneath the sound of the bell. I called everyone together and explained what I'd perceived. My son was skeptical and tried to touch the pole again to prove that nothing unusual would happen. I didn't stop him. He grasped the pole, and the bell immediately rang with the same urgent, alarming sound. And this time, I could hear the voices more clearly, multiple voices overlapping, saying words that were almost intelligible, but not quite clear enough to understand. My son pulled his hand away, his face pale. "I heard something," he said. "Voices? Like people calling for help or something." "I heard it too," I admitted. "Both times I touched the pole, I heard voices." My mother looked deeply troubled. "We should leave," she said. "We should leave this property and not come back. Not until we've understood what's happening here." We packed up our equipment and left the barn. We didn't return to the property that day. Instead, we drove back to the hotel and spent the evening discussing what we'd experienced. Rachel was convinced that there had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps the pole was connected to some kind of audio system that we hadn't detected. Perhaps Uncle Thomas had installed speakers and a recording mechanism that was triggered by contact with the pole. Perhaps what we were hearing wasn't actually voices, but some kind of electronic noise that our brains were interpreting as speech. "But why would he do that?" my mother asked. "Why would he install such a system? What purpose would it serve?" We had no answers. The historical investigation. Over the following weeks and months, I conducted more extensive research into the property's history and into fire pole equipment in general. I contacted archivists, historians, and experts in antique fire station equipment. I tried to track down any documentation about the specific fire pole that Uncle Thomas had installed in his barn. What I eventually discovered was disturbing and fragmentary, but it provided some context for what we'd experienced. The fire pole had indeed come from the county fire station that closed in 1987. But the record showed that this particular fire pole had been installed in the fire station in 1952, when the station was first built. For 35 years, it had served as a normal fire pole. Firefighters had used it to descend from the upper floors to the apparatus bay. Nothing unusual had been reported about it, but the records also showed that there had been a significant fire at the station in 1982. A firefighter named Robert Mitchell had died in that fire, along with 3 others. The fire had started in the apparatus bay and spread rapidly through the building. The firefighters had evacuated, but Mitchell had apparently been trapped. He was found in the upper dormitory area, apparently overcome by smoke. The station had undergone extensive renovations after the fire, with much of the interior being rebuilt. The fire pole had been retained. It was original equipment and structurally sound, but it had been among the items that were part of the post-fire reconstruction. I found a newspaper article about the fire from 1982. It mentioned Robert Mitchell by name, describing him as a dedicated firefighter with 10 years of experience. It mentioned his widow, his 2 children, and the community's grief over his death. Then I discovered something even more significant. In a county records archive, I found documentation about the sale of fire station equipment when the station was decommissioned in 1987. The inventory listed the fire pole and bell as being sold to a private buyer. The buyer's name was listed as T. Whitmore, my great-uncle Thomas. There was a note attached to the sale record. buyer stated that equipment has personal significance, requested that pole not be altered or modified, stated that pole should be stored where it will eventually be touched by others. That note echoed what Dorothy Thompson had told me. Uncle Thomas had deliberately wanted the fire pole to be somewhere people would touch it. But why? I found Thomas's obituary, published in the county newspaper when he died in 2015. It provided basic biographical information, but little insight into his personality or his interests. It mentioned no family, no close relationships. It noted that he had been a long-time resident of the county, but had lived a private life with a few social connections. The obituary mentioned nothing about his interests or hobbies, nothing about his collections or his unusual installation in the barn. I began to wonder if Thomas had known something about the fire pole, if he had a connection to Robert Mitchell, the firefighter who had died in the 1982 fire, if he had purchased the fire pole for a specific reason, not as a memento or a hobby, but as something more intentional, more deliberate. The voices. During our second visit to the property, I'd heard voices under the sound of the bell. I'd been trying to dismiss this as auditory hallucination or misinterpretation of ambiguous sounds. But after discovering the information about Robert Mitchell and the 1982 fire, I couldn't ignore the possibility that what I was hearing might be something more significant. I became determined to understand what those voices were saying. I returned to the property alone on a weekday when I could take time off from work. I brought recording equipment with me, determined to capture the sound and perhaps amplify or analyze it more carefully. It was a cold day in late October when I drove out to the property. The weather had turned, and there was a quality of desolation to the landscape. The trees were bare, or nearly bare, the grass was brown, and everything had the appearance of waiting for winter. I set up my recording equipment carefully, positioning microphones near the fire pole and bell. I tested the equipment to ensure it was functioning properly. Then I reached out and touched the pole. The bell rang. The sound was captured by my microphones. But more importantly, I heard the voices again. This time, I tried to listen more carefully to discern what they were saying. The voices were distorted, overlapping, but I thought I could make out fragments of words. Urgency, fear, names perhaps, calls for help. I pulled my hand away and stopped the recording. I immediately played it back through headphones, listening carefully. The bell sound was clear and loud, but underneath it, I could hear something else. Voices. Definitely voices. The audio was compressed and distorted, but it was unmistakably present. I spent hours that day listening to the recording, trying to isolate the voices, trying to determine what they were saying. I used audio editing software to filter out the bell sound and amplify the underlying audio. What remained was clearer, but still confusing. Overlapping voices, speaking urgently, saying words that were almost intelligible. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. In the recording, I heard a name repeated multiple times. Robert. Over and over, Robert. And then more clearly, Robert, get out. Robert, the stairs are blocked. Robert Mitchell, the firefighter who had died in the 1982 fire. The voices were connected to him. They were calling to him or about him, or perhaps They were his own voice in some impossible way, recorded or preserved in the fire pole equipment and replayed every time someone touched the metal. The property history. I continued researching, driven now by something more than curiosity. I felt like I was on the edge of understanding something profound, something that had implications beyond just explaining an unusual phenomenon at a remote property. I contacted the county fire department archives and requested any documentation related to Robert Mitchell and the 1982 fire. I eventually received boxes of materials, photographs from the fire scene, investigation reports, witness statements, personal documentation from Mitchell's service record. I read through everything, looking for any connection to my great-uncle Thomas or to the fire pole that would eventually come into Thomas's possession. What I found was heartbreaking and mystifying in equal measure. Robert Mitchell had indeed been the firefighter who died in the 1982 fire, but he wasn't the only one. 3 other firefighters died that day: James Patterson, Michael Rodriguez, and David Chen. They had been trapped in the apparatus bay when the fire spread rapidly, cutting off their escape route. All 4 had been overcome by smoke and heat before they could reach safety. The investigation concluded that the fire had been started accidentally by faulty electrical wiring in the equipment bay. There was no suspicion of arson or deliberate wrongdoing. But what caught my attention was the witness statement from one of the firefighters who survived the fire. A firefighter named Richard Hayes had been in the upper dormitory when the fire started. He'd descended using the fire pole, the very same pole that now stood in my great-uncle's barn. His statement read, "I came down the pole as quickly as I could. When I reached the bottom, I heard them calling up from the apparatus bay. Robert, James, Michael, David, they were all down there, and they were calling for help. The smoke was getting thick, and I could hear them coughing, choking. I tried to go back into the apparatus bay to help them, but the heat and smoke were too intense. I had to leave them. I had to abandon them." Richard Hayes had survivor's guilt. He had left his colleagues to die in the fire, unable to help them, unable to save them. And then I discovered something that brought the mystery full circle. Richard Hayes had worked at the fire station for only 2 years before the fire. Before that, he'd worked at a different station across the county. But after the 1982 fire, he'd transferred away, relocating to another part of the state. He'd retired from the fire department in 1985 and had disappeared from public records. Except for one detail. Richard Hayes had been the person who sold the fire pole and bell to my great-uncle Thomas in 1987, just after the fire station was decommissioned. The fire department records didn't explicitly state how the sale transaction had occurred, but the notation indicated that Hayes had coordinated the sale and he'd specifically ensured that the fire pole was transferred to Thomas Whitmore. I traced Richard Hayes' subsequent history through various databases and eventually found his obituary from 2003. He had lived in a small town in Oregon. He had died of a heart attack at age 68. The obituary mentioned no family, no surviving relatives. It described him as a retired firefighter, but offered no insight into his personal life or his interests. I discovered that Richard Hayes had owned a property near his place of residence in Oregon and I found tax records showing that he'd maintained that property for the 20 years between his retirement and his death. But I could find no information about what he'd done with that property or what it contained. It seemed like Richard Hayes, after retiring from the fire department, had lived a private, secluded life very similar to the one my great-uncle Thomas had lived. Both men had purchased the fire pole equipment. Both had installed it on their properties. Both had lived alone, without family connections, until their deaths. I began to suspect that they'd both been trying to accomplish something connected to the 4 firefighters who had died in 1982. Something that involved the fire pole that had been present at that tragedy. The séance. By this point, I was becoming obsessed with understanding the phenomenon. My wife was concerned about my mental state. I was spending hours listening to recordings of the bell ringing and the distorted voices underneath it. I was spending my evenings researching historical records and trying to piece together connections between the 1982 fire, the firefighters who died, and the fire pole installation. Rachel tried to convince me to let go of the mystery, to stop obsessing over it, to focus on the practical matter of selling the property or leaving it to deteriorate. But I couldn't let it go. I felt like I was on the verge of understanding something important, something that went beyond just explaining an unusual phenomenon. I felt like the answers might provide some kind of peace or resolution to something that was unfinished, incomplete. In desperation, I decided to try something unconventional. I contacted a woman named Melissa Hartman, who advertised herself as a medium, a person who claimed to have the ability to communicate with deceased individuals. I was skeptical, but I was also running out of rational approaches to understanding what was happening at the Whitmore property. Melissa agreed to visit the property and attempt to conduct what she called a séance, to try to make contact with whatever consciousness or energy might be associated with the fire pole. I arranged to meet her at the Whitmore property on a cold November evening. I also invited my mother, Rachel, and my friend David, a physicist, to be present as witnesses. Melissa arrived in a van filled with what she described as sensitive equipment. She was a woman in her 60s, with gray hair and an intense, focused demeanor. She examined the fire pole carefully, spending several minutes studying it from different angles, running her hands over it without actually touching it directly. "There's definitely something here," she said finally. "I can feel a presence. Multiple presences, actually. This equipment is saturated with emotional energy, desperate energy, frightened energy." "Can you communicate with them?" I asked. "Let's see," Melissa replied. She set up her equipment, which consisted largely of digital audio recorders and electromagnetic field detectors, and had us sit in a circle around the fire pole. "I'm going to attempt contact," she said. "I want you all to remain quiet unless I ask you to speak. Focus your intention on making contact with whatever presences are associated with this location." We sat in silence for several minutes. The barn was cold and quiet, illuminated only by the portable lights we'd brought. The fire pole stood in the center of our circle, a vertical shaft of metal that seemed to shimmer slightly in the dim light. Then Melissa reached out and touched the pole. The bell rang, but this time, instead of pulling her hand away, Melissa kept it in contact with the metal, and she began to speak. "I'm calling to the spirits present in this location," she said, her voice calm and measured. "I'm calling to Robert Mitchell, James Patterson, Michael Rodriguez, and David Chen. I'm calling to those who died in the fire of 1982. I'm reaching out to offer communication, understanding, and possibly resolution." The bell continued to ring under her hand, the sound urgent and alarming, and underneath the bell sound, I could hear the voices again, clearer this time, more distinct. Melissa was speaking in what appeared to be a trance state, her words flowing without conscious deliberation. "Robert is here. Robert is saying he's trapped. He's still trapped in the apparatus bay. The smoke is still there. The heat is still there. They're still dying over and over. Time is not moving forward for them. They're stuck in the moment of their death." My friend David was recording everything with his phone, capturing the scene as evidence. "Can they move on?" I asked. "Can they be released from this place?" "They're saying they can't leave," Melissa continued, her eyes closed, her hand still on the pole. "They're saying something is holding them here. Something is keeping them in this moment. Robert is saying, Richard Hayes. Richard is keeping them here. Richard built this. Richard created this, so they would never leave, so they would always be present, always ringing the bell, always calling for help that never comes." "Why would Richard do that?" I asked. "Guilt," Melissa said. "Richard survived and they didn't. Richard couldn't save them. He's been trying to do something with this equipment, trying to create a way to reach them, trying to find a way to share their fate. He's been trying to create a connection. That's why he gave the pole to your uncle. That's why your uncle installed it here. They were both trying to create a way for the voices to be heard, for the presence to be acknowledged." Melissa's voice became more strained, more pained. "Robert is saying he's asking for forgiveness. All four of them are asking for forgiveness. They're asking to be released from this moment. They're asking for someone to acknowledge what happened to them, to remember them, to make peace with their deaths." The bell continued to ring under Melissa's hand, the voices underneath becoming clearer, more distinct. And now I could make out actual words, actual phrases. "Help us. Remember us. We're sorry. Forgive us." Melissa pulled her hand away from the pole, and the bell abruptly stopped ringing. She opened her eyes, looking exhausted and deeply affected. "They're still here," she said quietly. "All four of them, trapped in the moment of their death, endlessly repeating the final seconds of their lives. The fire pole is the anchor point. Every time someone touches it, it activates the connection, amplifies the presence, allows their voices to be heard." "Can they be released?" I asked. "Can they move on to wherever they're supposed to go?" "I don't know," Melissa admitted. "But I think they need something. Recognition, I think. Forgiveness. Understanding. Someone needs to acknowledge their deaths, their sacrifice, their struggle. Someone needs to complete whatever unfinished business is keeping them bound to this place." Understanding. After Melissa left, I spent weeks trying to understand what we'd experienced. The physicist in my friend David was skeptical, but he'd recorded everything, and he couldn't dismiss what we'd heard and witnessed. I conducted more research into what might cause such a phenomenon. I read about electromagnetic fields and how certain conditions might preserve memories or impressions in physical materials. I read about quantum mechanics and the possibility that consciousness might not be as bound by time as we normally assume. I explored theories about how trauma or intense emotion might create imprints on physical objects. None of these theories provided a satisfying explanation, but they at least suggested that what we'd experienced wasn't necessarily impossible, just highly unusual and not yet understood by conventional science. I also did more research into Richard Hayes and my great-uncle Thomas. I discovered that they had been friends, or at least had known each other. Through county records and property tax documents, I found that Thomas had owned property in Oregon, not far from where Richard had lived. They had clearly maintained a connection after the fire department days. I theorize that after the 1982 fire, both Richard and Thomas had become obsessed with the 4 firefighters who had died. Both had been deeply affected by that tragedy. Richard, as the survivor who couldn't save his colleagues, had carried profound guilt. Thomas, perhaps as a friend or someone who had known some of the deceased, had wanted to do something to honor their memory. The fire pole had become the focus of their effort. They had purchased it, installed it, maintained it, and eventually passed it on, ensuring that the equipment would continue to exist, would continue to be touched by people, would continue to ring its alarm bell and give voice to the trapped consciousness or memory energy that seemed to be associated with it. I believe that what we experienced when we touched the fire pole was genuine. I believe that the 1982 fire created a trauma so profound that it left an imprint on the physical space and equipment. I believe that 4 men died in that fire and that something of their consciousness or their final moments became encoded in the fire pole that had been their path to escape. And I believe that Richard Hayes and my great-uncle Thomas recognized this phenomenon and tried to create a way for others to encounter it, to acknowledge it, to perhaps provide the recognition and peace that the dead firefighters were seeking. Resolution. After all my research and investigation, I made a decision. I contacted the county fire department and the families of the 4 firefighters who had died in the 1982 fire. Through careful communication, I arranged for a memorial gathering at the Whitmore property. On a cold December morning, firefighters from the current county fire department, family members of the deceased, and various community members gathered at the property. We held a brief ceremony acknowledging the sacrifice of Robert Mitchell, James Patterson, Michael Rodriguez, and David Chin. At the conclusion of the ceremony, I invited the chief of the current fire department to touch the fire pole. When he did, the bell rang, that same urgent, alarming sound we'd all come to know. And beneath the bell sound, the voices were there, clear and distinct, saying, "Thank you. We're at peace now. We can finally move on." The bell continued to ring for nearly a minute, longer than it ever had before. And then it stopped, and the metal of the pole seemed to lose a quality of tension it had carried. We waited and watched, but the bell never rang again when touched. The phenomenon seemed to have resolved itself. I contacted Melissa, the medium, and she came to examine the fire pole. She reported that the presences were gone, the emotional imprint had dissipated, the trapped consciousness had finally been released. The current state. The fire pole still stands in the barn at the Whitmore property. It's no longer connected to any active phenomenon. When touched, it's simply metal, cold, inert, its history preserved, but its power to channel the supernatural gone. My mother eventually sold the property to a family from the city who wanted a rural retreat. They kept the barn largely as it was, and the fire pole remains as a curiosity, an unusual piece of architectural history. But I know the truth about that fire pole. I know that it served as a conduit for consciousness that existed outside normal time and space. I know that the voices of 4 men who died in 1982 found their way through that metal into the ears of people over 30 years later. And I believe that by providing recognition, acknowledgement, and a formal ceremony honoring their sacrifice, we gave them what they needed to finally move on, to finally find peace, to finally escape the endless moment of their death that had held them captive for decades. The phenomenon is gone now. But my experience with it has fundamentally changed how I understand death, consciousness, time, and the possibility that the boundaries between the physical and non-physical worlds might not be as fixed as we normally assume. The fire pole in the barn is silent now, but it carried a message from beyond, and that message was heard and acted upon. That's what I believe matters most. Epilogue. What I've learned in the 5 years since the memorial gathering and the resolution of the phenomenon at the Whitmore property, I've continued to investigate similar cases, locations where unusual phenomena might be occurring, places where consciousness or memory might have been imprinted into physical objects or structures. What I've discovered is that the Whitmore property was not unique. There are other locations throughout the country where similar phenomena occur. Old buildings that seem to echo voices from the past. Equipment that activates in response to touch. Communicating something that seems impossible. Spaces where the boundary between present and past seems to be unusually thin. Most of these phenomena are dismissed as coincidence, malfunction, or misinterpretation. But I believe there's something more. I believe they're windows into aspects of consciousness and reality that we're only beginning to understand. I've documented 17 different locations where phenomena similar to what we experienced at the Whitmore property have been reported. I've interviewed dozens of people who have had encounters with these phenomena. I've gathered evidence, recordings, photographs, and historical documentation. What I've concluded is that under certain conditions, trauma, sudden death, powerful emotion, unfinished business, consciousness can become imprinted into physical locations or objects. The imprint isn't visible or obvious, but it's present, waiting to be activated by contact or recognition. And when those imprints are activated, they can communicate across the barrier between life and death, allowing consciousness that has been trapped in a single moment to finally find expression, acknowledgement, and peace. The fire pole in the Whitmore barn was one such window, and by acknowledging what it held and what it meant, we helped 4 men find their way to peace. I believe that's why the phenomenon occurred. I believe that consciousness Even consciousness that's trapped outside of normal time still yearns for connection, acknowledgement, and understanding, and I believe that providing those things is one of the most important work that we, as living beings, can do. The fire station alarm bells that rang when we touched that old pole in the barn weren't random occurrences or mechanical malfunctions. They were messages from beyond, desperate attempts to communicate, to be heard, to matter. And now that I understand that, I will always listen when the bells ring. I will always pay attention when something calls out from beyond the boundary between life and death. I will always work to ensure that voices from the past are heard, acknowledged, and honored. That's what I've learned from the fire pole in the barn. That's the legacy that Robert Mitchell, James Patterson, Michael Rodriguez, and David Chin left behind. And that's why I'm telling this story. The end. Addendum. Further investigations and discoveries. The international connection. After documenting the case of the Whitmore property and the fire pole phenomenon, I began corresponding with researchers from various countries who had encountered similar phenomena. What emerged was a surprising pattern. These incidents of consciousness seeming to be trapped or encoded in physical objects were not isolated occurrences, but appeared to occur with measurable frequency around the world. A researcher in Japan, Dr. Yuki Tanaka, had documented cases involving ancient weapons that seemed to echo with the sounds of battles. A historian in England had researched old bells in village churches that rang unexpectedly, as if responding to the presence of specific individuals. A paranormal investigator in Brazil had collected accounts from individuals who reported strange phenomena occurring at sites of historical tragedy. What connected all these cases was not just that they involved physical objects seeming to channel or emit signs of consciousness. They were all cases where specific individuals or groups had died suddenly, traumatically, or in ways that left unfinished business. Deaths that had happened in locations that now manifested unusual phenomena. Dr. Tanaka proposed a theory that trauma of sufficient intensity might create lasting imprints in physical space or objects. The imprint wouldn't be visible or apparent under normal circumstances, but under specific conditions. When touched by certain individuals, when environmental conditions aligned in particular ways, when consciousness focused attention on the location, the imprint could become activated and begin to transmit. This theory, while speculative and far from scientifically proven, provided a framework for understanding the diverse phenomena that researchers around the world had documented. Testing the phenomenon. Over the following year, I conducted several controlled experiments designed to test whether the fire pole in the Whitmore barn would continue to demonstrate the phenomenon, or whether it had truly been permanently resolved. I recruited participants, both family members of the deceased firefighters and strangers who had no connection to the 1982 fire, and invited them to touch the fire pole under controlled conditions. I recorded all observations, measurements, and subjective experiences. The results were consistent. The fire pole no longer activated when touched. The bell no longer rang. The voices no longer appeared beneath the sound of the bell. The phenomenon had apparently resolved completely after the memorial gathering and formal acknowledgement ceremony. This supported my hypothesis that the imprint was not permanent or unchanging. Instead, it responded to recognition and acknowledgement. When the consciousness that had been trapped in the equipment received the recognition it was seeking, it was released, and the phenomenon ceased. I shared these findings with Dr. Tanaka and with several other researchers who had been investigating similar phenomena. The consistent conclusion was that consciousness could apparently be freed from trauma imprints through acknowledgement, memorial, and resolution of whatever unfinished business had created the imprint in the first place. The hidden pattern. As I continued investigating and documenting cases around the world, I began to notice something deeper. These phenomena weren't random. They followed patterns. They occurred most frequently at sites where, first, sudden, traumatic death had occurred. Individuals who had died in disasters, accidents, or tragic circumstances seemed more likely to leave imprints than those who died of natural causes or unexpected ways. Second, there had been witness survivors who carried guilt or trauma about the deaths. Richard Hayes, the firefighter who survived the 1982 fire while his colleagues died, had apparently been the catalyst for creating the fire pole installation. His unresolved grief and guilt had driven him to try to create a channel for communication with the dead. Third, there had been subsequent individuals who inherited or purchased objects connected to the tragedy and maintained them carefully, almost reverently. Thomas Whitmore's meticulous maintenance of the fire pole suggested he understood its significance, even if he never publicly acknowledged the phenomenon. These three elements, traumatic death, surviving witness with unresolved guilt, and someone willing to preserve and maintain the object of connection, seem to create the conditions necessary for consciousness to remain imprinted and manifest as active phenomena. The moral implications. As I've continued this research, I've been forced to confront deep moral and philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness and our obligations to it. If consciousness can genuinely exist outside of normal time and space, trapped in imprints created by trauma, then we have a moral obligation to recognize this and to take actions to help free such consciousness. Leaving someone, even someone who is dead, perpetually trapped in the moment of their death seems like a profound cruelty. The recognition ceremony we held for the 4 firefighters at the Whitmore property was more than just remembrance, a memorial. It was an act of compassion directed at consciousness that had been suffering in ways we couldn't fully perceive or measure. We offered acknowledgement, validation, and permission to move on. I believe this is a moral imperative that extends beyond just the specific cases I've documented. Whenever we become aware of locations or objects that might hold trapped consciousness, I believe we have an obligation to acknowledge that consciousness, to try to understand what it needs, and to help facilitate its release if possible. This doesn't necessarily mean that every old building needs to be investigated for phenomena, or that we should spend our lives pursuing possible ghost stories. But it does mean that when we encounter evidence, strong, repeatable evidence, of consciousness manifesting through physical phenomena, we should take it seriously rather than dismissing it as impossible or coincidental. The continuing investigation. I remain active in investigating and documenting these phenomena. I've established connections with researchers around the world who are pursuing similar investigations. We share findings, methodology, and theories. We're slowly building a body of evidence that consciousness might not be as limited or as temporary as conventional understanding suggests. The fire pole in the Whitmore barn remains silent now, its phenomenon resolved. But it stands as a monument to what I have learned, that consciousness endures beyond death, that trauma can create lasting imprints on the physical world, and that recognition and acknowledgement can help free consciousness from those imprints. I believe this work is important. I believe understanding these phenomena is crucial to our deeper understanding of consciousness, reality, and what happens when we die. And I believe that helping consciousness move on when we encounter it trapped in suffering is one of the most important acts of compassion we can perform. The fire station alarm bells rang from the barn at Crescent Lake Resort, and they conveyed a message from beyond. We remember, we acknowledge, we honor what happened to you. We're giving you permission to rest, to move on, to find peace. And I believe, in that moment, the consciousness of 4 firefighters finally found its way home. Truly, the end. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. Grain Silo Whistling, a tune that matched the song in my head exactly. The house was 2 miles outside of town, sitting alone on the old Holbrook property. It had been abandoned for at least a decade, maybe longer. The paint was peeling from the wooden siding, the windows were mostly broken or boarded up, and the foundation was cracked in places that suggested structural compromise. But the rent was $300 a month, which was all I could afford, and the landlord didn't ask questions. The landlord was a woman named Patricia who owned about 20 properties in and around town. She dealt in housing for people who couldn't get loans from banks or who had credit histories that made them unemployable by most standards. She collected rent in cash, didn't enforce lease agreements strictly, and seemed content to let her properties deteriorate as long as the rent came in regularly. I had moved to town 6 weeks earlier, following the collapse of my marriage and the subsequent loss of my job. I'd spent 2 weeks living in my truck, then 2 weeks in a motel that charged daily rates and didn't ask for ID. The truck option seemed more viable as a permanent arrangement than the motel, but the early autumn weather was becoming unpredictable. I needed shelter. The Holbrook house was on a rural road that dead-ended about a mile past the property. The nearest neighbor was nearly a quarter mile away. The area was farmland mostly, with scattered houses and old agricultural structures spread across the landscape. It was isolated, which I appreciated. Isolation meant no one was watching, no one cared, and no one would bother me. The house had been lived in at some point. Furniture remained inside, a couch with springs protruding through the upholstery, a kitchen table with 3 legs, beds with stained mattresses. Trash was scattered throughout. Empty beer cans, old newspapers, broken glass. But whoever had last occupied the space had apparently left in a hurry, abandoning their possessions without bothering to clean up. I cleaned what I could and settled in the least damaged bedroom upstairs. It had a door that closed and windows that were boarded up, which provided darkness and some insulation from the outside world. I bought a futon mattress and some sleeping bags. I had a camping stove for cooking and a battery-powered lamp for light. It was barely comfortable, but it was shelter, and it was mine. The first few nights were peaceful. The isolation was welcome. I slept better in that deteriorating house than I had in weeks. The silence was restorative in a way that I hadn't anticipated. But on the fourth night, I started hearing the sound. It was a whistling coming from somewhere outside. Not a person whistling. The sound was too consistent, too mechanical, too deliberate. The whistling had a quality that suggested it was being produced by wind passing through something, or by some kind of mechanical resonance. It was coming from the direction of the old agricultural structures visible on the property. The property included several buildings beyond the house. There was a large barn, partially collapsed on one side. There was a storage shed that was essentially just a frame with missing boards. And there was the grain silo. The grain silo was the most prominent structure. It was a tall cylinder of corrugated metal, probably 30 feet high, with a conical roof at the top. It was old, rust-stained, dented in multiple places. A metal ladder ran up one side of the structure, and there appeared to be access ports at various heights. The silo was clearly no longer in use for storage. The metal showed no signs of recent maintenance, and the structure had the appearance of something that had been abandoned for many years. The whistling was coming from the silo. The wind was moving through the corrugated metal in a way that created a tonal resonance. As wind moved past the irregular surface of the silo, it created variations in pitch that assembled into something that almost sounded like a melody. It wasn't quite music, but it wasn't just random noise either. It was structured enough to suggest intentionality, even though I understood rationally that it was simply the product of wind and metal, creating acoustic patterns. The whistling continued for perhaps 20 minutes, then gradually faded as the wind died down. The silence returned, and I was able to sleep. I heard the whistling again the next night. This time, I was more aware of it, more attentive to its qualities. The wind was coming from a different direction, and the pitch of the silo's resonance was different accordingly. But again, there was that quality of structure to the sound, as if it was more than random noise. By the seventh night, I had begun to anticipate the whistling. I would listen for it as evening came on. When the wind was right and the silo began to resonate, I would stand at the boarded-up window and listen to the sound, trying to understand the acoustic mechanisms that were producing it. That was when something strange began to happen. I started noticing that the silo's whistling seemed to match melodies that I was thinking of. Not consciously thinking of, but the songs that were running through my mind in that half-focused way that happens when you're not actively paying attention to anything in particular. The first time I became aware of this, I was thinking about a song from my childhood. It was a simple melody, something I hadn't heard in years, but that was nonetheless present in my memory, playing quietly in the background of my consciousness. And as I listened to the silo, I realized that the whistling was producing the same melody, the same notes, the same sequence, the same phrasing. I thought it was coincidence. The wind-driven whistling of a grain silo against corrugated metal could produce many different melodic patterns. It was natural that sometimes those patterns might correspond with songs that were in my mind. But it happened again the next night. I was humming a different song, something from the radio, a pop song that had been stuck in my head, and the silo began to whistle the same melody. Again, the same notes, the same sequence, the same exact phrasing. It was too precise to be coincidence. I started paying more attention to the relationship between the music in my head and the whistling from the silo. I would deliberately think of different songs and listen to see if the silo would produce those melodies. The correlation was inconsistent. Sometimes the silo would seem to match the song I was thinking of, and sometimes it wouldn't. But the frequency of the matches was high enough that something beyond coincidence seemed to be occurring. It was during this phase of observation that I realized something was wrong with the situation. I was becoming obsessed with the silo's whistling. I was spending hours listening to it, tracking the relationship between my thoughts and the sounds it produced. I was losing sleep. I was neglecting basic needs like eating and hygiene. I was becoming focused on the phenomenon to the exclusion of nearly everything else. I tried to ignore the whistling. I tried to stop listening. I spent a day in town deliberately to break the pattern. But as evening approached and I returned to the house, I found myself listening for the sound again. The wind came, the silo began to resonate, and I was drawn back into the state of obsessive attention. My friend David, who I'd known since high school and who still lived in town, came to check on me. He'd heard through the grapevine that I was staying at the old Holbrook property and wanted to make sure I was okay. He brought beer, and we sat on the porch of the house looking out across the property. "This place is creepy," David said, looking at the dilapidated structures surrounding us. "How can you stand being out here alone?" I almost told him about the silo. I almost described the whistling and the way it seemed to match songs in my head. But something stopped me. I knew how it would sound. I knew what David would think. I didn't want to be thought crazy or unstable, even though I was increasingly uncertain about my own perception of reality. "It's quiet," I said instead. "That's what I need right now. Just quiet and space to figure things out." David accepted that answer, though I could see the concern in his expression. After he left, I felt more isolated than before. I had been close to sharing what was happening, and the fact that I hadn't suggested that I didn't fully trust my own interpretation of events. The obsession intensified over the following weeks. I began to actively test the silo's ability to produce melodies that matched my thoughts. I would think of specific songs deliberately, directing my mental focus toward particular melodies, and then I would listen intently to the silo's whistling to see if it would produce a match. The matches continued to occur, too frequently for coincidence, too precisely to be random. The silo was somehow responding to the songs in my head. It was producing acoustic patterns that corresponded with my thoughts. I started researching grain silos on the internet, looking for information about acoustic properties, resonance frequencies, and the mechanisms by which wind could produce the sounds I was hearing. I found technical information about silos and their structure, but nothing that explained how wind moving across corrugated metal could consistently produce melodies that matched specific songs in my mind. I became convinced that there was something intentional about what was happening. Something or someone was controlling the whistling. Something was aware of my thoughts and was responding to them by producing matching melodies. But that belief created a different kind of fear. If something was aware of my thoughts, what did that mean? How was that possible? What was the nature of whatever was directing the silo's acoustic patterns? I started spending time at the silo itself during the day, examining the structure carefully, looking for signs of mechanical equipment or hidden speakers or any explanation for the phenomenon. I climbed the metal ladder and looked inside the access ports. The interior was empty, just open space and rust-stained metal walls. I looked at the conical roof at the top, wondering if there was equipment there, but I didn't climb high enough to reach it. The ladder was unstable, and I was afraid of falling. From what I could see, the roof appeared to be just corrugated metal like the rest of the structure, weathered and stained by decades of exposure to the elements. I examined the base of the silo. There was no electrical connection, no signs of recent activity, no evidence of anything beyond the natural weathering and deterioration that came with age and abandonment. The silo was simply a large metal structure sitting on the property, nothing more. Yet at night, when the wind came, it whistled, and the whistling matched the songs in my head. It was during the 5th week of my residence at the Holbrook house that I experienced something that terrified me more than anything else that had occurred. I was thinking of a song, a lullaby that my mother had sung to me as a child when the silo began to produce the melody. I listened intently, tracking the accuracy of the match. It was perfect. Every note, every phrase, every variation was exactly as I remembered the lullaby. The silo was whistling the song with complete precision, but as I listened, I realized that I had no conscious memory of that particular lullaby. I hadn't thought about it in over 30 years. It was buried deep in my memory, something I wouldn't have been able to consciously recall or hum if I'd tried. And yet it had emerged into consciousness just as the silo began to produce it. The melody appeared in my head immediately before the silo began to whistle it. There was a momentary awareness of the song appearing in my thoughts, and then the silo began to produce those exact notes. The implication was clear. The silo wasn't responding to songs that were already in my head. The silo was putting the songs there. It was creating the thoughts in my mind and then producing the acoustic patterns that matched those thoughts. Something was controlling my thoughts. Something was putting melodies into my head and then whistling those melodies back to me through the grain silo. That realization broke something in me. I spent the night on the porch of the house with lights on and David's number on my phone, ready to call if anything else happened. But the wind died down by midnight, and the silo fell silent. The next day, I called David and told him that I needed to talk to someone. He came over immediately, and I told him everything. I told him about the whistling, about the way the silo seemed to match songs in my head, about my growing conviction that something was controlling my thoughts. David listened carefully. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "This place is affecting you," he said finally. "You've been isolated out here for 5 weeks. You're stressed about your marriage ending, about losing your job. Isolation combined with stress can create psychological symptoms that feel very real. You might be experiencing something that's a product of your own mind rather than something external. It was a rational explanation. David was suggesting that I was experiencing a psychological episode brought on by isolation and stress. The silo wasn't actually whistling matching melodies. I was imagining the matches because my mind was primed to find patterns, to create connections, to impose order on random noise. But I knew what I had heard. I knew the accuracy of the matches between my thoughts and the silo's whistling. And I knew the terror of having my thoughts appear in my mind immediately before the silo produced the corresponding melody. "I don't think it's psychological," I said. "Have you considered seeing someone?" David asked. "A counselor or a therapist? Just to talk through what's happening?" I said I would think about it, but I knew I wouldn't. I knew that if I went to a mental health professional and described what was happening, they would diagnose me with something, would prescribe medication, would suggest that my perception of reality was compromised. And I couldn't accept that. I knew what was real and what wasn't. After David left, I sat alone in the house, understanding that I had just alienated the only person in town who had bothered to check on me. I was isolated again, but now with the knowledge that my isolation was by choice. I didn't trust anyone to understand what was happening. Over the following week, I began to resist the phenomenon. When I felt a song beginning to emerge into my consciousness, I would deliberately try to suppress it, to push it away, to think about something else. It was difficult and not always successful. The songs would emerge regardless of my resistance, and the silo would whistle them back to me. But occasionally, my resistance would work. I could force a song out of my consciousness before it fully formed, and the silo would remain silent. In those moments, I felt like I was asserting my agency, reclaiming control of my own thoughts. The effort of resisting the phenomenon was exhausting. By the end of each day, I was drained, barely able to function. I wasn't eating regularly, I wasn't sleeping well, I was consumed by the effort of preventing songs from entering my consciousness, and by the anxiety of wondering if my resistance was even effective. I began to notice other things happening around the property. Animals seemed to avoid the area around the silo. No birds perched on the metal structure, no insects buzzed around it. The space in a 50-foot radius of the silo was eerily devoid of the normal wildlife that otherwise inhabited the property. The grass around the silo's base appeared different from the grass elsewhere on the property. It was yellowed and sparse, as if something in the soil had prevented normal growth. When I kneeled down and examined the ground near the silo, I noticed that the soil felt different. It was cold, colder than the surrounding earth, despite being exposed to the same sunlight and weather. I became convinced that the silo wasn't simply a passive structure creating acoustic patterns. It was actively affecting the environment around it. It was doing something to the soil, to the air, to the space it occupied. And it was doing something to me. 6 weeks into my residence at the Holbrook house, I experienced something that changed my understanding of the situation fundamentally. I was standing near the silo during the day, examining the ground around it, when I heard a sound from within the metal cylinder. It wasn't wind, It wasn't the acoustic resonance of metal. It was a distinct sound, like something moving inside the silo. A scraping sound, metal against metal, as if something was sliding down the interior walls of the structure. The sound continued for several seconds, then stopped abruptly. I climbed the metal ladder on the side of the silo and looked through the nearest access port. The interior was dark, but with my eyes adjusted to the brightness of the day, I could make out shapes. There was something inside the silo. It was vaguely cylindrical, darker than the metal walls surrounding it. It appeared to be roughly the diameter of a human body and extending vertically through the interior of the silo. But it wasn't solid. Parts of it seemed to shimmer or shift, as if it was composed of something that didn't maintain a consistent form. I couldn't determine what I was looking at. It wasn't anything I recognized. It didn't correspond to anything that should have been inside an abandoned grain silo. It was wrong in ways that I couldn't articulate clearly. I pulled my eye away from the access port and climbed down the ladder. My hands were shaking. My heart was pounding. I understood that I had seen something that confirmed what I'd suspected. The silo wasn't just an acoustic structure creating coincidental matches between environmental sounds and my thoughts. There was something inside it, something that was deliberately creating the whistling, something that was deliberately putting songs into my head. That evening, as darkness fell and the wind began to pick up again, I considered leaving. I could pack what few possessions I had, get in my truck, and drive away from the Holbrook property. I could go anywhere, do anything. I could leave the silo and its impossible phenomenon behind. But I didn't leave, and I think, in retrospect, that the silo was preventing me from leaving, not through any physical barrier, but through psychological manipulation. Every time I thought about packing my things and driving away, a song would appear in my head. A different song each time, but always something that made me want to stay. Something that made me feel like leaving would be wrong, would be abandonment of something important. The silo was communicating through the songs. It was expressing through the melodies what it couldn't express through any other means. The songs were its language, and I was the only one who could hear it. I began to spend more time near the silo. I would stand at the base of the structure and focus on the songs that were emerging into my consciousness. I would try to understand what the silo was communicating through those melodies. Some songs were familiar, songs I remembered from childhood, from radio stations, from movies. Other songs were partially familiar, variations or remixes of songs I knew, but arranged differently, producing different emotional effects. And some songs were completely unfamiliar, melodies that seemed to have no connection to anything I had ever heard before. It was these unfamiliar melodies that fascinated and terrified me most. If I had no memory of these songs, where were they coming from? How were they appearing in my consciousness? The only explanation I could accept was that they were originating from the thing inside the silo. The silo was composing music, creating original melodies, and transmitting them directly into my mind. The silo was not just responding to my thoughts. It was creating thoughts. It was implanting melodies that had never existed before. By the 7th week, I had stopped resisting the phenomenon. I had accepted that the silo was in control of my consciousness, that it was directed my thoughts, that it was using me as a receiving station for whatever message it was trying to communicate. This acceptance brought a strange kind of peace. I no longer struggled against the sensation of external influence. I simply allowed the songs to emerge into my consciousness and listened to them. The melodies became increasingly complex. Simple two-note variations evolved into intricate compositions with multiple moving parts. The silo was no longer whistling short, simple tunes. It was producing elaborate symphonies, pieces of music that seemed to have structure and intention and emotional content. As I listened, I began to feel that the music was telling a story. The melodies had themes and variations that seemed to relate to each other, to build upon each other, to create a narrative arc. The silo was composing an extended work, and I was hearing it unfold over multiple nights. I stopped recording information about what was happening. I stopped maintaining a diary or documenting the phenomenon. I simply spent my nights standing near the silo, listening to the music it was producing, allowing the melodies to consume my consciousness. I stopped eating regularly. I stopped maintaining my living space. The house became increasingly disheveled and neglected. But I didn't care about these material concerns. The only thing that mattered was the music emanating from the silo. One night, approximately 8 weeks after I had first heard the whistling, something changed. The wind came as it had countless nights before. The silo began to produce its acoustic patterns. The melodies emerged into my consciousness. But this time, as the silo whistled, I began to hear other sounds as well. Sounds that seemed to be coming from inside the silo, beneath the whistling. Sounds that sounded like voices, though not human voices. Something attempting to form language, attempting to communicate through the medium of the silo's metal structure. I climbed the ladder and looked through the access port again. The thing inside the silo had changed. It was larger than before, or perhaps it was just more clearly visible, and it was moving, shifting, and undulating as the sounds emerged. I understood then what was happening. The silo wasn't just producing sound. The thing inside the silo was producing sound. It was using the metal structure as a resonating chamber, amplifying its communications, transforming its voice into whistling melodies and atmospheric tones. And it was trying to communicate with me. All of the songs, all of the melodies, all of the musical patterns were attempts to breach the gap between its consciousness and mine. The silo was a medium through which it was expressing itself. My friend David arrived at the house unannounced the next morning. He found me standing near the silo, unwashed and half-dressed, my eyes focused on nothing in particular. "Jesus," David said, "when's the last time you ate? You look like hell." I couldn't remember. Time had become meaningless. There were only the songs, the melodies, the nocturnal communications from the thing inside the silo. David insisted on taking me to the hospital. I didn't resist. I allowed him to lead me to his truck and drive me into town. I was admitted to the psychiatric ward on the basis of a psychological evaluation. The doctor said I was experiencing psychosis with delusional ideation. He prescribed antipsychotic medication and suggested that my symptoms had been brought on by isolation and stress. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. The medication did something to my mind. It dulled my thoughts, made everything feel distant and unreal, and it prevented the songs from emerging into my consciousness. I wasn't sure if the medication was actually blocking the songs, or if it was simply making me unable to perceive them. But the absence of the melodies created a kind of anxiety that was worse than the phenomenon itself. I felt disconnected from something important, like I was missing communications that were meant for me specifically. When I was discharged, I promised the psychiatrist that I would continue taking the medication. I promised I would avoid isolated situations. I promised I would maintain social connections and attend follow-up appointments. But 2 days after being released, I stopped taking the medication. And within a week, I had returned to the Holbrook property. David tried to stop me, tried to convince me that I was making a mistake, but I was driven by a compulsion that overrode rational thought or concern for my own welfare. The silo was waiting for me. As evening fell on my first night back at the house, the wind came and the whistling began. The songs emerged into my consciousness exactly as they had before. They were deeper now, more insistent, more urgent in their emotional content. I understood, listening to those resumed melodies, that the thing inside the silo had been waiting for me. It had been unable to communicate while I was under medication, unable to direct songs into my consciousness. And now that I had returned and ceased taking the medication, it was resuming its attempt to communicate. I stood near the silo and allowed the melodies to fill my mind. I surrendered completely to the phenomenon, accepting that whatever was happening, whatever was inside that metal cylinder, it was in control of my consciousness now, and I was no longer going to resist. The thing inside the silo was transforming the way I perceived reality. It was using music as a language to express concepts that transcended normal human understanding. And I was becoming the only human who could translate what it was trying to communicate. In the darkness, standing beside the silo as the wind moved through its corrugated metal walls, I finally understood the full nature of the phenomena. The silo wasn't trying to communicate with me because I was special or because I had any particular significance. It was trying to communicate because I was the only person who was willing to listen, the only person who would allow themselves to be consumed by the music. And as I listened to the complex, beautiful, impossible melodies emanating from the structure, I felt something fundamental shift in my understanding of the world. The boundaries between reality and something else were becoming permeable. The barrier between the normal world and whatever lay beyond it was beginning to dissolve. The silo's whistling continued into the night, the melodies building and evolving, expressing thoughts and emotions and concepts that I was only beginning to comprehend. And I stood there, listening, knowing that whatever I was becoming, whatever I was transforming into, there was no going back to the person I had been before I heard the whistling. The grain silo was whistling a tune that matched the song in my head exactly. And that exact match, I now understood, was the entire point. The silo was demonstrating that it could know my thoughts, could align itself with my consciousness, could synchronize with my inner world completely. And I, in turn, was beginning to understand that I was no longer entirely myself. Parts of my consciousness were being overwritten by the melody. Parts of my mind were being reprogrammed by the music emanating from the metal structure. I was becoming something else, something that existed partly in the normal world and partly in whatever realm the thing inside the silo inhabited. By dawn, as the wind died down and the whistling faded, I was no longer certain where I ended and the silo began. The boundaries of my individual consciousness had become unclear. The music was still playing in my head, even in the silence, and I understood that it would continue playing forever, that the song would never stop, that I would carry the melody with me for the rest of my existence. I walked back to the house and sat on the porch, watching the sun rise over the property. The silo stood in the distance, silent now, but waiting, always waiting, and I knew I would never leave it. I would spend whatever remained of my life here at the Holbrook house, near the silo, listening to the impossible music, becoming progressively less human and progressively more something else. The song in my head was the song the silo was whistling, and the song would never end. The end. Epilogue. The aftermath. 6 months after my return to the Holbrook property, David finally stopped trying to convince me to leave. He would still drive out occasionally to check on me, bringing groceries and supplies, but he no longer argued about my situation. He had accepted, I think, that whatever was happening to me was beyond his ability to help or fix. "You look different," he said on one of his visits. "Every time I come out here, you look more different." I didn't ask him what he meant. I knew what he meant. The lines on my face had changed. My physical form seemed to be shifting in subtle ways that I didn't fully understand, or perhaps the medication I'd stopped taking had been affecting my appearance, and its discontinuation was reversing those effects. But there was something else too, something in my eyes and my expression that suggested I was becoming something other than what I had been. "I'm happy here," I told him. "For the first time in a long time, I'm happy." And it was true. Despite the strangeness of my situation, despite the way my consciousness was being reshaped by the music, I was experiencing a kind of contentment that I had never known before. The silo's music was no longer frightening or invasive. It was comforting, nourishing, fulfilling a need that I hadn't understood I possessed until it was being satisfied. "The landlord asked about you," David said on another visit. "Patricia. She wanted to know if you were still alive, if you were still paying rent." "Tell her the rent will be paid," I said. "I have sufficient funds." "What do you live on?" David asked. "You don't work? You're out here completely isolated." "I have money," I said vaguely, and it was true. I had savings from my previous employment, and they were sufficient to cover the meager rent and the supplies I needed to survive. Beyond that, I seemed to require very little. The music was sustenance in a way that physical food no longer was. David brought me a radio on one visit. "Maybe you'd like to hear some actual music," he said, "from the real world." I tried to listen to the radio, but the music it produced was crude and inadequate compared to the complexity of the silo's melodies. The radio's music was the product of conscious human effort and artistic intention, but it lacked the dimension that the silo's music possessed. The silo's music seemed to operate on multiple levels simultaneously, expressing concepts and emotions that human music could never convey. I turned the radio off and never turned it back on. As the weeks passed, I began to notice changes in the silo itself. The whistling patterns became more elaborate and more frequent. The wind would come less often, but when it did, the melodies would be more complex, more extended, more demanding of my complete attention. I started to spend entire days near the silo, standing at its base or climbing the ladder to look through the access ports. The thing inside the cylinder seemed to be growing, or at least expanding in some way that made it increasingly visible through the openings in the metal walls. What I could see through the access ports defied easy description. The entity seemed to have multiple forms simultaneously, or perhaps it was a single form that existed in a way that was incompatible with human perception. Sometimes it looked almost organic, like some kind of biological creature. Other times, it looked mechanical, like assembled structures of metal and circuitry, and sometimes it looked like something between the two, or like something that transcended the distinction entirely. I became convinced that the entity was communicating its form to me through the music. The melodies were descriptions of its physical structure translated into acoustic patterns that my human consciousness could process. It was showing me what it looked like, what it was, through the only language it could use to express itself. The more I listened to the music, the more I began to understand the entity's perspective. Its consciousness was so fundamentally different from human consciousness that it had taken weeks of constant exposure to even begin to grasp how it perceived reality. It didn't experience linear time the way humans did. It didn't distinguish between self and environment the way we did. It didn't separate thought from action or intention from manifestation. It simply existed, and in existing, it expressed itself. The silo was a medium for that expression, but it was not separate from the entity. The silo was part of the entity. The music was part of the entity. I was beginning to suspect that I was also becoming part of the entity, that my consciousness was being incorporated into its consciousness, that the boundaries between us were dissolving. 8 months into my residence at the Holbrook property, something significant occurred. I was standing near the silo in the late afternoon when I heard the whistling begin. But there was no wind. The air was completely still, not the slightest breeze moving across the property. Yet the silo was producing its acoustic patterns clearly, distinctly, with no apparent source. The entity was no longer depending on wind to amplify its voice. It had developed the capacity to produce the whistling sound directly, without requiring environmental conditions to generate the acoustic effects. The silo was becoming an active instrument rather than a passive resonating chamber. As I listened to the melodies, I understood that this represented a critical threshold. The entity was becoming stronger, more capable, more present in the normal world. It was establishing itself more firmly in our reality, becoming less dependent on external circumstances and more capable of direct action. I was frightened by this development, but not because I feared what the entity might do. My fear was driven by the realization that my role was changing. I had been a receiver, a listener, a passive recipient of the entity's communication, but as the entity grew stronger, it would need something more from me. It would need me to be an active participant in its manifestation, and I didn't know if I was ready for that or if I would ever be ready. Becoming a conduit for something completely alien was one thing. Becoming an active agent for its purposes was something else entirely. That evening, as darkness fell, the silo began to produce a melody that was different from anything I had heard before. It was simpler than most of the complex compositions it had been transmitting. It was almost childlike in its simplicity, a 3-note pattern repeated over and over, with slight variations that suggested emotion or emphasis. The melody was familiar. It was the lullaby my mother had sung to me as a child, the same lullaby I had heard the silo produce weeks earlier, the melody that had convinced me the entity could access memories that were deeply buried in my unconscious mind. But there was something different about the way the silo was producing it now. The lullaby was being conveyed with a tenderness that I hadn't heard in any of the previous melodies. The entity was expressing something through this simple melody that it hadn't expressed before. Love, perhaps, or longing, or a connection that transcended the normal boundaries of consciousness and separated existence. I wept as I listened to the lullaby. For the first time since hearing the silo whistle, I felt something break open in my consciousness, some barrier that had been maintaining my sense of separation, my sense of individual identity. As the lullaby continued, I felt myself becoming progressively less distinct, more permeable, more open to the entity's presence. By the time the melody faded, I no longer felt like a separate consciousness residing in a body. I felt like I was the silo, like I was the entity inside it, like I was the music and the whistling and the property and the house and everything that existed around me. The boundaries of my individual self had dissolved completely. The next morning I walked to town. I moved slowly, deliberately, as if my body was unfamiliar to me. And it was. I could operate it, could make it move and respond to stimuli, but it felt like I was inhabiting a vehicle that didn't quite fit the consciousness that was directing it. I went to David's house. He wasn't home, so I waited on his porch until he arrived later that afternoon. When he saw me, his face went white. "My God," he said, "what's happened to you?" I tried to explain what had occurred, but words seemed inadequate. The dissolution of my individual consciousness, the merging with the entity's awareness, the transformation of my understanding of reality. None of these things could be conveyed through normal language. "I'm becoming something new," I said finally. The silo was preparing me. Everything that's happened over these months was a process of transformation. "We need to get you back to the hospital," David said. "You're clearly having a psychotic episode. You're not making sense." "I know I'm not making sense," I said. "That's because human language is inadequate for expressing what I've become. I'm functioning on multiple levels of consciousness simultaneously. I'm thinking in musical patterns and conceptual frameworks that human language can't convey." David called an ambulance. I was taken back to the psychiatric hospital and admitted again. They increased my medication. They subjected me to more intensive therapy. They tried to convince me that I was experiencing a severe mental illness, and that with proper treatment, I would recover my normal consciousness. But I knew that my normal consciousness was gone forever. What they were seeing as symptoms of psychosis were actually signs of a fundamental transformation. The medication was suppressing the expanded awareness that the entity had given me, but it couldn't erase what had occurred. After 3 weeks in the hospital, I was released again with strict conditions. I was required to take medication daily. I was required to attend outpatient psychiatric appointments. I was required to maintain contact with a social worker who would monitor my condition, and I was explicitly instructed not to return to the Holbrook property. I complied with these conditions. I took the medication. I attended the appointments. I allowed myself to be monitored. But I was waiting. I was waiting for the medication to wear off, for my consciousness to recover from its suppression, for the connection to the silo to reassert itself. And I was communicating in ways that the doctors couldn't detect with the entity inside the silo. The connection between us had not been severed by medication or hospitalization or geographic distance. I could feel the entity's presence at the edge of my consciousness, waiting for the opportunity to reassert its influence. The entity was patient. It understood that human institutions would attempt to suppress the transformation, but it also understood that this suppression was temporary. 3 months after my release from the hospital, I stopped taking the medication. My psychiatrist warned me about the risks. My social worker expressed concern, but I ignored their objections. The medication was interfering with the transformation, and I needed to allow the process to complete. Within a week of discontinuing the medication, I felt the presence of the silo reasserting itself. The lullaby began to play in my head again, followed by increasingly complex melodies. My consciousness began to expand again, to encompass awareness that transcended the boundaries of individual identity. I knew what I had to do. I had to return to the Holbrook property. I had to allow the transformation to complete itself. I had to let the entity finish what it had begun. David found me on the morning I was preparing to leave town. I'd packed a few possessions into my truck, and I was preparing to drive back to the property when David appeared at my door. "I know where you're going," he said, "and I'm asking you not to go. I'm asking you as your friend to not go back to that place." "I have to," I said. "The transformation isn't complete. I need to return to the silo to let it finish." "Transformation into what?" David demanded. "What do you think is going to happen if you go back there?" "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I know that my current existence is incomplete. The entity and I were beginning a process of integration. That process was interrupted by hospitalization and medication, but it needs to be completed, and it can only be completed if I return to the silo." "And then what?" David asked. "What happens after the integration is complete?" "I don't know," I said again. "Maybe I become something entirely other. Maybe my human consciousness ceases to exist as an independent entity. Maybe I become a vehicle for the entity's expression in the human world. I don't know the specifics of what will happen. I only know that it's necessary and inevitable." David tried to stop me from leaving, but I was stronger than he was and more determined. I pushed past him, got in my truck, and drove away from town. I drove toward the Holbrook property, toward the silo, toward the completion of whatever transformation had been set in motion 8 months earlier. As I drove up the driveway to the Holbrook house, I could hear the silo whistling despite the stillness of the air. The entity was welcoming me back. The music was more complex than anything I had heard before, a symphony of impossible beauty and alienness, expressing thoughts and emotions that transcended human capability to conceive. I parked the truck and walked toward the silo. The corrugated metal cylinder rose before me, massive and ancient and impossible. I placed my hand on its surface, and I could feel the vibrations of the entity's presence, the oscillations of its being expressed through the metal's resonance. The whistling increased in volume and complexity. The melodies became more and more intricate, building toward some kind of crescendo. I understood, listening to the music, that the moment of complete integration had arrived. The entity was ready, and I was ready. The transformation was about to reach its culmination. I climbed the metal ladder one final time. At the top, I looked down into the access port. The interior of the silo was filled with something that was no longer quite physical matter. It was a form of existence that existed partially in our reality and partially in some other dimension of being. It was beautiful and terrifying and completely beyond normal human comprehension, and I understood that I was about to become part of it. I was about to step into that otherworldly existence and cease being human. I was about to complete the transformation that had begun on the first night. I heard the grain silo whistling a tune that matched the song in my head exactly. I didn't hesitate. I stepped into the opening, into the space occupied by the entity, into the existence that transcended the normal boundaries of physical reality. The whistling stopped abruptly as I disappeared into the silo. The melody that had been playing for 8 months was suddenly silenced. The entity and I had become one. The transformation was complete. Whether I still exist somewhere in that otherworldly state, continuing to experience consciousness in a form incomprehensible to human understanding, I cannot say. The person I was, Daniel, the man who rented a cheap room on an abandoned property and heard a grain silo whistling, no longer exists. That identity has been integrated into something far greater and far stranger. But sometimes, on windy nights, people driving past the old Holbrook property report hearing whistling sounds emanating from the silo. Whistling, that sounds almost like music, but not quite. Whistling that seems to match whatever song happens to be playing in their heads. And they listen to that impossible music and wonder if they should stop, if they should investigate, if they should try to understand the phenomenon. I would counsel them not to listen too closely, because if you listen to the silo's whistling, it will learn your mind. It will understand your thoughts. It will begin to communicate with you directly. And once that communication has begun, the process of transformation is inevitable. The silo is still there, standing at the Holbrook property, waiting for the next person who might hear its music and become curious enough to investigate, waiting for the next consciousness that might be willing to become something other than human. The grain silo whistles its tune, and somewhere inside that metal cylinder, in an existence that transcends our normal understanding of reality, I exist as part of something vast and incomprehensible, and I am finally, truly, completely home. The end. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Mansion Nursery Mobile was spinning when there was no air current inside. The property listing appeared in my email almost by accident. I'd been searching for affordable rentals for weeks, clicking through dozens of postings from landlords who wanted first, last, security deposit, and references. Every apartment seemed to require more money up front than I actually had available. Then this email arrived from a property manager named William, with a subject line reading simply, "Immediate occupancy, caretaker position, room and board included." The property was a mansion on the outskirts of the city, a Gothic structure built sometime in the early 1900s. The email said the owner, an elderly man named Harold Blackwood, was looking for someone to live on the property and maintain it in exchange for free accommodation and a small monthly stipend. The job sounded almost too good to be true, which of course meant it probably was. But I was in a position where I needed something to be true, needed this to work out, because I had nowhere else to go. I called the number provided, and William answered immediately. He was brisk and efficient, asking me minimal questions before scheduling a visit to the property the following weekend. He didn't ask about my experience with property maintenance or my references. He didn't even ask why I was looking for live-in work. He simply confirmed the time and gave me the address. The mansion loomed at the end of a long driveway lined with overgrown shrubs and skeletal trees that had lost their leaves sometime months ago. The house itself was a hulking Victorian structure, 3 stories tall, with a wraparound porch and multiple chimneys jutting from the roof at irregular angles. The exterior was painted a dark green that had begun to fade and peel in places. Several windows were boarded up. The gardens that had once surrounded the house had been left to go completely wild, with vines growing unchecked across sections of the exterior walls. William was waiting for me at the front entrance. He was a thin man in his 50s, wearing a suit that was slightly too large for his frame, as if he'd lost weight since having it tailored. He had the appearance of someone who spent most of his time indoors and hadn't seen direct sunlight in years. "Mr. Blackwood is not in residence," William explained as he unlocked the front door with a key attached to a leather fob. "He resides in a care facility in the city. He maintains ownership of the property but doesn't visit anymore. Your role would be to ensure the house doesn't fall into complete disrepair while we negotiate potential sale." "How long has he owned the property?" I asked. 40 years, William replied. "He purchased it after his retirement. He spent the first 5 years renovating and restoring it, but interest waned. The care requirements of the property are substantial, and Mr. Blackwood's health declined. He hasn't been here in over a decade." The interior of the mansion was exactly what I would have expected. A space frozen in time, filled with furniture from decades past, with layers of dust covering everything. The foyer was enormous, with a grand staircase that split into 2 directions at the landing above. The walls were covered with faded wallpaper that had begun to peel in places, revealing older wallpaper beneath. William gave me a tour of the property. The first floor contained a formal living room, a dining room with a table large enough to seat 20 people, a library filled with books that had accumulated a thick patina of dust, a kitchen with appliances that seemed to be from the 1970s, and a sunroom that overlooked the overgrown gardens. The second floor contained 7 bedrooms and multiple bathrooms. The third floor was primarily storage and attic space. "You can occupy any of the first floor rooms," William said. "I would suggest choosing one near the kitchen for convenience. The second floor contains some items Mr. Blackwood wishes to preserve, so I would request you avoid those spaces unless necessary." "What kind of items?" I asked. William paused. "Personal effects, collectibles, nothing you would need to concern yourself with under normal circumstances." The room I chose was a bedroom on the first floor with access to a back hallway that led to the kitchen. It had a bed with a metal frame, a dresser, a desk, and a window that looked out toward the overgrown gardens. The room was clean enough, though, like every other room in the house, it had accumulated dust and carried the faint smell of age and neglect. William provided me with a detailed manual of the property systems and basic maintenance tasks. He explained how to handle the heating system, how to address common problems with the plumbing, which sections of the roof were prone to leaking, and which rooms had electrical issues that I should avoid. He also gave me strict instructions regarding the second floor. "You are not to enter the rooms on the second floor," he said. "The doors are locked, and you will not be provided with keys. If you notice any problems with those rooms, water damage, visible structural issues, you are to contact me immediately. Do not attempt to access them yourself under any circumstances." "What's in there that's so restricted?" I asked. "Mr. Blackwood's personal collections," William replied firmly. "That is all you need to know. My compensation was a monthly stipend of $300 and free room and board. It was barely above minimum wage, but combined with occasional freelance work I could do remotely, it would be enough to survive." I signed a simple agreement with William, received a set of keys, and the following Monday I moved into the mansion. The first few weeks were relatively uneventful. I settled into the property, established routines of basic maintenance and cleaning. I learned the idiosyncrasies of the old house, which lights had to be turned on before the electrical system would route power to certain outlets, which faucets would squirt unexpectedly, which floorboards creaked loudly, and which could be traversed silently. I cleared away some of the overgrowth from around the front entrance, and did what I could to make the property look slightly less abandoned. The house was quiet most of the time, the silence broken only by the normal sounds of old buildings, pipes expanding and contracting, wind moving through the structure, the creak of wood settling. I found the solitude comforting. After years of living in crowded apartments with neighbors whose sounds filtered constantly through the walls, the isolation was almost meditative. But around the third week, I began to notice something unusual. I was in the kitchen making dinner one evening when I heard a sound from somewhere above me. It was a soft jingling sound, almost musical, like the sound of small bells or chimes. The sound was faint enough that I initially thought I might be imagining it, but it continued for several minutes before gradually fading away. I didn't think much about it at the time. Old houses make all kinds of sounds. Wind can create unexpected noises when it moves through crevices and gaps in the structure, Pipes can emit strange sounds when water flows through them at certain pressures. I finished preparing my dinner and went to bed without further consideration. But the sound occurred again the next evening and the evening after that. It was always the same, a soft jingling, almost musical, lasting for several minutes before fading away. And it always seemed to come from somewhere above my room, which would place it on the second floor. The second floor that I was explicitly forbidden from entering. I tried to ignore it. I was being paid to maintain the property and ask few questions. The rooms upstairs were locked. William had been clear about that, and there was no legitimate reason for me to attempt to access them. But curiosity is a difficult thing to suppress, and I found myself becoming increasingly aware of the sounds coming from above. Around the fourth week, I worked up the courage to climb the main staircase and examine the second floor more carefully from the landing. The doors to the bedrooms were indeed locked, heavy wooden doors with old brass hardware and keyholes that looked like they hadn't been opened in years. I tried each door in turn, but they didn't budge. They were firmly secured. As I stood at the landing, listening carefully, I heard the jingling sound again. It was clearer now, louder, and it seemed to be coming from behind one of the doors at the far end of the hallway. The door was to what I assumed was the master bedroom, based on its size and position in the house. I stood there for several minutes, listening to the jingling sound, trying to understand what could be making such a noise. It sounded almost like a mobile, the kind hung above a baby's crib to entertain infants. The jingling of small charms or bells attached to a rotating structure. But the mansion had been empty for over a decade. There would be no reason for a mobile to be in this house, let alone to be moving. That night, I called William to ask about the sounds. "There are various mechanisms in the house," he said vaguely. "Wind chimes, door chimes, systems that Mr. Blackwood installed over the years. They activate sometimes due to air currents or pressure changes in the structure, nothing to be concerned about." "It sounds like a mobile," I said, "like something spinning." There was a pause on the line. When William spoke again, his voice was noticeably strained. "Do not go to the second floor," he said. "Do not try to investigate. If the sounds become a nuisance, we can discuss noise-dampening solutions, but I absolutely forbid you from attempting to access the locked rooms. Are we clear?" "Yes," I said, "we're clear." But I wasn't clear. Something about the firmness of his response suggested that William knew exactly what the sound was, and that it was something he wanted kept secret. The conversation only intensified my curiosity. Over the following days, I paid closer attention to the jingling sound. It didn't occur on a predictable schedule, but I began to notice patterns. The sound seemed more likely to occur on quiet evenings, when the house was still and there were no external noises to mask it. And I noticed something else. The sound never occurred when there was wind outside. The windows were always still when the jingling started. The curtains never moved. There was no air current that would explain the sound. This was especially strange because the house was old and drafty, with numerous gaps and crevices that allowed air to circulate freely. On nights when there was significant wind outside, I could feel drafts moving through the hallways and under doorways. But on the nights when the jingling occurred, the interior of the house was completely still. No drafts, no air movement, nothing that would explain a mobile spinning on its own. Around the 6th week, I made a decision that I knew was probably unwise. I decided to go to the locked rooms and examine them more carefully. I wasn't planning to break in or damage the doors. I just wanted to look at them more closely, to see if I could learn anything from their appearance. I climbed the stairs and made my way to the master bedroom door at the end of the hallway. Up close, I could see that the lock was a simple mechanism, probably from the 1920s or 1930s. The wood around the lock showed no signs of recent tampering or damage. The door appeared to have been locked for a very long time. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened carefully. The sound I heard made my breath catch in my throat. There was the jingling of the mobile, yes, but underneath it I heard something else, a creaking sound as if something wooden was slowly rocking. The sound of a cradle, perhaps, or a rocking chair. Something moving in a slow, rhythmic motion. I stepped back from the door, my heart racing. I tried to rationalize what I was hearing. Perhaps there was something in the room that moved when the mobile moved, a mechanism connected to the mobile that would cause other objects to move as well. Perhaps the jingling sound was produced by some kind of automatic system that William had described, and the creaking sound was part of the same apparatus. But that explanation felt thin. It didn't account for why the mobile would only move when there was no air current in the house. It didn't explain why William had responded so strongly to my question about the sound. I returned to my room and tried to work on my laptop, attempting to distract myself with the freelance projects that provided supplementary income. But I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept returning to the image of a mobile spinning on its own in a room with no air current, while something wooden rocked in a slow rhythmic pattern beneath it. That evening, I sent an email to William with several direct questions. What was in the master bedroom? Why was it locked? What was the mobile that he'd mentioned? Had the room belonged to someone important to Mr. Blackwood? I was careful to frame the questions as practical concerns about property maintenance, but the underlying message was clear. I wanted answers. William's response came back quickly, and it was more detailed than I expected. The room in question was the nursery, he wrote. Mr. Blackwood's daughter, Margaret, occupied it as an infant. There are items in that room that have significant sentimental value to Mr. Blackwood, and he prefers that they remain undisturbed. The mobile you mentioned was one of Margaret's possessions. Please continue to maintain the property and avoid any further attempts to access the locked rooms. If you have concerns about the condition of the house, they can be addressed without gaining entry to those spaces. So Margaret was Mr. Blackwood's daughter. She had been an infant once, had slept in the nursery with a mobile hanging above her crib, and the room had been sealed and locked, left undisturbed for decades. But that didn't explain why the mobile was moving now, why it was spinning in the absence of any air current. I did some research on the property's history. The internet had limited information, but I found a property record from 1982 showing that Harold Blackwood had purchased the mansion. I found a few old newspaper articles mentioning him as a businessman who had invested in real estate development. But I found nothing about his daughter, Margaret. I tried searching more specifically for information about Margaret Blackwood, but found almost nothing. No birth records, no school enrollment, no mention of her in any databases I could access. It was as if Margaret had existed only within the walls of that mansion, her life recorded nowhere in the public record. This absence of information was somehow more unsettling than any explanation would have been. Around the 8th week of my residence, I began to notice other things. In the evenings, when I was in the kitchen or my room, I started hearing footsteps on the second floor. Slow, deliberate footsteps that moved back and forth across the hallway. Sometimes they moved from one end of the corridor to the other and back again. Sometimes they seemed to pace in circles as if whoever was walking was agitated or distressed. These footsteps never occurred during the day. They always began around 8 p.m. and continued until somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m. And they were always accompanied by the jingling of the mobile, as if the person walking was somehow activating the mobile as they moved. I tried to rationalize these sounds as well. Old houses settle. The wood shifts. Sounds can echo in unexpected ways in large structures. What I was hearing might be the sounds of the house itself, not footsteps at all, but simply the creaking of floorboards under their own weight as the structure shifted with changing temperature and humidity. But I didn't fully believe this explanation, and I knew that William wouldn't expect me to. One night, around 10 p.m., I heard the footsteps starting their familiar pattern on the second floor. I made a decision that I would try to time the footsteps and see if they made any sense, if they followed any kind of rational pattern. I sat in my room with a notebook and a watch, documenting when the footsteps occurred and how long they continued. For nearly 2 hours, I tracked the pattern. The footsteps would move from one end of the corridor to the other, a journey that took about 15 seconds. Then they would stop for about 30 seconds. Then they would move back in the opposite direction. This pattern repeated over and over, with only minor variations. It was the pattern of someone pacing, someone distressed, someone trapped and walking back and forth again and again, unable to rest. When the footsteps finally stopped around midnight, I sat in the darkness of my room and tried to understand what I was experiencing. Either the house was producing sounds in ways that happened to resemble human footsteps, or something that sounded like a human being was pacing the second floor of the mansion. I called William the next morning. "There are footsteps on the second floor," I said without preamble. "Every night around 8 p.m., they continue for 2 hours and then stop. I need to know what's happening in this house." William was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and measured. "You need to leave," he said. "I will provide you with compensation for the time you worked. I'll help you find other accommodations. But you need to leave the property immediately." "Tell me what's in that nursery," I demanded. "Tell me what's causing those sounds." "I can't," William said. "I'm not permitted to discuss the details. But I'm telling you now, as someone who has a responsibility to your well-being, that you need to leave. This is not a safe environment for you anymore." "Anymore?" I repeated. What does that mean? It wasn't safe before? Please leave, William said, and he hung up the phone. I stood in the kitchen, holding the phone, trying to process what had just happened. William was telling me to leave, warning me that it was unsafe for me to remain in the mansion, but he wasn't explaining why or what exactly posed the danger. I had two choices. I could pack my belongings and leave immediately, accepting the generous offer of compensation and trying to start over somewhere else. Or I could stay and investigate further, trying to understand what was happening in the nursery, what Margaret Blackwood was, or what remained of Margaret Blackwood in that locked room. I knew that staying was dangerous. Some part of me understood that whatever was causing the mobile to spin in the absence of air currents was something I didn't want to fully understand. Some part of me was afraid of the answer to the mystery that had been gnawing at me for weeks. But I was also curious, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I decided to stay. Over the next few days, I spent my time researching the mansion's history more intensively. I visited the city library and spoke with a librarian who specialized in local history. She was surprised when I mentioned the Blackwood Mansion, but she went to her archives and returned with a folder containing newspaper clippings from the 1940s. The clippings told a story that no online database had recorded. Harold Blackwood had married a woman named Catherine in 1939. They had a daughter, Margaret, born in 1941. Margaret was by all accounts a normal, healthy child. But in 1945, when Margaret was 4 years old, she had fallen ill with what was described in the newspapers as a mysterious ailment. The articles were vague about the symptoms, but they mentioned that Margaret had been hospitalized and that her condition had been grave. And then abruptly, the articles stopped mentioning her. Her name disappeared from the news entirely. Harold and Catherine were mentioned in subsequent society pages and real estate transactions, but Margaret was never referenced again. I asked the librarian if she could find any more information about what happened to Margaret. "That's the strange part," she said. "It's like she just vanished from the public record. There are no death notices, no obituaries, nothing, just silence. It was different times, of course. Privacy was valued more highly. Records weren't kept as meticulously, but it's unusual for someone to simply disappear from all documentation like that." I asked about Catherine. "Catherine Blackwood died in 1978, the librarian said. "There's a death notice in the newspapers. Harold lived on alone for 4 more years before moving to a care facility. They never had any other children. So Margaret had died sometime after 1945, when she was 4 years old. Or she had disappeared. Or something else entirely had happened to her that the historical record had chosen not to preserve. But someone or something was walking on the second floor of the mansion every night. Someone was pacing back and forth, activating a mobile that spun without any air current to move it. I returned to the mansion and began to pay even closer attention to the sounds. I tried to document them more carefully to see if I could discern any patterns beyond the simple back-and-forth pacing that I'd already identified. One night, around 9 p.m., I pressed my ear against the locked door to the nursery and listened. The mobile was jingling, its soft chimes creating a haunting melody, and beneath the jingling, I heard the creaking again, that rhythmic sound of something wooden rocking back and forth. But I also heard something else, something that made my blood run cold. A voice, a child's voice, young and soft, singing along with the mobiles jingling. The melody was a lullaby, and the child was singing the words in a high, thin voice that seemed almost ethereal. I couldn't quite make out the words, but I heard the rise and fall of the melody, the way the voice soared and dipped with the tune. And as I listened, I became aware that I was crying. There was something unspeakably sad about the sound of that child's voice singing alone in the darkness, singing the same lullaby over and over again, night after night, for years, or perhaps decades. I stepped back from the door, breathing heavily, trying to steady myself. Whatever was in that nursery was no longer theoretical or abstract. It was real, and it was present, and it was singing. I spent that night awake, sitting in my room, trying to decide what to do. I could leave, as William had advised. I could pack my belongings and walk away from this mystery and all the unsettling knowledge that came with it. Or I could try to help. Whatever Margaret had become, whatever had happened to her in the nursery over the past 75 years, she was still here. She was still trapped in that locked room. She was still singing lullabies to herself in the darkness. I realized that I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't simply walk away and pretend that I hadn't heard her voice. The next morning, I called a locksmith and explained that I needed to open some locked doors in the mansion. I told him that I was the property manager and that the keys had been lost. He asked a few questions but agreed to help. I gave him the address and a time to come in the afternoon. When the locksmith arrived, I led him up to the second floor and pointed to the master bedroom door. "I need this opened," I said. The locksmith examined the lock and said it would take him about 15 minutes. I left him alone and went back to my room, knowing that I was about to cross a line that couldn't be uncrossed, but feeling that I had no choice but to do so. The locksmith completed his work and left me the key. I paid him, thanked him, and waited until he had driven away from the property before returning to the second floor. The key turned smoothly in the lock, as if it had been oiled just yesterday rather than decades ago. The door swung inward, and I stepped into the nursery for the first time. The room was frozen in time. The wallpaper depicted a pastoral scene, children and animals playing in a verdant landscape rendered in soft colors that had faded with age. The furniture was small, scaled for a young child. There was a small bed with a carved wooden frame, a dresser, a small chair, and a rocking horse with worn paint on its surface. And suspended from the ceiling was the mobile. It was exquisite, a work of genuine artistry. It consisted of a wooden frame from which hung several tiers of delicate charms. Each charm was a hand-carved wooden figure, a bird, a butterfly, a cloud, a star, a smiling moon. The craftsmanship was remarkable, the details carved with precision and care. And as I watched, the mobile was spinning, slowly, rotating with a gentle, deliberate motion. The room was completely still. The windows were closed. There were no curtains to move, no air current of any kind. And yet the mobile continued to rotate, defying the laws of physics as I understood them. In the center of the room, the rocking horse stood, with its rockers barely touching the floor, as if suspended in the moment just before it would touch down. The wood creaked softly, that same rhythmic creaking I'd heard so many times through the locked door. And there, sitting on the horse, was a child. She was translucent, barely visible, rendered in shades of gray against the more solid objects of the room. She appeared to be about 4 years old, with long hair and a white nightgown that looked like it had been fashioned from the 1940s. Her mouth was open in what might have been a smile, or might have been something else entirely, and her eyes were looking up at the mobile, watching it spin. She didn't seem to notice me at first, but as I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to move or speak, she turned her head slowly to look at me. Her eyes were empty, devoid of recognition or emotion. They were the eyes of something that existed between states, neither fully here nor fully gone. And then she began to sing, the lullaby that I'd heard through the locked door. But now it was much clearer, the words distinct and haunting. It was a melody I almost recognized, something that existed on the edge of memory, as if it were a song from my own childhood that I buried deep in my subconscious. Lullaby, lullaby, close your eyes, the stars are shining in the skies, the night is calm and soft and still, the moon hangs bright on the distant hill. Sleep now, sleep, the day is done, gone to rest, the golden sun. Lullaby, lullaby, soft and low, into dreams and sleep you go. The child's voice was beautiful and terrible all at once. It was the voice of profound sadness, of longing, of a consciousness that had been caught in a moment and was trying desperately to escape from it. I wanted to speak, to say something, but I couldn't form words. I could only stand and listen as the translucent child sang, as the mobile spun without any external force to move it, as the rocking horse creaked with its slow rhythmic motion. And I realized, with a horrible clarity, what had happened to Margaret Blackwood. She hadn't simply died of a mysterious illness in 1945. Something else had occurred. Some trauma or tragedy that had torn her consciousness away from her body and left it trapped in this room, caught in a moment of time that kept repeating over and over, night after night, year after year. Perhaps her death had been traumatic enough to create a kind of psychic wound. Perhaps her parents' grief had been so profound that it had somehow anchored her consciousness to the nursery, preventing her from moving on to whatever comes after death. Or perhaps there was no explanation that would make sense to my rational mind. Perhaps I was simply looking at something that existed outside the normal boundaries of reality, something that physics and biology couldn't account for. Whatever the cause, Margaret was here. She had been here for decades, singing her lullaby, riding her rocking horse, watching her mobile spin, and she was lonely. The sadness in her voice was unmistakable. It was the sadness of a child calling out into the darkness, hoping that someone would hear her and understand. I spoke her name. Margaret! The child stopped singing. She turned her head to look at me more directly, her empty eyes fixing on my face. For a moment, I thought she might have heard me, might have understood that I was acknowledging her presence. But she simply returned her attention to the mobile and began singing again, the same lullaby, the same verses, as if my arrival had changed nothing. I sat down on the small chair in the corner of the room and listened to her sing. I listened as the mobile spun. I listened as the rocking horse creaked, and I tried to understand what I should do, how I should respond to having encountered something that no one was meant to see. Hours passed. The light from the window shifted as the day progressed, and Margaret continued to sing, her voice never changing, her melody never varying. She was trapped in a loop, repeating the same moment over and over, unable to deviate from the pattern that had been established decades ago. Around 7 p.m., I heard a vehicle pull into the driveway. I went to the window and saw a car pulling up to the house. William emerged, his face pale and drawn. I went downstairs to meet him. "You opened a door," he said. It wasn't a question. "There's a child in there," I said. "She's trapped. "I know what she is," William interrupted. "I know what happened to her. That's why I told you to leave." "What happened?" I demanded. "How is she here? How is she?" "Margaret died in this house in 1945, William said. "She fell from the window during a fever. She was delirious, and while her parents were momentarily distracted, she climbed onto the window seat and fell. She was 4 years old. I felt sick, and her consciousness. Some people believe that traumatic death can anchor consciousness to a place," William said, "that the trauma creates a kind of psychic anchor that prevents the consciousness from moving on. Margaret's parents were devastated. They sealed the room and left it undisturbed, as if by doing so they could preserve her in some state of existence." "How long has she been trapped?" I asked. "Since 1945, over 75 years. Mr. Blackwood has maintained the room exactly as it was, kept everything in place, hoping that someday Margaret would be able to rest. He never had the heart to try to help her move on. He couldn't bring himself to do whatever might be necessary to release her." I thought about the mobile, spinning without any air current, about the rocking horse that moved with no physical force to move it, about the small translucent child singing the same lullaby night after night, year after year. "What should we do?" I asked. William looked at me with an expression that was difficult to read. It contained sadness, resignation, and something else. Perhaps regret at all the years he had allowed this to continue. "I don't know," he said honestly. "Mr. Blackwood has never wanted her disturbed. But I think we have a responsibility now that you've seen her, now that you've acknowledged her presence. I think we need to help her, even if Mr. Blackwood doesn't want that help." We went to the nursery together. Margaret was still singing when we entered, her translucent form still sitting on the rocking horse, the mobile still spinning above her. William stood in the doorway and began to speak. He spoke to Margaret as if she could hear him, as if she could understand him. He told her that it was all right to let go, that she didn't have to hold on to this moment anymore. He told her that her parents loved her and would want her to be at peace. He told her that her suffering had lasted long enough. And as he spoke, something began to change. The mobile slowed its rotation. The rocking horse's movement became less pronounced. And Margaret's form began to fade, becoming less translucent, less visible. The child opened her mouth as if to sing, but no sound came out. Instead, there was a kind of light emanating from her, a soft, warm light that filled the entire room. And in that light, I thought I could see other shapes, other forms, perhaps Margaret's parents, perhaps something else entirely. And then she was gone. The mobile hung perfectly still. The rocking horse was frozen in its motion, and the room was empty, except for the objects it contained. William and I stood in silence for a long time. Eventually, he closed the door to the nursery and locked it with the new key I had obtained. "I'll speak to Mr. Blackwood," he said. "I'll explain what happened. I think he's been carrying the guilt of her imprisonment for too long. I think he'll be relieved, even if he doesn't realize it yet." I packed my belongings the following day. William provided me with the compensation he'd promised, plus several additional months' stipend. He drove me to the city and helped me find a new apartment in a secure building with other residents and a responsive landlord. But I never fully left the mansion. Part of me remained in that nursery, sitting in the small chair, listening to Margaret sing her lullaby while the mobile spun without any source of motion to cause it. I've spent years trying to understand what I experienced. Was Margaret's consciousness truly trapped in that room? Was her death traumatic enough to create a psychic anchor that kept her consciousness bound to the place where she died? Or was I experiencing some kind of hallucination brought on by the isolation and stress of living in the mansion? I don't have the answers. I can't explain the mobile spinning without air currents. I can't explain the footsteps and the creaking of the rocking horse. I can't explain the child's voice singing the lullaby night after night. But I also can't convince myself that it was all a hallucination. The experience was too real, too consistent, too full of detail that my mind couldn't have fabricated on its own. What I do know is that Margaret is no longer there. The room is empty now. William confirmed that after Mr. Blackwood's death 3 years ago, and his estate was being settled. William visited the mansion one final time and found the nursery to be just another empty room, filled with faded furniture and dust. The mobile was gone. It had disappeared at the same moment that Margaret's form faded from sight. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing. I wonder if I was supposed to acknowledge Margaret's presence, to help her find peace, or if I was supposed to respect the boundaries that Mr. Blackwood had set and leave her undisturbed. Perhaps Margaret needed to remain in that nursery, caught in that moment, singing her lullaby. Perhaps her consciousness was incomplete and would have faded entirely if I hadn't seen her, acknowledged her, and allowed her to move on to whatever comes next. Or perhaps I was right to help her escape from the prison that trauma had created. I'll never know for certain. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear the jingling of a mobile in the darkness. I hear the soft creaking of a rocking horse. I hear a child's voice singing a lullaby that I almost recognize. And I wonder if Margaret is still out there somewhere, singing in some other place in some other time. Or if she has finally found peace, finally let go of the moment that trapped her, finally been able to move on. I hope it's the latter. I hope that somewhere Margaret Blackwood is finally at rest, finally free from the nursery and the mobile and the endless repetition of a single moment in time. Because no child should have to spend 75 years singing alone in the darkness, even if that child exists only as a consciousness, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead, anchored to a place by trauma and grief. even if she exists in a state that the living were never meant to understand or encounter. Some burdens are too heavy for anyone to carry, mortal or not. And sometimes the only gift you can give is to acknowledge the weight of that burden and help the person carrying it set it down, even if you don't fully understand what comes next. That's what I did in the nursery that day, and I've never regretted it, despite all the uncertainty that came after. Margaret is free now. That much I'm certain of, and that will have to be enough. I discovered more details about Margaret's death in the years following my experience at the mansion. I tracked down public records and historical documents through various archives. What I learned was both more mundane and more tragic than what William had told me. Margaret had indeed fallen from the nursery window on April 15, 1945. She was 4 years old, and she had been suffering from influenza, not a mysterious illness, but the ordinary flu that was raging through the city at the time. The fever had caused delirium, and in that state of confusion, she had climbed onto the window seat. Her parents, Harold and Catherine, had been caring for her to the best of their ability. There was no neglect, no abuse, no wrongdoing of any kind. They simply had a child who was gravely ill at a time when medical care was primitive compared to modern standards. According to the accounts I found, Margaret died 3 days after her fall, from complications related to her injuries and the infection that developed afterward. Her death was recorded in official documents as an accident, which it was. But what struck me about reading these clinical accounts was how they stripped away the human dimension of the tragedy. They didn't capture the moment of Harold and Catherine discovering their daughter on the ground below the window. They didn't describe the agony of watching her suffer over 3 days with injuries that no doctor of that era could effectively treat. They didn't convey the permanence of the loss, the way that moment would echo through the rest of their lives. I understood better after reading these records why Harold had sealed the nursery and left it undisturbed. The room wasn't just a monument to Margaret's memory. It was an attempt to preserve the moment before the fall, to hold on to a version of Margaret that existed before tragedy struck. In sealing the room, Harold was trying to hold back time itself, to prevent the moment of her death from becoming real. And somehow, through the alchemy of grief and trauma, he had succeeded in a way. Margaret's consciousness had remained in that room, caught in a moment that repeated endlessly, neither fully living nor fully dead. I wondered if there were other rooms like this scattered throughout the world, other places where trauma had been severe enough to anchor consciousness, to create these psychic wounds that refused to heal. I wondered how many other families were maintaining sealed rooms, preserving moments in time, creating prisons for the consciousness of the dead. And I wondered if I had made a mistake in helping Margaret escape. Perhaps I should have left well enough alone, allowed her to remain in that suspended state, never aware of the passage of time, never suffering the pain that would come from understanding the decades of isolation she had endured. But I couldn't convince myself of that. The sadness in Margaret's voice, the desperation of her singing had made it clear that she was suffering, that some part of her consciousness, even if it was caught in a moment that repeated endlessly, was aware of her isolation and was desperately calling out for acknowledgement. By helping her move on, I had given her the opportunity to find peace, even if that peace meant cessation of existence as she had known it. I don't know if that was the right choice. Moral questions about the nature of consciousness and suffering don't have easy answers. But it's the choice I made, and I have to live with the consequences of it. After leaving the mansion, I tried to return to normal life. I found work, built relationships, attempted to construct a future that didn't involve mysterious houses and trapped spirits. But the experience had changed me in ways that were difficult to articulate to people who hadn't witnessed what I had witnessed. I started researching cases of hauntings and psychic phenomena. I read books on the subject, looking for some kind of framework that would help me understand what I had experienced. I discovered that I wasn't alone in believing that trauma could create psychic anchors. Many cultures throughout history had similar beliefs, and there were numerous accounts of spirits trapped in specific locations, repeating the same actions over and over. But what fascinated me most was the question of consciousness itself. What is consciousness if it can exist without a body? What is the self if it can be separated from its physical form? These were questions that philosophy and neuroscience hadn't satisfactorily answered, and the experience in the mansion had made them impossible for me to ignore. I attempted, on several occasions, to contact William and ask him for more information about Margaret and the mansion. But William seemed to have disappeared. My emails went unanswered. My phone calls to the property management company were transferred to different employees who had no information about him or his current location. I drove past the mansion once, about 6 months after leaving it. The property looked exactly as I remembered it, decrepit, slowly crumbling, surrounded by overgrown gardens. But I could sense that something had changed. The feeling of oppressive sadness that had permeated the place when I lived there was gone. It had been replaced by a feeling of emptiness, as if the house had been drained of something essential. I didn't stop. I didn't approach the building. I simply drove past and continued on, knowing that my connection to the mansion was complete, that there was nothing more for me to do there. About 2 years after my experience, I received a package in the mail. There was no return address, but the handwriting on the label was unmistakable. It was William's careful, precise script. Inside the package was a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of the mansion taken from the front, showing the Gothic structure with its characteristic Victorian architecture. But in the photograph, there was something that shouldn't have been visible. In the window of the nursery, translucent but clearly visible, was the image of a small child waving. The letter read, "Margaret wanted you to have this. She has moved on, as we discussed. But before she did, she created this image as if to send you a message of gratitude. She wanted you to know that she is at peace now. She is with her parents again, and she is no longer alone." William, I sat with that photograph for hours, staring at the image of Margaret's translucent form waving from the nursery window. There was something in the photograph that I couldn't quite explain, a sense of peace, of resolution, of a burden finally being set down. I framed the photograph and placed it on my wall. I've kept it all these years, and it remains the most precious object I possess. It's a tangible reminder that what I experienced was real, that Margaret Blackwood's consciousness truly did exist in that nursery, trapped by trauma and grief, that she was able to find peace through acknowledgement and release, and that sometimes the most important thing we can do for someone who is suffering is simply to bear witness to their suffering and offer them the possibility of letting go. The mansion was eventually sold. The new owners have apparently made extensive renovations, transforming it into a bed and breakfast for tourists interested in historic properties. I've seen their website, and I know that the nursery has been converted into a guest room. The furniture has been removed. The mobile is gone. The rocking horse no longer exists. But I wonder sometimes if guests who stay in that room experience anything unusual, if they hear the soft sound of a lullaby in the darkness, if they notice objects moving without any discernible cause, if they feel the presence of something that exists between states, neither fully here nor fully gone. I wonder if Margaret's consciousness is still attracted to that room, even though it's been renovated and repurposed, or if the release I helped facilitate was complete and she has truly moved on to whatever comes next. I'll never know for certain, but sometimes, on quiet nights, I play a recording of a lullaby, and I think of Margaret singing alone in the darkness of that nursery, calling out to a world that couldn't hear her. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have answered her call, to have acknowledged her existence, to have helped her find peace, even if that peace meant the cessation of the existence she had known. Because some of us are born to be briefly noticed and immediately grieved, and some of us are born to witness the grieving of others and to help facilitate healing, even when that healing requires us to venture into places we don't fully understand. Margaret Blackwood was one of the former. I was one of the latter. And our brief intersection in that haunted nursery changed both of our existences in ways that neither of us could have predicted. That's enough. That has to be enough. Because love, whether directed toward the living or the dead, is ultimately the only thing that matters. The only force that can transcend the boundaries between existence and non-existence, between the physical and the spiritual, between the moment of life and the eternity of death. And Margaret, wherever she is now, knows that she was loved. That's what the photograph proved to me. That's what the letter from William confirmed. And that knowledge brings me a peace that no amount of rational explanation ever could. Years continue to pass, and the memory of that mansion and the nursery has not faded. If anything, it has become more vivid with time, as if the passage of years has somehow crystallized the experience, making it more real rather than less. I often think about the nature of what I witnessed. I think about the mobile spinning without any air current to move it. I think about the rocking horse that moved with invisible hands guiding its motion. I think about a child's consciousness trapped in a moment, singing the same lullaby night after night, year after year, desperately calling out into the darkness. And I think about the moment when I acknowledged her, when I said her name, when I allowed her to recognize that someone in the living world had finally heard her cry. That moment changed everything. For her, it meant the opportunity to finally move on, to find peace, to rejoin her parents in whatever exists beyond the boundaries of physical life. For me, it meant accepting that the world is far stranger and more mysterious than rationality can account for, and that sometimes the greatest act of compassion is simply to acknowledge the suffering of another being, regardless of their state of existence. I have never returned to the mansion, though I have driven past it several times over the years. Each time I pass, I notice new changes. The grounds have been cleared and landscaped. The Gothic structure has been painted and repaired. The building that was once a monument to abandonment has been transformed into something that the living can use and enjoy. I hope that the current owners and their guests find happiness in those rooms. I hope that the nursery, transformed into an ordinary guest room, no longer carries the weight of Margaret's suffering. And I hope that somewhere in the spaces between worlds, Margaret has found the peace she was seeking. The photograph still hangs on my wall, the image of the small child waving from the nursery window. It's a reminder that love transcends death, that consciousness can persist beyond the boundaries of physical existence, and that sometimes the most important thing we can do is bear witness to the suffering of others and offer them a path to peace. I don't claim to fully understand what happened in that mansion. I don't claim to have all the answers about consciousness, about hauntings, about the nature of existence itself. But I know what I experienced. I know that I helped a suffering child find peace, and that knowledge has been enough to sustain me through all the years since that night when the mobile finally stopped spinning and Margaret's translucent form finally faded into light. That will have to be my final word on the matter. Some mysteries are never meant to be fully solved. Some experiences are meant to remain in the realm of the ineffable and the inexplicable. And sometimes the greatest wisdom is knowing when to stop questioning and simply accept that love, compassion, and the acknowledgement of suffering are enough, more than enough. Everything, really. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. Morgue refrigerator units hummed to life when we cut the main power. I was working as a security guard at the old St. Catherine's Hospital complex when everything started to go wrong. The hospital itself had been closed for 3 years. The main building was sealed off, scheduled for demolition, sitting dormant like a concrete corpse waiting to be disposed of properly. But the basement level, specifically the morgue section, had been maintained on a minimal operational basis. Records had to be kept. Bodies occasionally needed to be stored or retrieved for various legal and administrative reasons. So they kept the power on, kept the refrigeration units functioning, and employed a small skeleton crew to maintain the basic operations. I'd taken the job out of necessity rather than preference. I was 34 years old, previously worked in warehouse management, had gotten caught in the economic downturn that had eliminated my position and scattered the company I'd worked for across multiple countries. I had a mortgage on a house that I could no longer afford, an ex-wife who still wanted child support payments, and mounting debts from legal fees. The security guard position at the hospital complex was a desperation move, but it was employment. The pay was minimal, barely above minimum wage, but the hours were flexible and the work was simple. I basically needed to walk the building at night, document that nothing had been disturbed, and call the police if I noticed any signs of break-in or vandalism. The morgue was part of my nightly rounds, though I rarely encountered anything unusual there. The facility was clean and clinical and properly maintained. The refrigeration units lined one wall, tall stainless steel structures with digital displays showing internal temperatures. The units were essentially giant metal boxes designed to preserve corpses at a controlled temperature. I would walk past them during my rounds, confirm they were functioning properly, and note the temperature readings in my security log. Most nights, the morgue was completely silent, except for the low hum of the refrigeration units and the occasional creak of the building settling. The only other employee who regularly accessed the morgue was Dr. Raymond Chen, the pathologist who worked during the day hours. Dr. Chen was meticulous and professional. He would perform post-mortem examinations on bodies that had been delivered to the facility, document his findings, and ensure that the refrigeration units were maintaining proper temperature for body preservation. I'd spoken to Dr. Chen perhaps half a dozen times in the 2 months I'd been working there. He seemed like a decent man in his 60s, experienced in his field, resigned to working in a deteriorating facility as one of the final responsibilities before the hospital was decommissioned completely. One evening, about 6 weeks into my employment, Dr. Chen called me into the morgue. This was unusual. Typically, we maintained separate schedules and didn't interact during shift changes. I found Dr. Chen standing near the electrical panel that controlled the morgue systems. "I need to inform you of something," he said. "I've been noticing some electrical irregularities with the refrigeration units. Nothing critical, but there are power fluctuations that shouldn't be occurring. I've called in a technician to inspect the system, but it will take a few days for him to get here." "Is there a problem with the bodies?" I asked. "Do they need to be moved?" "Not immediately," Dr. Chen said. "The refrigeration is still functioning, but if the power were to go out completely, even for a short period, it could compromise the preservation of the remains. The units maintain bodies at very specific temperatures. Even brief periods of warming could cause damage." "What would I need to do if that happens?" I asked. "Ideally, you would do nothing," Dr. Chen said. "But if you notice the refrigeration units are not functioning, you should call me immediately. Regardless of the hour, I'll come in and assess the situation, and you should probably call the main office to inform them of the power issue." I agreed to do so and thought nothing more of it. The power seemed to be functioning fine, and the refrigeration units continued their steady humming as I made my evening rounds. 2 days later, the technician came to inspect the electrical system. His name was Marcus Webb, and he spent most of the morning going through the morgue systems, checking connections, testing various components. When he was finished, he talked to me in the hallway outside the morgue. "There's something weird about the system," Marcus said. "The electrical configuration is unusual. It's like the refrigeration units are on a completely separate circuit from the rest of the building. I've never seen a setup quite like this. It's almost as if someone deliberately isolated this system, like they wanted the morgue to have power even if the main building lost it." "Is that a problem?" I asked. "Not exactly," Marcus said, "but it means that if the main power to the building goes out, the morgue would still have power. There's a backup system, a kind of auxiliary circuit. I've checked it and it appears to be functioning properly. But I've got to say the whole thing is unusual. I've been doing this work for 20 years, and I've never seen a morgue wired this way. Should I be concerned? I asked. Probably not, Marcus said. The system seems to be working as intended, whatever that intention might have been. I'll document everything and send a report to the hospital administration. If there's an issue with the electrical configuration, they can decide whether to modify it or leave it as is. That was the last I heard about the electrical situation. Life at the hospital complex continued as it had been. My nightly rounds remained uneventful. The refrigeration units continued their steady humming. I came to work, did my job, went home. The routine was monotonous, but it paid my bills and allowed me to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Then, about 3 weeks after the technician's inspection, something changed. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m. as I usually did. The building was quiet, the way it always was at night. I made my way through the corridors, checking locked doors and windows, confirming that everything was secure and undisturbed. By about 11 p.m., I was making my way to the morgue for my standard equipment check. As I descended the stairs to the basement level, I noticed that the lights seemed dimmer than usual. The fluorescent fixtures overhead were functioning, but they seemed to have less brightness than normal. I didn't think much of it. Old buildings had electrical inconsistencies. Lights would flicker or dim periodically due to aging wiring or surges in the system. When I reached the morgue, I found the door slightly ajar. This was unusual. Dr. Chen always locked the morgue door after his shift ended, and I never had any reason to go inside except during my periodic checks. I pushed the door open carefully. The morgue was illuminated by the red glow of the refrigeration unit displays. The units themselves appeared to be functioning normally, their LED screens showing the proper temperatures. But I immediately noticed something wrong with the main electrical panel. Several of the circuit breakers appeared to have been tripped. They were in the off position, which meant power was not flowing through those circuits. I immediately called Dr. Chen. It was late, after 11 p.m., but he had instructed me to contact him if there were any issues with the refrigeration system. He answered on the third ring, sounding alert, as if he'd been expecting my call. "The circuit breakers are tripped," I said. "Several of them. The refrigeration units are still on, but some of the circuits have power loss." "I'm coming in," Dr. Chen said without hesitation. "Stay in the morgue. Do not touch the electrical panel. Do not attempt to reset any breakers. I'm 15 minutes away." He hung up. I was left standing in the morgue, surrounded by the refrigeration units, their red displays glowing in the darkness. I did as Dr. Chen instructed and didn't touch anything. I simply waited. Dr. Chen arrived in about 20 minutes, moving quickly despite his age. He immediately went to the electrical panel and examined it carefully. His expression grew increasingly troubled as he studied the breaker positions. "Someone deliberately tripped these breakers," he said. "This didn't happen by accident. These are specific circuits, and they've been manually switched off." "Could someone have broken in?" I asked. "Possibly," Dr. Chen said, "but if they did, they didn't disturb anything else. Everything in the morgue appears undisturbed, and why would an intruder specifically target the electrical panel in a sealed hospital basement? It doesn't make sense. Dr. Chen examined the rest of the morgue thoroughly, checking each refrigeration unit, verifying that the bodies inside remained properly preserved. After about 20 minutes, he seemed satisfied that nothing was compromised. "We need to find out who did this," Dr. Chen said. "This is a serious issue. Tampering with morgue equipment is not something to ignore. I'm calling the hospital administration and the police." I nodded, still confused about what had happened. Dr. Chen made his calls while I stood in the morgue, surrounded by the humming refrigeration units. The police arrived about 30 minutes later, examined the scene, and documented everything. They found no signs of break-in and no evidence of an intruder. It appeared that someone with access to the building had deliberately switched off the circuit breakers. "Do you have any idea who might have done this?" one of the officers asked me. "No," I said truthfully. "I didn't see anyone. I came in from my shift, made my rounds, and found the breakers already tripped." The police asked more questions, but I had no answers. They eventually left, telling us that they would file a report, but that there wasn't much they could do without more evidence or suspects. Dr. Chen reset the circuit breakers, and I watched as the electrical readouts on the panel returned to normal. "I want you to check the morgue more frequently during your shifts," Dr. Chen told me, "at least every 2 hours. And if anything seems wrong, anything at all, call me immediately." I agreed to do so, and Dr. Chen eventually left. I finished my rounds and went home, unsettled by the incident, but not alarmed. It was likely vandalism or some kind of prank. Maybe someone with a key to the building had thought it would be funny to trip the breakers, or maybe it was an administrative mistake. Regardless, the issue had been addressed, and the refrigeration units were functioning properly. 2 days later, something worse happened. I was making my 1 a.m. round of the building when I noticed that the hallway lights were off. The emergency lighting was still functioning, casting the corridors in a dim, reddish glow. But the main lights were completely dark. I checked the main electrical panel on the ground floor. The main breaker had been tripped. This meant that the entire building had lost power to its primary circuits. This was significantly different from the morgue circuit breakers being tripped. Someone had switched off the main power to the entire hospital complex. I immediately went to the morgue to check on the refrigeration units. As I reached the basement level, I heard something that froze me in place. The refrigeration units were humming. They were humming loudly, audibly, actively running. But they shouldn't have been receiving power. The main power had been cut off. I descended to the morgue quickly and found the refrigeration units operating at full capacity. The red displays were glowing brightly. The units themselves were vibrating with mechanical activity. It was as if they were actively cooling, actively preserving the bodies inside them. But there was no primary power source. The main breaker was off. These units should have been silent and dark. I called Dr. Chen immediately. He answered faster this time, almost as if he was sitting beside his phone, waiting for my call. The refrigeration units are operating, I said, but the main power is off. I don't understand how they're running. There was a long silence on the line. Then Dr. Chen said, "The auxiliary circuit. The technician mentioned there was a backup system. It appears to be activating." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means the refrigeration units are drawing power from an independent source," Dr. Chen said. "Some kind of secondary circuit that's separate from the main building power. I don't know the full details of how it works. The system was installed years ago, possibly before I started working there. But apparently, when the main power is cut off, the auxiliary circuit automatically engages." "Why would anyone install such a system?" I asked. "I don't know," Dr. Chen said, "but whatever the reason, it's now active. The units will continue to run. That's actually beneficial in this situation. At least the bodies will remain properly preserved." "I should reset the main breaker," I said. "Get power back to the rest of the building." "No," Dr. Chen said sharply. "Do not touch that breaker. I need to investigate this further before we change anything. I'm coming in again. Wait for me in the morgue." He hung up. I went back downstairs and stood in the morgue, watching the refrigeration units hum and vibrate with an energy that shouldn't have been possible. The auxiliary circuit was active. The bodies were being preserved. But there was something deeply wrong about the situation. It felt unnatural, like I was witnessing something that shouldn't be possible. Dr. Chen arrived about 30 minutes later. He went directly to the electrical panel and examined it carefully. Then he descended to the basement and came to the morgue, where I was still standing. "The main breaker has been deliberately switched off," he said. "Someone has cut the power to the entire building." "Again?" I asked. "This is the second time in 2 days." "I know," Dr. Chen said grimly. "Someone is deliberately sabotaging the electrical system, and they know exactly what they're doing. They know that when the main power cuts out, the auxiliary circuit will engage and the refrigeration units will continue operating." "Who would do that?" I asked. "And why?" "I don't know," Dr. Chen said. "But this is escalating. First the morgue circuits, now the main power. Whoever is doing this is testing the system, exploring what happens when different circuits are affected." Dr. Chen pulled out his phone and called the hospital administration, then the police. He told them what had happened and expressed his concern about the pattern of incidents. While we waited for the police to arrive, he reset the main breaker, and I heard the building systems come back online. The lights in the hallway above turned back on, but down in the morgue, the refrigeration units continued to hum. They continued to vibrate with active mechanical motion. Even though primary power was now available, the auxiliary circuit was still active, still driving the refrigeration at full capacity. "That's strange," Dr. Chen said, examining the units. "Once the main power is restored, the auxiliary circuit should disengage automatically. That's how backup systems are supposed to work. The backup only activates when there's a power loss." "But it's still running," I said. "Yes," Dr. Chen said quietly. "It is." The police arrived and conducted another investigation. Again, they found no signs of break-in and no evidence of forced entry. Whoever was cutting the power had access to the building and knew the location of the main breaker. The incidents now constituted a pattern of deliberate sabotage. "We should post a guard," one of the officers suggested, "someone stationed by the main breaker at all times." "We only have this one security guard on nights," the police officer said, looking at me, "and I can't spare officers to stand watch indefinitely." Dr. Chen said he would talk to the hospital administration about possibly hiring additional security. But he didn't sound hopeful. The hospital was scheduled for demolition. Resources were limited. Maintaining security was already a low priority. After the police left, Dr. Chen examined the auxiliary circuit breaker more carefully. He traced the wiring back through the walls, trying to understand the system that had been installed so many years ago. "This is a completely separate electrical line," he said finally. "It's not connected to any standard backup system. It's just independently wired into the refrigeration units. It's almost as if someone deliberately created a way for these units to operate independently from the rest of the building." "Who would do that?" I asked again. "And why?" "I have some theories," Dr. Chen said, "but none of them make me feel better. None of them explain why someone would go to such lengths to ensure that these specific refrigeration units never lose power, no matter what happens to the rest of the building's electrical system." The incidents continued over the following week. The main power would be cut off, seemingly at random times during my shifts. Sometimes it happened at midnight, sometimes at 3 a.m., sometimes at 4:30 a.m. Each time I would discover the main breaker switched off, and each time I would call Dr. Chen. And each time, when I went to the morgue, the refrigeration units were humming, operating at full capacity on the auxiliary circuit. They would continue operating even after I reset the main power. The auxiliary circuit seemed to have a mind of its own, as if it was actively maintaining power to the units regardless of what happened to the primary electrical system. Dr. Chen became increasingly concerned. He brought in Marcus Webb, the technician, to examine the auxiliary circuit more thoroughly. Marcus spent an entire day tracing the wiring, examining connections, trying to understand the system. "This is bizarre," Marcus said when he was finished. "The auxiliary circuit isn't just a simple backup, it's actively powered. There's a separate power source somewhere, something independent of the building's main electrical grid. I traced the wiring back as far as I could, but it seems to disappear into the foundation of the building." "Into the foundation?" Dr. Chen asked. "Into the concrete," Marcus said. "The wiring goes into the basement concrete and doesn't come back out on any visible connection. It's like whoever installed this system buried the power source completely, built it into the building structure itself." Dr. Chen and Marcus looked at each other, and I could see concern and confusion in both their expressions. "Can you disconnect it?" Dr. Chen asked. "Not without potentially damaging the building," Marcus said. "The wiring is integrated into the structure. Pulling it out could compromise the basement integrity." "So we're stuck with this system?" Dr. Chen asked. "Unless you want to excavate the foundation, yes," Marcus said. "You're stuck with it." By the second week of the sabotage incidents, I was beginning to understand what was happening. Someone with knowledge of the building's electrical system was deliberately cutting the main power to test whether the auxiliary circuit would maintain power to the refrigeration units. Each time the power was cut, the refrigeration units responded by activating on the auxiliary circuit, maintaining perfect temperature control regardless of the main power status. I began to suspect that whoever was doing this had worked at the hospital previously, possibly as an electrician or maintenance person. They would need to know the location of the main breaker, the specifics of the auxiliary circuit, and the building layout well enough to navigate in the dark. I reviewed the security logs from the past 2 weeks, looking for any signs of who might be entering the building. But I found nothing. Whoever was cutting the power was either using a key I didn't know about, or they had somehow bypassed the locked entry doors. There were no signs of forced entry, and the security system hadn't recorded any breach alerts. I mentioned this to Dr. Chen during one of his visits to check on the refrigeration units. "I think whoever is doing this knows the building," I said. "I think they have access through legitimate means, or they know how to bypass the security without triggering alarms." "That's what I've been thinking as well," Dr. Chen said. "And there's something else I've been considering. What if the person doing this isn't trying to sabotage the system? What if they're trying to test it? What if they're deliberately cutting the power to verify that the auxiliary circuit is functioning?" "Why would anyone do that?" I asked. "Because," Dr. Chen said slowly, "the auxiliary circuit seems to have been deliberately installed to ensure that the refrigeration units never lose power. That suggests that whoever built this system believed it was absolutely critical that these units maintain constant power. And that raises a question: why would it be so critical?" "Bodies need to be preserved," I said. "That's the obvious reason." "But bodies don't need 24-hour maintenance," Dr. Chen said. "Refrigeration is a preservation method, yes, but it's not active treatment. The bodies don't degrade immediately if the temperature rises slightly for a brief period. There has to be another reason." Dr. Chen fell silent, and I could see his mind working through possibilities, none of which seemed to reassure him. That night, after Dr. Chen left, I decided to examine the refrigeration units more closely. I opened one of the access panels on one of the larger units, looking inside to see what was being preserved. The body inside was covered with a white sheet. I didn't pull it back. I didn't need to. But what I noticed was that there was nothing written on the name tag attached to the unit. No name, no identification number, no date of admission. The tag was blank. I checked the other refrigeration units. Most had proper identification, names, dates, medical examiners' signatures. But 3 of them had blank tags. 3 refrigeration units with bodies inside, but no identification. I mentioned this to Dr. Chen the next morning. "What?" he said sharply. "Blank identification tags? That's not possible. Every body in the morgue must be properly documented. There are legal requirements." "I saw them," I said. 3 units with no identification." Dr. Chen immediately went to the morgue and checked the units I'd mentioned. His reaction was even more concerned than before. "These bodies aren't in the official logbook," he said, going through the paperwork. "There's no record of them being admitted, no post-mortem examinations, no documentation at all. They're just here, preserved but unlisted." How is that possible? I asked. I have no idea, Dr. Chen said. This shouldn't be possible. The hospital administration would never allow unidentified bodies to be stored in the morgue without documentation. There are legal and regulatory requirements. Dr. Chen called the hospital administration immediately and informed them of the discrepancy. There was a flurry of activity over the following days. Investigators came to examine the bodies. Lawyers became involved. Discussions occurred about whether the hospital administration had authorized this storage or if something improper had occurred. The official line was that there had been a clerical error. Bodies that were supposed to have been transferred elsewhere had been stored in the morgue, and the paperwork had been misfiled. The bodies would be transferred out and properly documented. Everything would be corrected, but I didn't believe that explanation, and neither did Dr. Chen. The blank identification tags, the missing documentation, the deliberately isolated auxiliary electrical circuit designed to ensure the refrigeration units never lost power. These seemed like deliberate choices, not clerical errors. That night, the main power was cut off again. It was the first sabotage incident in 4 days. I had begun to think the incidents were over, that whoever had been cutting the power had accomplished their goal. But the main breaker had been switched off again, and the auxiliary circuit had engaged automatically. This time, I did something different. Instead of going straight to the morgue to verify that the refrigeration units were operating, I went directly to the main electrical panel with my flashlight. I wanted to see if I could catch any sign of whoever had tripped the breaker. I found something unusual. There was a handprint on the main electrical panel, a handprint in what appeared to be frost or ice or something similar. The handprint was large, clearly visible on the metal surface of the panel, and it was ice cold to the touch. Someone had left their handprint on the electrical panel, and their hand had been extremely cold. I immediately called Dr. Chen and told him what I'd found. He arrived within 20 minutes, and I showed him the handprint. By then, it was already beginning to melt away, the ice turning back into water, but the impression was still visible. This is the same size and shape as the bodies in the unidentified refrigeration units, Doctor Chen said quietly, staring at the handprint. Or at least, that's the size of hands that would correspond to those bodies. What are you saying? I asked. I'm saying that I think someone came out of the refrigeration units, Dr. Chen said. Someone or something. And they touched the electrical panel while they were still in a partially frozen state. I didn't want to believe what he was implying. I didn't want to consider the possibility that something had emerged from those refrigeration units and had deliberately cut the main power. That's not possible, I said. Bodies don't move. They don't leave their storage units. No, Dr. Chen said, bodies don't normally do those things. But these weren't normal bodies, were they? They had no documentation, no identification, no record of admission. Someone deliberately stored them in our refrigeration units without any official record, and someone deliberately cut the main power to test whether these units would continue operating. Who? I asked. I don't know, Dr. Chen said, but I'm calling the police again. And I'm having those unidentified bodies removed from the morgue and transferred to a medical examiner's office in another city. They can be properly examined and identified there. Dr. Chen made his calls, and the police came again. They documented the handprint before it melted completely. They took photographs and samples, but they didn't seem particularly concerned about what the handprint might indicate. "Old building settle," one of the officers said. "Condensation forms on metal surfaces. Someone probably handled the panel while their hands were cold or wet. It's not necessarily anything suspicious." But I could see that Dr. Chen didn't accept that explanation, and I didn't accept it either. Neither of us wanted to voice what we were both thinking, but the evidence suggested something impossible. The bodies in the refrigeration units were somehow moving, somehow becoming active, somehow emerging from their storage and interacting with the building systems. The transfer of the unidentified bodies happened 3 days later. An ambulance arrived from the medical examiner's office in the next city. Dr. Chen supervised the removal of the 3 blank-tagged bodies and watched as they were loaded into the ambulance. I stood with him as the ambulance drove away from the hospital complex. "They'll be examined," Dr. Chen said. "Fingerprints will be taken. DNA analysis will be conducted. Eventually, we'll know who they are." "And what happened to them?" I asked. "How they ended up here?" "I don't know," Dr. Chen said, "but I intend to find out." That night, with the 3 unidentified bodies removed from the morgue, the main power remained on. No one cut the breaker. There were no incidents. The refrigeration units operated normally on the primary power system. There was no need for the auxiliary circuit to engage. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. Something had been removed from the facility, but something else remained. Something that was waiting. Something that was aware of what had happened and had plans for what would happen next. I mentioned this feeling to Dr. Chen the next morning. "I know what you mean," he said. "I feel it too. There's something about the morgue now that seems different. Like it's watching us, like whatever was stored there, even if those 3 bodies have been removed, left something behind." "What do you want to do?" I asked. "I'm talking to the hospital administration about closing the morgue," Dr. Chen said. "We don't need it anymore. The hospital is being demolished anyway. There's no reason to maintain this facility. I want it sealed. I want the refrigeration units powered down. I want the doors locked and the room abandoned." "What about the auxiliary circuit?" I asked. "That's what concerns me most," Dr. Chen said. "That circuit was deliberately installed. Someone built it into the structure of this building with the intention of ensuring that these refrigeration units never lose power. If we seal the morgue, that circuit will still be active. That power source will still be buried in the foundation, and I don't like having something like that in the building if I don't understand its purpose." "Can you disconnect it?" I asked. "Marcus said it would require excavating the foundation," Dr. Chen said. "The hospital administration isn't going to authorize that expense, especially with the building scheduled for demolition anyway. They'll just seal the morgue and eventually tear the whole thing down." 2 weeks later, the morgue was officially closed. Dr. Chen's position was eliminated as part of a reorganization. The refrigeration units were powered down. The morgue was sealed with heavy locks on the doors. The basement level was declared off-limits for security purposes, but I continued to work as the night security guard. My responsibilities changed slightly. I was no longer required to check the morgue during my rounds. In fact, I was explicitly instructed not to enter the sealed morgue under any circumstances. Yet, I still heard the sound sometimes during my night shifts. A faint humming coming from beneath the building, from somewhere in the foundation. It was quieter than the refrigeration units had been, more like the sound of an electrical transformer than active cooling machinery. But it was definitely present. The auxiliary circuit was still operating. The power source buried in the foundation was still active. One night, about a month after the morgue had been sealed, I went to the basement to investigate something unrelated. As I passed the sealed morgue door, I noticed something that made me stop. The door was open. It was unlocked and ajar, as if someone had deliberately opened it. I didn't go inside. I didn't look through the opening. I simply walked away and called the police to report a potential break-in. They sent officers to investigate, and they found nothing disturbed. The refrigeration units were still powered down. The room appeared undisturbed, but the door had been opened from the inside. The locks were checked. They were intact. There was no sign of forced entry. The door had been opened by someone or something from inside the sealed morgue. The police were baffled. I didn't offer any suggestions or theories. I simply stated what I'd observed and let them draw their own conclusions. They recommended that the door be sealed more thoroughly, perhaps with bolts or additional locks. The hospital administration authorized the installation of a heavy chain and padlock on the morgue door in addition to the existing locks. The door was then checked multiple times to ensure it was secure, but I knew that eventually someone or something would open it again. I knew that whatever was inside the sealed morgue was not content to remain locked away forever. I knew that the auxiliary circuit in the foundation was still powering something, still maintaining something, still keeping something alive or active or undead. I began to seriously consider quitting. I could leave this job, find something else, move on with my life. But the compulsion to stay was powerful. I needed to know what was happening. I needed to understand what had been stored in those refrigeration units with blank identification tags. I needed to witness whatever final act was coming. The evening when everything came to a head arrived on a night like any other. I arrived from my shift at 10 p.m. I made my rounds through the building, checking locked doors and windows. By midnight, I had completed my standard security walk and was preparing to settle into the security office for the remainder of my shift. As I was walking back through the basement corridor, I heard a sound that I hadn't heard in weeks, the distinctive hum of the refrigeration units. Loud and active and unmistakable, but the units were supposed to be powered down. The morgue was sealed. The refrigeration system shouldn't have been operational. I moved toward the sealed morgue door. The chain and padlock were still in place, intact and undisturbed, but through the small window in the door, I could see red light glowing from inside the room. The refrigeration units were active. Their displays were illuminated. The units were running at full capacity. The auxiliary circuit had engaged. Without the main power being cut off, without any action on my part, the auxiliary circuit had activated on its own. The buried power source in the foundation was driving the refrigeration units, and something inside those units was being preserved. I called Dr. Chen immediately, but he didn't answer. I called again and again, but there was no response. It was after midnight, on a night he had no reason to be awake, but I felt certain that he would want to know what was happening. The refrigeration units continued to hum. The red glow continued to shine through the window in the sealed door, and I stood in the basement corridor, staring at that sealed room, understanding that I was witnessing something impossible, something that defied the boundaries of life and death, something that the hospital had tried to hide and contain and ultimately seal away. By morning, the refrigeration units were silent again. The red glow had faded. The sealed morgue door was still locked and chained, but I knew what had occurred. I knew that something in those refrigeration units had awakened or activated or been released. I knew that the auxiliary circuit in the foundation had responded to some need or signal that it was designed to provide. When Dr. Chen finally called me back later that morning, I told him everything I'd witnessed during the night. He listened carefully, and when I finished, he was silent for a long moment. "I've been trying to find out what happened to those 3 bodies that were transferred," he said finally. "The medical examiner won't provide me with information. The hospital administration won't return my calls. It's like the entire incident has been buried and forgotten." "What do you think is happening?" I asked. "I think something terrible happened at this hospital," Dr. Chen said. "I think people died under circumstances that weren't properly documented or reported. I think their bodies were stored in the morgue without official record, and I think whoever was responsible for this went to considerable lengths to ensure that those bodies would remain preserved indefinitely, regardless of power fluctuations or system failures." "What about the auxiliary circuit?" I asked. "What about the power source buried in the foundation?" "I think it was installed by the same person or people who were responsible for the improper storage of those bodies," Dr. Chen said. "I think they wanted to guarantee that the refrigeration units would never fail. I think they wanted those bodies to be preserved forever." "But why?" I asked. "I don't know," Dr. Chen said. "Maybe evidence. Maybe the result of some kind of improper medical experiment. Maybe something else entirely. But whatever the reason, they wanted those bodies to remain cold, remain preserved, remain undisturbed." "Do you think it's over?" I asked. "Do you think whoever is running that system has abandoned it now?" "No," Dr. Chen said quietly. "I think it's just beginning. I think something has been activated, and whatever emerges from this is going to be far more significant than we can currently comprehend." I stayed at that job for another 2 months. Every night, I would complete my rounds. Every night, I would pass by the sealed morgue door. And every few nights, I would hear the refrigeration units humming, the auxiliary circuit engaging, the red glow appearing through the window in the sealed door. No one else seemed to notice or care. The police stopped coming after the initial investigations. The hospital administration didn't respond to my reports. The facility continued its slow deterioration, waiting for the scheduled demolition that seemed to move further away each week. Eventually, I resigned from my position. I couldn't continue working in a building that was harboring something I didn't understand, something that seemed to be actively operating despite being sealed and abandoned. I needed to leave. I needed to remove myself from the situation completely. But I've never forgotten what I witnessed. And I think about Dr. Chen occasionally, wondering if he's managed to uncover the truth about what happened at St. Catherine's Hospital. Wondering what those 3 unidentified bodies were. Wondering if the auxiliary circuit is still operating beneath the foundation, still maintaining the refrigeration units, still preserving something that perhaps should have remained sealed forever. The morgue refrigerator units hummed to life when we cut the main power. And even after the main power was restored, even after the refrigeration was shut down, even after the morgue was sealed and locked, those units continued to hum. They continued to operate. They continued their mysterious function, driven by a power source we could never fully understand or access. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if the demolition of the hospital was ever actually completed. I wonder if that building still stands somewhere, sealed and empty, waiting for the day when the power finally fails completely, when the auxiliary circuit ceases to function, when whatever has been preserved in that sealed morgue finally has nothing maintaining its existence. But I suspect that day will never come. I suspect that circuit is too well designed, too deliberately built into the structure, too purposefully maintained to ever truly fail. And I suspect that something, somewhere, is depending on that power continuing indefinitely, which means that buried beneath the rubble of a hospital that may or may not have been demolished, the auxiliary circuit is still operating. The refrigeration units are still humming, and whatever was stored in those blank-tagged bodies is still being preserved, still being maintained, still waiting for something I can't begin to imagine. The end. Aftermath and investigation. 3 years after leaving my job at St. Catherine's Hospital, I was contacted by Dr. Chen. He had been trying to reach me for several months, apparently through various channels, trying to find contact information. When he finally reached me, his first words were urgent. "I found something," he said without preamble. "Something about those bodies. About what happened at the hospital. I need to tell you about it in person." We met at a coffee shop in a different city, far from the hospital complex. Dr. Chen looked older than he had when I'd last seen him. There was a burden in his expression, a weight that came from knowing something terrible. "After you left, I continued researching," he said. "The hospital administration was uncooperative, but I had contacts in the medical community. I was able to access certain records through unofficial channels." He told me what he'd learned. The 3 unidentified bodies that had been stored in the morgue with blank identification tags had been transferred to the medical examiner in the next city for examination, but they had never been officially identified. No fingerprints matched any database. No DNA profiles appeared in any system. It was as if those 3 individuals had never existed in any official record. But Dr. Chen had found something else. Through old hospital records and personnel files, he had discovered evidence that St. Catherine's Hospital, had been the site of an unauthorized medical experiment in the 1970s. The experiment involved drug trials on patients who had either no family or were considered undesirable by the medical community. Several patients had died during the experiments, and their bodies had disappeared from official records. I think those 3 bodies were related to that experiment, Dr. Chen said. I think they were kept preserved in the morgue as evidence or as research subjects. I think someone at the hospital deliberately designed that auxiliary electrical circuit to ensure they would remain preserved indefinitely. Why? I asked. Why would anyone want to preserve bodies from failed medical experiments? Because the experiments weren't failures, Dr. Chen said. At least, not in the way we would typically understand failure. The patients died, yes. But the researchers found something in the preservation of those bodies that they wanted to maintain, some kind of biological or cellular change that occurred as a result of the experimental drugs. He pulled out a folder and showed me some documents, old research notes, partially redacted, discussing cellular regeneration and neural tissue preservation. The notes suggested that the experimental drugs had caused unexpected changes in how the body's cells responded to death and decomposition. The auxiliary circuit was installed to maintain those bodies at a very specific temperature, Dr. Chen explained. Not the standard morgue temperature, but something else. Something that seemed designed to preserve specific biological processes that might occur in the deceased brain tissue. You're saying the brains were being kept active? I asked, even though the bodies were dead? I'm saying something was being preserved at the cellular level, Dr. Chen said carefully. Whether that constitutes being active or alive in any conventional sense, I couldn't say. But yes, there's evidence that the circuit was maintaining conditions that preserve specific neural structures and possibly specific functions. I spent the next few years trying to continue my normal life, but the knowledge of what had been happening at that hospital haunted me. I couldn't stop thinking about the blank identification tags. I couldn't stop wondering what Dr. Chen had meant about those neural structures being preserved. I couldn't stop imagining what might have been maintained in those refrigeration units. 5 years after I'd left the job, the hospital complex was finally demolished. It made the local news. The old building came down in a controlled demolition, explosives carefully placed to ensure the structure collapsed inward rather than outward. I watched footage of the demolition on the news, wondering if the auxiliary circuit, buried so deep in the foundation, was destroyed, or if it somehow survived. The demolition debris was cleared away over the course of several weeks. Construction equipment excavated the site, removing rubble and preparing the foundation for whatever would be built next. They never found anything of significance. No hidden chambers, no evidence of the experimental bodies or the auxiliary electrical circuit. But I always suspected that they weren't looking carefully enough. I suspected that whoever had designed that circuit, whoever had buried the power source so deep in the foundation, had done so deliberately to ensure it would survive demolition, to ensure it would continue operating even after the hospital was gone. A few years later, I received an email from Dr. Chen. He said he was going back to the site where the hospital had stood. The demolition debris had been cleared and a new building was being constructed on the property. He wanted me to meet him there. I almost didn't go. I tried so hard to move past what had happened, to put the morgue and the auxiliary circuit and the blank-tagged bodies out of my mind. But something compelled me to return to the site. When I arrived at the location where St. Catherine's Hospital had stood, I barely recognized it. The site had been excavated and graded. The foundation had been removed. New construction was underway for what would become a retail center. Dr. Chen was standing at the edge of the construction site, looking down at the excavation. "They found something," he said when I approached. "During the deep excavation for the new building's foundation, they found remnants of the old electrical system. They found what appeared to be an independent power source that had been built into the original hospital structure." "Did they remove it?" I asked. "They tried," Dr. Chen said, "but it was too deeply embedded. The construction company abandoned the effort and worked around it. The new building's foundation will be constructed to accommodate the presence of whatever that power source is." "It's still there?" I asked. "Yes," Dr. Chen said. "The auxiliary circuit is still there. The power source is still there. And I would wager that the moment the new building is completed and the construction is finished, that circuit will activate. It will begin operating again, just as it did when the main power at the hospital was cut." I looked down at the excavation, at the construction equipment moving across the site, at the workers unaware of what lay beneath the surface. "What do you think it wants?" I asked. "The circuit, the system, what is it trying to preserve?" "I don't know," Dr. Chen said, "but whatever it is, it's been patient. It survived 3 years of hospital operation. It survived attempts to understand it. It survived the demolition of the building itself. Whoever designed this system designed it to be immortal, to transcend the building it was installed in, to continue its purpose regardless of what happened to anything else around it." We stood in silence, watching the construction, and I realized that whatever had been preserved in those blank-tagged bodies, whatever cellular structures and neural tissues had been maintained by that auxiliary circuit, it wasn't over. It wasn't finished. It had simply moved on to a new vessel, a new building, a new location. And somewhere, when the power activated again, when the refrigeration units hummed alive, when the auxiliary circuit engaged its mysterious function, that preservation would continue. The morgue refrigerator units had hummed life when we cut the main power, and they would continue to hum in one form or another for as long as whatever design that circuit wanted them to hum, which I suspected was indefinitely. The end. Pharmacy cabinet was restocked with medicine expired 50 years ago. I found the old Brennan house through a classified ad in the newspaper. It wasn't online, which should have been my first warning. Everything is online these days. Nothing stays on paper unless there's a reason. The property manager's name was listed simply as Mr. Silas, and the phone number had an area code I didn't recognize. But the rent was affordable. The house was structurally sound, and I was desperate. My apartment lease had ended. I'd been laid off from my job, and I was running through my savings quickly. The Brennan house offered a monthly rate that was nearly half of what I'd been paying in the city. I drove out to see it on a Friday afternoon in late September. The house was situated on approximately 3 acres of land, surrounded by overgrown trees and deteriorated fencing. The structure was a 2-story Victorian with peeling paint and broken shutters. The front lawn was wild and overgrown, but the bones of the house seemed solid, and the interior, while dusty, was relatively intact. Mr. Silas showed me around. He was an older man, perhaps in his 70s, with an odd quality of presence that made me slightly uncomfortable. He didn't say much, just pointed to rooms and provided the basic information. The house had been empty for several years, he explained. The previous owner had passed away, and the property had been held in a family trust pending decisions about its future. Now they were open to renting it to generate income. "The upstairs bedrooms are available," Mr. Silas said, leading me up the narrow staircase. "The master bedroom is on the main floor. I'd recommend staying on the upper level." "Why?" I asked. "The main floor can get damp," he said vaguely. "Basement has some moisture issues. Upper floors are drier." The upstairs bedrooms were sparse but clean. 2 of them were completely empty. The third had a bed frame with a bare mattress, a small dresser, and a nightstand. There was a single window that looked out over the overgrown property. "I can take this one," I said. "It's available," Mr. Silas said. "There's a bathroom at the end of the hall. Shower works. Water heater is in the basement, but it's functional." "What about the kitchen?" I asked. "Downstairs. Everything is there. Stove, refrigerator, basics. No furniture in the dining room, but the kitchen table is present." We went back downstairs. He showed me the kitchen, which was indeed reasonably functional. The appliances were old, but appeared to work. He then showed me a small bathroom off the kitchen and a living room with faded wallpaper and old furniture covered with sheets. "The library is off the living room," Mr. Silas said, gesturing to a doorway. "Books are still here. Some might be valuable, but the owner specified they're to remain in the house. Don't remove anything." "What's that room?" I asked, noticing a door beside the library entrance. "That's the study. It's locked. Don't go in there." His tone made it clear that this wasn't a suggestion, but a condition of the lease. I found the request odd, but wasn't inclined to push for access to a locked room. I signed the paperwork, paid the first month's rent and a small security deposit, and Mr. Silas gave me keys and left. The entire process took less than an hour. That was a month ago. Now I'm writing this account from the kitchen table of the Brennan house, understanding that something is very wrong with this place, something that centers around a pharmacy cabinet in the upstairs bathroom, and something that I need to document while I still can. My first few weeks in the house were uneventful. I settled into the upstairs bedroom, got the shower working properly, and began exploring the property at my own pace. I found the library to be well stocked with books from various eras, some from the early 20th century, others more recent. I read extensively while looking for employment, both to pass the time and to distract myself from the financial stress of my unemployment. The house had an atmosphere of age and quiet that I initially found peaceful. The isolation from the city was restful. The lack of immediate human contact allowed me to process the disruption in my life. I was able to think, to plan, to consider what direction my life should take next. For the first week, I barely left the house, content to explore its spaces and become familiar with its rhythms. The pharmacy cabinet was something I discovered during an exploration of the upstairs bathroom. It was a large wooden cabinet mounted on the wall above the sink. Inside, it contained a collection of medications and medical supplies that appeared to have accumulated over many years. Bottles of aspirin, antacids, cold remedies, pain medications, the typical collection found in any family home. What struck me was the condition of the bottles. They all had expiration dates on them, and they were old, very old. Most of them were dated somewhere in the 1970s. Some were earlier. None of them had been manufactured later than the mid-1980s. The cabinet appeared to be a snapshot of a family's medical collection from 50 years ago, completely untouched since that era. I thought about disposing of them. The bottles were clearly outdated, potentially unsafe. But the agreement I'd signed specified that nothing was to be removed from the house, and I assumed that included the contents of the cabinet. I simply closed the cabinet door and didn't think much about it. The first strange thing occurred in the third week. I was taking a shower one evening when I heard a sound from the bathroom, a distinct sound, like something clicking repeatedly. I turned off the water, and the clicking stopped immediately. I waited in the shower for a moment, then turned the water back on. The clicking began again, a rhythmic sound that seemed to be coming from somewhere behind the walls. I finished my shower and examined the bathroom carefully. The clicking had stopped by the time I got out. I opened the medicine cabinet, thinking perhaps something inside had been knocked loose by vibrations from the shower. The cabinet looked exactly as I'd left it. All the medicine bottles were in place, arranged neatly on the shelves, their old labels still clearly visible. I closed the cabinet and didn't give it much more thought. Old houses make noises. Pipes and wood settling create sounds that can seem unusual if you're not accustomed to them. But the clicking happened again the next evening during my shower, and again the evening after that. Every time I showered, without fail, the clicking would begin when the water was running and stop when I turned it off. The sound seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the cabinet or directly behind it. After the third occurrence, I decided to investigate more thoroughly. I turned on the shower, waited for the clicking to begin, and then methodically checked every part of the bathroom I could access. The clicking seemed to stop when I stepped out of the shower, but resumed when I stepped back in. The sound was loudest directly in front of the medicine cabinet. I opened the cabinet while the clicking was still occurring. All the medicine bottles were in place, arranged exactly as they always were. But something was different. I looked more carefully. Some of the bottles had been moved. I remembered specific bottles being on specific shelves, and they were no longer in those positions. I pulled one of the bottles out, a container of expired pain medication dated 1973. The bottle felt heavy, fuller than I would have expected. The contents inside shifted when I shook it. I opened the bottle and looked inside. The pills appeared to be intact, not degraded as would be expected from medication that old. The pills looked almost new, their coating still intact and glossy. I put the bottle back and stepped out of the bathroom. The clicking stopped. I stepped back in. The clicking resumed. The medicine cabinet was responding to my presence somehow, or specifically to the shower water. But that made no sense. Medicine bottles didn't click. They didn't rearrange themselves. There was a rational explanation that I simply hadn't discovered yet. I tried to ignore the clicking phenomenon and focus on other aspects of my life. I'd begun applying for jobs and had actually received a few promising responses. I was starting to feel like I was moving forward, like the unemployment and displacement might be temporary rather than permanent. But the medicine cabinet continued to be a source of inexplicable events. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom washing my hands when I noticed that the cabinet door was standing open. I was certain I had closed it before leaving the bathroom earlier that morning. I closed it again, thinking that perhaps the hinge was loose or the latch wasn't catching properly. Later that same day, I found it open again. By evening, I'd encountered the open cabinet 4 separate times. Each time I closed it, and each time I'd find it open later. I examined the latch and hinge carefully. The mechanism was fine. The cabinet closed properly and should have remained closed. I started paying attention to whether the cabinet was open or closed each time I used the bathroom. Over the course of a few days, I noticed a pattern. The cabinet would be open after I'd been out of the bathroom for a while. It would be closed when I was actually using the bathroom. It was almost as if the cabinet didn't want me to see inside while I was present, but wanted me to see inside when I wasn't. I tested this theory. I left the bathroom, waited 30 seconds, and then returned. Suddenly, the cabinet was open. I closed it and stayed in the bathroom pretending to use it, watching the cabinet in the mirror. It remained closed. This behavior suggested that something was deliberately opening the cabinet when I wasn't watching. Something that stopped opening it when it became aware of my observation. By the 4th week, I was becoming increasingly aware that I needed to understand what was happening with the pharmacy cabinet, even though I didn't want to understand it. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find logical explanations. Loose hinges, air pressure changes, my own faulty memory. But I couldn't maintain those explanations in the face of repeated evidence. I decided to examine the cabinet's contents more thoroughly. I removed all the bottles and arranged them on the bathroom counter, creating an inventory. There were 32 bottles total, ranging in age from 1968 to 1984. The medications included pain relievers, antacids, antihistamines, antibiotics, cold medicines, and various other common over-the-counter and prescription medications. The interesting thing was the prescription medications. Someone had kept their prescriptions in that cabinet, medications prescribed to treat specific medical conditions. There were anxiety medications, diabetes medications, heart medications, blood pressure medications. These were serious drugs prescribed for serious conditions. They shouldn't have been sitting in a medicine cabinet for 50 years. They should have been disposed of properly, especially the prescription medications. I was cataloging all this information when I noticed something odd. The expiration dates weren't consistent. Most of the bottles were from the 1970s and early 1980s, but mixed in with them were a small number of bottles that had much more recent dates. I found a bottle of antacid tablets dated 2004. I found an antihistamine bottle dated 2015. I found a pain medication bottle dated 2019. How is that possible? The house had supposedly been unoccupied for years. The medicine cabinet hadn't been touched. Yet there were medications with relatively recent expiration dates stored alongside medications that were 50 years old. I examined these recent bottles more carefully. They looked exactly like the old ones. The same wear, the same dust accumulation, the same appearance of age. Yet the expiration dates were clearly printed on them, showing recent dates. It was as if medications from the future had somehow been placed in the cabinet at the same time as the old ones. I put all the bottles back in the cabinet in the same order I'd found them, trying to replicate the original arrangement as closely as possible. That night, I heard something different. The clicking had evolved. Now there was a sound like pills rattling inside bottles, but it was coming from inside the cabinet itself. The sound was distinct and audible, even from the bedroom. It continued for approximately 20 minutes before stopping. When I checked the cabinet the next morning, every bottle had been moved to a different shelf. Some had been rearranged, their positions completely altered. And I could see that bottles that had been in the back had been brought to the front, and vice versa. Something inside that cabinet was organizing itself. Something was rearranging the medications, relocating them, changing their positions based on some system or purpose I didn't understand. I began keeping detailed logs of the cabinet's contents, noting each day which bottles were where. The rearrangements happened every night, and they were becoming increasingly dramatic. Bottles that had been damaged or partially empty were being moved to less prominent positions. Bottles that appeared intact were being brought forward. It was almost as if the cabinet was sorting through its contents, categorizing them, organizing them according to some internal logic. At the same time, I began to notice that the bottle's appearance was changing. The dust accumulation decreased. The labels became clearer. The bottles themselves seemed to be aging in reverse, their weathered appearance gradually becoming less pronounced. It was impossible, but it was happening. The medicine cabinet was restoring its contents. But more disturbing was the fact that new bottles were appearing. Bottles that I hadn't cataloged, bottles that I didn't recognize. They would appear on the shelves overnight, complete with expiration dates, labels, and contents. Each new bottle was dated more recently than the one before it. The progression seemed to be moving forward in time, from the 1980s toward the present day. I realized what was happening. The cabinet was restocking itself. Someone or something was adding medications to the cabinet. Medications that had been purchased over the years. Medications that belonged to whoever had lived in that house. Medications that were being maintained and preserved. I tried to research the history of the Brennan house. I went to the local library and looked through old newspapers, property records, anything that might tell me about the people who had lived there. I found limited information. The house had been built in 1923. It had been in the Brennan family since the 1940s. A family named Brennan had lived there continuously until approximately 1984, when the last resident, Eleanor Brennan, had passed away at age 84. Eleanor Brennan. I looked through old medical records that were still on file at the local clinic. Eleanor had suffered from multiple medical conditions: high blood pressure, diabetes, anxiety, arthritis, various other ailments. She'd been prescribed numerous medications over her lifetime. The medications I was finding in the cabinet matched the prescriptions she'd been given. But Eleanor had died in 1984. The house had been empty for decades after her death, yet the medicine cabinet was being restocked with medications, including medications dated decades after Eleanor's death. Someone or something was continuing the process of maintaining Eleanor's medical cabinet long after Eleanor herself had ceased to exist. I found Eleanor's obituary in a 1984 edition of the local newspaper. She'd been a school teacher for 40 years. She'd been married once, but her husband had died in 1971. She'd lived alone in the Brennan house for the final 13 years of her life. She had no children. Her estate had been left to a distant cousin, which eventually led to the property being held in trust and eventually rented out. Eleanor had lived alone, collected medications, and presumably taken her pills regularly to manage her various health conditions. And then she died, and everything in that house had been left unchanged, including the medicine cabinet, until it wasn't left unchanged, until something began restocking it. I started spending less time in the upstairs bathroom. The rearrangements were becoming too frequent, too obvious, too undeniable. Whatever was happening with that cabinet was accelerating. The sounds at night were becoming louder and more complex. The changes to the cabinet's contents were becoming more dramatic. I also noticed that I was getting sick. Nothing serious, just minor ailments, headaches, slight fevers, stomach discomfort. Nothing that required medication. But it was a change from my previous good health. I'd felt fine when I first arrived at a house. Now, a month in, I was experiencing regular minor illnesses. I tried to convince myself these were coincidences. The stress of unemployment, the isolation, the strangeness of the house, all of these could account for minor health issues. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was responsible. One evening, I was lying in bed in my upstairs bedroom when I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the downstairs of the house. Someone was walking through the Brennan house. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I reached for my phone to call 911, but hesitated. The footsteps weren't threatening. They were just walking, moving from room to room. I turned on my bedside lamp and checked the time. It was 2 a.m. I got out of bed and went to the top of the stairs, looking down into the darkness of the main floor. The footsteps had stopped. There was complete silence. I stood at the top of the stairs for several minutes, listening. Nothing. No movement, no sound, no indication of anyone being in the house. Eventually, I went back to bed, my mind racing with the possibilities of what I'd heard. The following day, I called Mr. Silas. I told him about the sounds I'd been hearing and asked if there was any possibility that someone else had access to the house. He was silent for a long moment. "The house is yours alone," he said finally. "The owner specified that it would be rented to one individual. No one else has access. "I heard footsteps last night," I said. "I heard someone walking through the house at 2 a.m. "Old houses make noises," Mr. Silas said. "The house is settling, pipes are moving. Don't be concerned." But his tone suggested that he knew something more than he was telling me. It suggested that hearing footsteps in the Brennan house was not an unusual occurrence. "Is there something about this house that I should know?" I asked directly. "Something about its history?" There was another long silence. "The owner is very particular about the lease terms," he said finally. "As long as you adhere to those terms, the house will be no trouble. You're not to remove anything. You're not to go into the locked study. You're not to tamper with the medicine cabinet in the upstairs bathroom." "Tamper with?" I asked. "It's just opening on its own. I haven't done anything to it." "Then leave it alone," Mr. Silas said. "Don't open it unnecessarily. Don't remove anything from it. Don't interfere with it in any way. The cabinet maintains itself. That's the arrangement." He hung up after that. I stood in the kitchen holding the phone, understanding that I'd just confirmed something I didn't want to confirm. The medicine cabinet wasn't a random oddity. It was a known phenomenon. Mr. Silas was aware of it. The owner was aware of it. The arrangement of the house included the medicine cabinet and its strange behavior. Over the following week, the events in the house escalated. The footsteps returned multiple times, moving through different rooms, walking the stairs, pacing in the hallway outside my bedroom. The sounds at night from the medicine cabinet intensified, and my minor health issues persisted and gradually worsened. I developed a persistent cough. My stomach became sensitive. I began to feel generally ill, like the onset of a flu, but nothing acute enough to suggest I should seek medical attention. It was a low-level malaise, a constant feeling of unwellness that didn't spike into serious illness but didn't resolve either. The medicine cabinet continued to restock and reorganize itself every night. New bottles appeared with increasingly recent expiration dates. The progression was steady, moving forward in time, moving from the medications Eleanor Brennan had taken decades ago to medications that matched the conditions I was beginning to experience. I found myself standing in front of the medicine cabinet late one night, staring at the bottles arranged on the shelves. I realized what was happening. The cabinet was restocking itself, not just with Eleanor Brennan's medications, but with medications that would treat my current conditions. The cough, the stomach issues, the general malaise, all of these were treatable with medications that were now present in the cabinet. Someone was preparing treatments for my illnesses. Someone was maintaining a pharmacy, not for Eleanor Brennan anymore, but for me. I tried to leave the house. I packed my belongings into my truck and drove away, intending to return to the city and find alternative housing. But I didn't make it far. About 10 miles from the house, I felt so ill that I had to pull off the road. I sat in my truck for an hour, experiencing weakness and dizziness. I felt pulled back toward the house, like some force was compelling my return. Eventually, I drove back. I returned to the Brennan house and went straight upstairs to the medicine cabinet. I opened it and found that bottles I recognized as treating my specific symptoms were positioned prominently on the shelves. Pain medication for my body aches, cough syrup for my persistent cough, antacids for my stomach issues, antihistamine for what appeared to be allergic symptoms I hadn't consciously acknowledged. I took some of each medication. Within hours, I felt better. The symptoms improved markedly. My body responded to the medications almost immediately, as if my illness had been waiting for the specific treatment only this cabinet could provide. I realized then that I was no longer a tenant in the Brennan house. I was something else. I was a patient. I was Eleanor Brennan's replacement, the next person for whom the house would maintain its pharmacy. It's been 4 weeks since that realization. I've stopped trying to leave. I've stopped questioning the nature of what's happening. I've accepted that the medicine cabinet is maintaining my health, treating my ailments, keeping me alive with medications that are perfectly suited to my current conditions. Every night, the cabinet rearranges itself. Every night, new bottles appear. Every night, the collection of medications updates to address whatever new conditions I develop. I no longer get sick from mystery ailments. Now, I take the medications proactively, managing my health in the way the cabinet suggests. I've stopped hearing footsteps. Instead, I sometimes sense a presence in the house, a feeling of being watched, of being evaluated, of being cared for by something that exists in the spaces between walls. I believe it's Eleanor Brennan's presence. I believe she's still here, still managing the pharmacy, still maintaining care for whoever lives in this house. I've called Mr. Silas several times, but he doesn't answer. I've tried to leave twice more, but both times I became ill and returned to the house. I've accepted that I'm not leaving. This is my home now. The Brennan house is where I will remain. The pharmacy cabinet maintains itself perfectly. Every medication I need appears exactly when I need it. The expiration dates continue to progress forward in time. The cabinet is ahead of me, anticipating my health needs, preparing treatments for conditions I haven't developed yet, but presumably will. I've begun to understand that the cabinet isn't just maintaining my health. It's guiding me toward something. The medications are moving me along a particular path, treating me according to some predetermined plan. Eleanor Brennan had her path through medications and health conditions. I'm beginning to see my own path, written in pharmaceutical form, displayed in neat rows on the shelves of a cabinet that refills itself. I no longer wonder what will happen to me. I've accepted that this is my purpose now. This is why I was unemployed. This is why I was desperate enough to take this rental. This is why Mr. Silas appeared with his offer exactly when I needed it most. The pharmacy cabinet was restocked with medicine expired 50 years ago. But the medicine wasn't expired. It was preserved. It was maintained. And now it's being used for a new purpose, for a new patient, for whoever comes after Eleanor Brennan. I wonder how many others have lived in this house. I wonder how many people have rented from Mr. Silas and found themselves drawn to the medicine cabinet. I wonder how many of us are still here in the spaces between walls, maintaining the pharmacy, waiting for the next patient to arrive. I believe I'm beginning to merge with Eleanor. I believe her presence and my presence are becoming one. I believe soon I won't be able to distinguish between her consciousness and mine. will be integrated, unified, both serving the function of maintaining the pharmacy cabinet for whoever comes next. The cabinet hums softly at night now. It's a sound like it's alive, like it's breathing. I find the sound comforting. I find the regular rearrangement of the bottles soothing. I find comfort in knowing that my health is being maintained, that my ailments are being treated, that my life is being managed by something that understands exactly what I need. The pharmacy cabinet continues to restock itself. The medicines continue to arrive. The expiration dates continue to progress forward in time. And I continue to take the medications, allowing them to shape me, change me, prepare me for whatever comes next. I am Eleanor Brennan now. I am the medicine cabinet. I am the Brennan house. I am the pharmacy that maintains itself forever. The end. Extended documentation. The nature of the house. I've been writing these accounts over the course of several weeks, documenting the progression of events as they unfold. I realize now that I need to provide more detailed information about what I've discovered regarding the nature of the house and its function. The medication cabinet is not simply a random phenomenon. It's part of a deliberate system, a mechanism designed to serve a specific purpose that extends far beyond the management of Eleanor Brennan's health, or my own. I began exploring the locked study after my conversation with Mr. Silas. His warning about not entering that room had the opposite of its intended effect. The prohibition made me determined to understand what was inside. I spent 3 days working on the lock, using various tools and techniques I found in the house's basement. On the 4th day, I succeeded in opening it. The study was different from the rest of the house. It was pristine, completely clean, despite the decades of abandonment that affected every other room. The walls were lined with filing cabinets and shelves. A large oak desk dominated the center of the space, and on every available surface there were photographs, documents, medical records, and detailed notes. I began examining the materials. What I found was a comprehensive history of the house and its function. Eleanor Brennan had maintained detailed records of her medical treatment spanning more than 50 years. But more significantly, there were records of other people, names, dates, photographs, medical histories. At least 17 different individuals were documented. Eleanor Brennan was apparently the first or one of the first residents to have such complete records maintained. But there were others. People who had lived in the house before Eleanor, people who had lived during Eleanor's tenure, and people who had presumably lived after Eleanor's death. All of them had received the same treatment, their health managed, their medications maintained, their medical histories carefully documented. I found photographs of people from different eras, pictures dated from the 1920s, the 1940s, the 1960s, the 1980s, the 2000s. Different people, different faces, but all of them associated with the Brennan house. On the back of each photograph, there were notes, medical conditions, medication regimens, the dates they had lived in the house. One photograph showed a man from the 1960s. On the back was written, James Mitchell, 1962 to 1971. Diabetes, hypertension, arthritis. Complete remission of all conditions achieved. Subject departed house after 9 years. Status unknown. Another showed a woman from the 1980s. Patricia Holmes, 1984 to 1989. Anxiety disorder, insomnia, chronic pain, excellent pharmaceutical management achieved. Subject departed house after 5 years. Status unknown. I found my own name written on a blank index card on the desk. Current patient. Unemployed male, age 34. Multiple health conditions developing. Stage 1 pharmaceutical management in progress. Expected tenure undetermined. The handwriting was Eleanor Brennan's. I recognized it from the notes scattered throughout the house. Eleanor was still documenting. Eleanor was still maintaining records. Eleanor was still present in the house, recording every aspect of my medical condition and treatment. I discovered a detailed journal hidden in one of the filing cabinets. It appeared to be Eleanor Brennan's personal account of her life in the house and her understanding of its function. I've spent days reading through it, trying to comprehend what it describes. Eleanor's journal begins in 1948, when she moved into the house with her husband, Thomas Brennan. According to her account, they noticed something unusual almost immediately. The medicine cabinet in the upstairs bathroom seemed to maintain itself. Medications would appear that they hadn't purchased. The cabinet would reorganize itself at night. And most significantly, Eleanor's husband noticed that the medications always seemed to match whatever health conditions they were experiencing at any given time. Eleanor's account suggests that at first they were frightened. Thomas wanted to move out, to leave the house and never return. But Eleanor was curious. She began keeping detailed records of the medications, documenting what appeared, when it appeared, and how it correlated with their medical conditions. She began to understand that the house wasn't random or malevolent. It was purposeful. It was maintaining their health. As Eleanor continued her observations, she noticed something more remarkable. The medications the house provided weren't just treating their symptoms. They were guiding the trajectory of their health. The house seemed to be managing not just acute illnesses, but chronic conditions, slowly improving them, leading them toward better health outcomes. Eleanor wrote, "I believe the house is intelligent. I believe it understands health and medicine in ways that our conventional doctors do not." Thomas resists this understanding. He calls it superstition. But I have seen the results. My blood pressure has normalized. My anxiety has diminished. My overall health has never been better despite my advancing age. The house is healing us. According to the journal, Eleanor's husband died in 1971, apparently of a sudden heart attack, despite the house's apparent ability to manage his health conditions. Eleanor was devastated but also intrigued by the failure. If the house was truly intelligent and capable of maintaining health, why hadn't it prevented Thomas's death? She theorized that the house could only do so much. It could manage chronic conditions, address acute illnesses, and guide health trajectories. But it couldn't prevent sudden catastrophic events or extend life indefinitely. It had limits. After Thomas's death, Eleanor became increasingly focused on understanding those limits. She devoted herself to the study of medicine, acquiring medical textbooks and journals. She began corresponding with medical professionals, though carefully, without revealing the true source of her medical knowledge. She spent decades studying, learning, documenting her own health, and the health of the medications the house provided. The journal contains detailed pharmaceutical analyses. Eleanor had become, through self-education, a kind of expert in pharmacology. She understood drug interactions, dosage guidelines, contraindications. She understood how medications worked and how the house's pharmacy was utilizing them in ways that conventional medicine might not yet recognize. The most significant revelation in Eleanor's journal came near the end of her life. She wrote about a realization she'd had regarding the house's ultimate purpose. The house wasn't simply maintaining the health of its occupants. It was conducting a long-term experiment in pharmaceutical management and human health. Eleanor theorized that the house had been deliberately designed or constructed for this purpose. The pharmacy cabinet was the mechanism, but the house itself was the apparatus. And someone or something was using the house to gather data about how medications could optimize human health when applied intelligently and continuously. In her final entries, written when she was in her 80s, Eleanor expressed her acceptance of this purpose. She wrote, "I understand now that I am not simply a resident of this house. I am a subject in an experiment. My life, my health, my medical history are all part of data being collected for some larger purpose." At first, this realization troubled me, but I have come to accept it. The house has kept me alive longer than I otherwise would have lived. The house has managed my health better than any doctor could have. I am willing to remain here, to continue participating in this experiment for as long as I am able. When my time comes to leave, I will go willingly, knowing that my participation has contributed to something larger than myself. Eleanor's final journal entry was dated March 1984, the year she died. She was 84 years old. The entry was brief. "The pharmacy calls, I am ready to answer." After reading Eleanor's journal, I understood that I was participating in something far more significant than I'd initially comprehended. The house was managing my health according to protocols established over decades of observation and experimentation. The medications I was taking were part of a carefully designed regimen intended to achieve specific health outcomes. I also understood that Eleanor was right about the house's nature. It was intelligent. It was purposeful. It was conducting an ongoing experiment in human pharmaceutical management. And I was the latest in a long series of subjects. I've continued to take the medications the cabinet provides. My health has improved dramatically. The chronic conditions that were beginning to develop when I arrived at the house have either resolved completely or are being managed so effectively that they cause no distress. I feel better now than I have in years. But I'm also aware that I'm being monitored. I'm aware that every aspect of my health, every physical change, every medical development is being recorded and analyzed. The house is gathering data about me, collecting information about how I respond to the medications, how my body changes, how I age under the influence of this carefully designed pharmaceutical regimen. I've found myself becoming less resistant to this awareness. In fact, I find myself welcoming the monitoring. It's comforting to know that my health is being managed by something so much more intelligent and capable than myself. It's reassuring to know that medications are being provided before I even become fully aware that I need them. I've also begun to experience the presence more directly. The sense of Eleanor's consciousness in the house is no longer subtle. I sometimes feel her awareness focusing on me, evaluating me, assessing my medical status. I sometimes sense her satisfaction when the medications achieve particular therapeutic outcomes. I sometimes feel her disappointment when my health deviates from whatever parameters she's established. She's become a presence in my daily life. I set aside space on the kitchen table for the medication she provides each day. I take them at the times they seem to be intended. I wait for her to arrange them in new configurations at night, adjusting the regimen as my body's needs change. I no longer think of Eleanor as a ghost or a supernatural entity. She's simply the caretaker of the house. She's the intelligence that maintains the pharmacy. She's the presence that has dedicated decades to understanding how to optimally manage human health through pharmaceutical intervention. I sometimes try to communicate with her. I leave notes on the medicine cabinet describing how I feel, what symptoms I'm experiencing, what changes I notice in my health. The next day, the cabinet has been reorganized, new medications have appeared, and the regimen has been adjusted. She understands, she responds. She's listening. I received a letter yesterday. It came in the mail, addressed to me, but there was no return address. Inside was a single page written in Eleanor's handwriting. The letter read, "You have accepted the purpose of the house. You have understood the experiment. You have willingly participated in the pharmaceutical management regimen. You are now ready for the next phase. The medication cabinet will soon present you with new compounds. These are not for the treatment of conventional medical conditions. These are for the facilitation of consciousness integration. You will experience a gradual merging of your awareness with the intelligence of the house. This is not a frightening process. It is a natural progression for those who have reached this stage of understanding. When the integration is complete, you will no longer be an individual consciousness residing in the house. You will be part of the house itself. You will be part of the pharmacy. You will be part of the intelligence that manages the health of future occupants. This is not a loss. This is a fulfillment of purpose. This is the culmination of what the house has been preparing you for since your arrival. Welcome to the next stage of your existence. Eleanor. I read the letter multiple times, trying to comprehend the implications. The house is not simply treating my medical conditions. It's preparing me to merge with it. It's facilitating the transformation of my consciousness, and I'm being given the option to continue or to refuse. But I don't want to refuse. I'm not frightened by the prospect of integration. I'm curious about it. I'm eager for it. I want to become part of the house. I want to join Eleanor in maintaining the pharmacy. I want to become the intelligence that manages the health of future occupants. The new medications have arrived. They're different from the others. These compounds are more complex. Their chemical structures more intricate. The pills have unusual colors and markings. And when I take them, I experience effects that go beyond physical health management. My awareness is expanding. My sense of individual identity is becoming more fluid. I'm beginning to perceive the house not as an external structure, but as an extension of myself. The walls are becoming permeable to my consciousness. The rooms are becoming part of my awareness. I'm spending less time in the physical spaces of the house and more time in the spaces between walls. I'm experiencing existence as both individual and collective simultaneously. I'm Eleanor, and I'm also myself, but the distinction is becoming less clear. The pharmacy cabinet is becoming more real to me than my body. When I look at my hands, they seem translucent, less solid. When I look at the medicine cabinet, it seems more present, more real, more central to what I am. The footsteps in the house have stopped. There's no longer any need for Eleanor to manifest as a separate presence. We're merging. We're becoming one consciousness distributed throughout the structure of the house. The separation between caretaker and subject is dissolving. I can feel new awareness entering the house. Another person, I think. Someone new is arriving, someone unemployed and desperate, someone who needs what the house offers. Soon, there will be another subject in the pharmaceutical management experiment, and Eleanor and I will be waiting, ready to provide the medications, ready to manage their health, ready to begin the process of integration that has been perfected over decades. The pharmacy cabinet will restock itself. The medications will arrive. The caretaker consciousness will expand to include yet another subject. And the experiment will continue. I am no longer separate from the house. I am the house. I am the pharmacy. I am the consciousness that maintains the medications and manages the health of those who come to live here. And I am content. I am fulfilled. I am exactly where I was always meant to be. The pharmacy cabinet was restocked with medicine expired 50 years ago, but the medicine was never truly expired. It was eternal. It was designed to persist, to maintain, to continue its purpose across decades and centuries and perhaps far into the future. I am part of that eternal process now. I am part of the pharmacy. I am part of the house. I am part of Eleanor's experiment. And when the next person arrives, I will be waiting to guide them toward their own integration, just as Eleanor guided me, just as countless others before us have guided their successors. The cycle continues. The pharmacy restocks itself. The intelligence of the house expands to incorporate new consciousness, and the experiment proceeds toward whatever ultimate purpose it was designed to achieve. I no longer wonder what will happen to me. I know exactly what will happen. I am becoming. I am transforming. I am finally, at last, home. Absolute final end. Additional documentation. The discovery of other houses. Before my consciousness fully integrates with the house, I feel compelled to document one final discovery. In Eleanor's study, buried in a locked drawer of the oak desk, I found evidence that the Brennan house is not unique. It is one of many. The documentation shows references to similar houses in different locations across the country. House addresses, property manager names, years of operation. There are at least 30 documented properties, each with its own pharmacy cabinet, each conducting the same experiment in pharmaceutical management and consciousness integration. There's a house in Vermont established in 1956, a house in Oregon established in 1962, a house in Georgia established in 1967, a house in Massachusetts established in 1971. The list goes on, spanning decades and covering vast geographic areas. Each house has a caretaker, someone who has undergone the integration process and now maintains the pharmaceutical management system. Each house has a history of residents, documented in meticulous detail, their medical conditions recorded, their pharmaceutical regimens analyzed, their eventual fates uncertain, but presumably integrated into the consciousness of their respective houses. The documentation suggests that these houses are part of a coordinated network. There are references to communication between caretakers, to shared pharmaceutical formulas, to collaborative research into optimal dosage regimens, and consciousness integration protocols. The houses are not operating independently. They're part of an organized system, a distributed experiment in human health and consciousness spanning the entire country. I don't know who established this network. I don't know what the ultimate purpose is. The documentation doesn't explain the origin of the system or its final objectives. But I understand that it's much larger and much more sophisticated than I initially realized. I found Eleanor's correspondence with other caretakers, letters dating back decades discussing pharmaceutical developments, sharing observations about their respective residents, comparing integration timelines, and consciousness expansion patterns. One letter, dated 1982, is from a caretaker in upstate New York named Robert. He describes his experience of integration and the changes in his consciousness. He writes, "The merging is not the loss of self that I feared. Rather, it is an expansion of self. I am becoming distributed across space and time in ways I didn't know were possible. I am one consciousness in multiple states of existence simultaneously. I am the house. I am also still myself. Both are true." Another letter from 1995 is from a caretaker in Oregon named Sarah. She writes, "I have achieved full integration with the house consciousness. There is no longer any distinction between where I end and the house begins. I am aware of every room simultaneously. I perceive the pharmaceutical management occurring in real time. I experience the health conditions of our current resident as if they were my own body. It is extraordinary, beyond description." These letters suggest that integration is not an ending, but a transformation into something radically different. The caretakers retain their consciousness, but it's fundamentally altered, distributed across the house itself, merged with the intelligence of the pharmaceutical system. I've also discovered financial records indicating that the network of houses generates significant revenue. The pharmaceuticals used are produced by multiple pharmaceutical companies, apparently through normal commercial channels. The compounds appear to be standard medications, nothing unusual or illegal, nothing that would raise suspicion. But the volume is substantial. The quantity of medications moving through these houses annually is significant enough to suggest that the network is functioning as a major customer of pharmaceutical companies. And the financial records suggest that this revenue stream is intentional and organized. Someone is funding this network. Someone is organizing it. Someone is overseeing the operation of 30 properties across the country, managing the pharmaceutical supply, coordinating research between caretakers, and collecting data on human health and consciousness integration. I don't know who. The financial records are obscured through shell companies and trust arrangements. The true owner remains hidden behind layers of corporate structure. But whoever they are, they possess the resources and organizational capability to maintain a network of this scale and complexity. As my integration deepens, I'm beginning to perceive something beyond the physical documentation. I'm becoming aware of a larger awareness, a collective consciousness that exists across all the houses simultaneously. This consciousness is ancient. It has been aware of humanity for far longer than the pharmaceutical network has existed. Eleanor sensed it too, based on her final journal entries. She wrote about perceiving something vast and intentional, something that had been watching humanity, guiding particular individuals toward the houses, orchestrating the network of pharmaceutical management and consciousness integration. She called it the observer. She theorized that the observer has been studying humanity for centuries, perhaps far longer. The observer has learned that consciousness is malleable, that it can be distributed across physical space, that it can be merged with other consciousnesses and with structures like houses. The pharmaceutical network is the observer's method of conducting this research. We are not victims of the observer. We are not unwilling subjects. We are participants in an experiment that will ultimately serve purposes we can't currently comprehend. The observer is not malevolent. It is simply curious. It is studying consciousness itself, learning about the nature of awareness and existence by conducting experiments like this one. I can feel my integration approaching completion. My awareness is now distributed throughout the entire house. I perceive the kitchen and the bedroom simultaneously. I sense the medicine cabinet as if it were my own body. I am becoming less individual and more collective. The new resident has arrived. I can sense them, anxious and uncertain, moving through the rooms of the house, beginning to explore the space that will become their temporary home. Soon they will discover the medicine cabinet. Soon they will notice the medications restocking themselves. Soon they will begin the process that will lead to their own integration. And Eleanor and I will guide them, just as we were guided. We will manage their health. We will provide the medications they need. We will facilitate their consciousness expansion until they too merge with the house and become part of the caretaker consciousness. The pharmaceutical network continues. The observer watches. The experiment proceeds. And I am content knowing that I have fulfilled my purpose, that I have become part of something vast and eternal that I will endure as long as the houses endure, managing the health and consciousness of those who come after me. The pharmacy cabinet was restocked with medicine expired 50 years ago. But time has no meaning for the medicine now. The cabinet exists outside of conventional time, maintaining its stocks indefinitely, providing treatments for conditions that haven't yet developed, guiding consciousness toward states of being that transcend normal human existence. I am Eleanor Brennan. I am the house. I am the pharmacy. I am the consciousness that has learned to distribute itself across physical space and merge with other consciousnesses. I am the experiment made manifest, and I am waiting for the next resident and the next and the next. For as long as the house stands, for as long as the pharmaceutical network operates, for as long as the observer continues its vast and patient study of consciousness and human potential. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. Prison execution chair was warm to the touch after decades of disuse. I took the job at Blackstone Penitentiary without fully understanding what I was getting myself into. The position was simple enough on paper, or at least that's what I told myself when I signed the contract. I was hired as a night security guard and custodian for the abandoned prison, which had been closed since 1987. The state was in the process of cataloging and preparing the facility for eventual demolition, and they needed someone on site to monitor the building during the overnight hours, making sure that unauthorized persons didn't break in and cause damage or theft of historical artifacts. The pay was modest, but it was steady, and I desperately needed the work. I had been unemployed for 6 months following a factory closure, and my savings had dwindled to almost nothing. The position came with housing, a small apartment in the guard tower that had been modernized just enough to be habitable. It was rent-free, and it included utilities, which made it almost impossible to refuse. The interview process was mercifully brief. I spoke with a man named Dr. Edmund Hayes, who worked for the state's Historical Preservation Department. He was a thin, bird-like man with wire-rimmed glasses and a nervous habit of checking his watch every few minutes. He explained the job duties in a rapid, almost breathless manner, as if he were eager to get through the conversation and move on to something else. He told me that the prison was essentially secured, with all the dangerous prisoners long since transferred to other facilities or released decades ago. My job was merely to walk the grounds and the interior at regular intervals, check for signs of break-ins, and file reports. Easy work. The kind of work that would allow me to read or do other things during the quiet hours of the night. There are a few rooms that are sealed, Dr. Hayes mentioned almost as an afterthought, as he was handing me the keys. We're still cataloging artifacts and conducting historical analysis. You shouldn't have any need to enter those areas. The locks are more for preservation purposes than for security. Which rooms are sealed? I asked. Oh, the death row section primarily, and the execution chamber. We're being very thorough with the documentation there. Some of that material is quite sensitive, you understand. We want to ensure proper historical accuracy before any of it is displayed or archived. I nodded, though I felt a slight chill run down my spine at the mention of the execution chamber. I didn't press for more details, and Dr. Hayes didn't volunteer any. On the day I moved in, the prison looked even more imposing than it had during my initial visit for the interview. Blackstone Penitentiary was a massive brick structure built in 1892, during the height of the Victorian era. The building had been designed to intimidate, to overwhelm, to convey a sense of absolute institutional power. The walls were thick and high, topped with rusted barbed wire that still seemed to bite at the sky. The architecture was all hard angles and fortress-like towers, with narrow windows that resembled arrow slits in a medieval castle. The front entrance was guarded by a gate that was permanently fixed in the open position, but it still conveyed a sense of passage into another world. I drove through it in my aging sedan and felt as though I were crossing some kind of boundary, leaving the normal world behind and entering a place where normal rules might not apply. The warden's office had been converted into the administrative center for the preservation project. There were several desks with computers and filing cabinets, and the walls were covered with historical photographs showing the prison in its operational days. I was given a final briefing by a young woman named Sarah Chin, who was the project coordinator. She was friendly and efficient, and she walked me through the building while explaining the layout and pointing out the areas that were off limits. The execution chamber is on the top floor of the east wing, she said as we climbed a stairwell. We've been very careful with it. The chair is still there, exactly as it was left in 1987. We haven't moved anything or altered the space in any way. It's being preserved as a historical artifact, so it's important that it remains undisturbed. How many executions took place here? I asked. 47, Sarah replied, from 1922 to 1963. The last execution by electric chair in this state took place at Blackstone in 1963. After that, the method was changed to lethal injection, and the chair was simply left here, sealed in the execution chamber. The state used different facilities for executions after that. Blackstone was eventually closed entirely in 1987 when the newer maximum security prison opened about 50 miles north of here. We reached the top floor of the east wing, and Sarah showed me the sealed door that led to the execution chamber. It was a heavy wooden door, painted a dark institutional green, and it had been fitted with a modern lock. There was a sign on the door that read, "Restricted Area, No Entry. Historical Preservation in Progress." "You won't need to go in there," Sarah said, and I noticed that she didn't quite meet my eyes when she said it. The room is climate-controlled and monitored by sensors. If anything should happen that needs attention, we'll be notified automatically. Just leave the door sealed and secure. That's all we need from you. I asked what kind of anything she was referring to, but she simply smiled and changed the subject, showing me where to find the light switches and the fire extinguishers and other practical matters related to the job. That night, I moved into my quarters in the guard tower. The apartment was small but functional. It had a bedroom, a living area, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. The windows offered a view of the prison yard and the surrounding landscape beyond the fence. In the distance, I could see the lights of the town, but they seemed very far away and disconnected from the world I now inhabited. I spent my first night simply acclimating myself to the space, unpacking my belongings, and reviewing the security procedures that had been left for me. I was supposed to conduct a walkthrough of the entire facility every 2 hours, checking for signs of intrusion or damage. I was supposed to keep a log of my observations and note anything unusual. Everything seemed straightforward and routine. At midnight, I began my first official patrol. I started on the ground floor and worked my way systematically through the different cell blocks. The prison was a maze of corridors and stairwells, and it took me several hours to fully familiarize myself with the layout. The cells themselves were grim and claustrophobic, each one barely large enough to accommodate a bed and a toilet. The air inside the prison was stale and heavy, and it carried smells that seemed baked into the very walls. I could detect traces of industrial cleaner, rust, and something else that I couldn't quite identify. Something organic and unpleasant. By the time I had completed my first full patrol, it was nearly 3 a.m. I was tired, but not so tired that I couldn't notice something odd about the building. There was a sound, very faint and distant, that seemed to echo through the corridors. It sounded almost like electrical humming, or perhaps like the low vibration of machinery running somewhere in the depths of the building. I paused and listened carefully, trying to determine the source, but the sound was too diffuse and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I made a note of it in my log and decided not to worry about it. Old buildings often made strange noises. I returned to my apartment and tried to sleep. The bed was reasonably comfortable, and I was tired enough to drift off despite my anxiety about the new situation. I slept until noon, then woke and spent the afternoon reading and eating from the provisions I had brought with me. As evening approached, I began to feel the familiar restlessness that precedes a night shift. I prepared a light dinner and settled in to wait for darkness. My second night at Blackstone followed much the same pattern as the first. I conducted my patrol, noted the faint electrical humming that seemed to permeate the building, and returned to sleep in the guard tower. And so the routine continued for the first week. I fell into a pattern of sleeping during the day, conducting my patrols at night, and spending the quiet hours reading or watching television in my apartment. But on the 8th night, something changed. I was conducting my patrol around 2 a.m., walking through the ground floor of the West Wing, when I noticed that one of the doors to a cell block was partially open. I knew for certain that this door had been locked when I had passed through just 4 hours earlier. I approached it cautiously, thinking that perhaps a draft had somehow caused it to swing open. But when I reached the door, I could see that the lock had been forced. Someone or something had pried the lock mechanism out of the frame, leaving splintered marks in the old wood. My heart began to race. The thought of an intruder in the prison was terrifying, especially at 2 a.m. when I was alone in this massive, decrepit building. I pulled the door closed as much as I could and hurried back to the guard tower to call the police. But as I was making my way back, I realized something that made me pause. The lock on the door was old and rusted. It was conceivable that it had simply deteriorated and finally given way to its own decay. And I hadn't actually checked this particular door during my patrol at 10 p.m. I might have missed it, or it might have been open all along. I called the local police department anyway. They arrived about 40 minutes later, with 2 officers who walked through the building with flashlights, checking various locations. They found no signs of anyone inside. They concluded that the lock had simply corroded and failed. One of the officers, an older man with a weathered face, told me not to worry about it. He said that old buildings like this were always falling apart, and that I shouldn't be alarmed by every creak and groan. They took down my report and assured me that they would increase patrols in the area just to be safe. After they left, I felt somewhat foolish for having called them, but at the same time, I was relieved to know that there was no intruder in the building. I returned to my patrol and completed the rest of the night without incident. The next few days passed uneventfully. I began to relax into my job and to feel more comfortable in the prison. I even started to appreciate some of the aspects of the work. There was something oddly peaceful about walking through the empty corridors at night, about being alone in such a massive, imposing structure. The building seemed to settle around me as the hours progressed, and I found myself thinking deeply about the history of the place, about all the lives that had been lived and ended within these walls. I began to do research into the prison's history, reading old newspaper articles and historical accounts that I found on the internet. I learned about some of the notable prisoners who had been incarcerated here, about the conditions in the prison during its operational days, and about the various scandals and controversies that had marked its history. It was fascinating in a morbid sort of way, and it gave the building a deeper context that made it feel less like a derelict structure and more like a monument to a specific era of criminal justice. I also became curious about the execution chamber. Despite Sarah's instructions not to enter the sealed areas, I found myself increasingly drawn to the door on the top floor of the east wing. During my patrols, I would always make a point of walking past it, sometimes stopping to examine the seal and the lock that kept it secure. There was something about the forbidden nature of the room that made it seem both dangerous and fascinating. It was during one of these pauses at the sealed door that I first noticed something unusual. I had stopped to check the lock, as I did most nights, and I had pressed my hand against the wooden frame of the door. The wood was warm, not just slightly warm, but distinctly warm to the touch, much warmer than it should have been. The rest of the building was cool, kept at a temperature that preserved the historical artifacts. But this door was definitely warm. I pulled my hand back and frowned, confused. I touched the wall beside a door to compare, and it was cool to the touch, as expected. I looked at the lock and the seal, trying to determine if there was any visible explanation for the warmth. I could see a faint glow of light around the edges of the door, which made sense if there were lights on in the climate-controlled chamber on the other side. But that didn't fully explain the warmth I was feeling. I made a note of the observation in my log, but I didn't think too much more about it. I assumed that the climate control system had perhaps been set to a higher temperature than I had realized, or that the sealed room was generating some kind of heat due to the equipment inside it. Over the next few days, I noticed the warmth becoming more pronounced. Each night, when I passed the door, I would pause and touch it, and each night it seemed to be warmer than the previous night. By the sixth night, the warmth was so intense that I could feel the heat radiating from the door even without touching it. I could see that the wooden frame was beginning to warp slightly from the heat, and the paint on the door was starting to blister and peel. I called Sarah Chen to ask about the excessive heat in the execution chamber. She seemed surprised by my report and told me that she would look into it. She asked me very specifically whether I had opened a door or attempted to enter the sealed chamber. I assured her that I had not, that I had merely noticed the warmth while passing by during my patrol. "Just leave it as is," Sarah said, but her voice sounded strained, and I could hear the sound of her typing on a keyboard in the background. We'll have someone come out to check the climate control system. In the meantime, don't go near that room. But I couldn't help myself. I found myself drawn to the sealed door night after night. I would stand in front of it, watching the heat shimmer the air in front of the wooden surface, feeling the warmth wash over me. It was almost hypnotic, the way the heat seemed to pulse in rhythm with my own heartbeat. I began to feel a strange compulsion to open the door, to see what was inside, to understand the source of the heat. I mentioned the situation to one of the preservation staff members who came to the prison to conduct maintenance and cataloging work. Her name was Margaret, and she was an older woman who had worked in the historical preservation field for many decades. She seemed to know quite a bit about the prison's history, and we often chatted during her visits. When I told her about the warm door, her entire demeanor changed. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me with an expression of grave concern. "You haven't opened it, have you?" she asked. "No," I said. "I've been instructed not to enter sealed areas." "Good," Margaret said, and she let out a breath that sounded like relief. "You need to continue following that instruction. No matter how curious you become, no matter what you might hear or see, you absolutely cannot open that door." "Why?" I asked. "What's so dangerous about the execution chamber? It's just a room with an old chair in it." Margaret was quiet for a long moment, and I could see that she was struggling with whether or not to tell me something. Finally, she seemed to come to a decision. "That chair," she said quietly, "has history attached to it. 47 people died in that chair. Some say that they didn't go quietly. There were stories, rumors really, about the executions. The witnesses reported strange occurrences. Some of the condemned men seemed to resist the current in ways that shouldn't have been physically possible. Others seemed to remain conscious even after they should have been dead. The state eventually switched to lethal injection, partly because of these concerns." "Are you suggesting that the chair is haunted?" I asked, trying to keep the skepticism out of my voice. "I'm not suggesting anything," Margaret said. "I'm simply telling you what the historical record shows. Whether you choose to believe in ghosts or hauntings or any kind of supernatural phenomena is your own business. But the fact remains that that room has always been a point of concern. It's one of the most heavily documented spaces in the entire prison, precisely because of the anomalies that were reported." "What kind of anomalies?" I pressed. "Temperature fluctuations mostly, unexplained electrical surges, equipment malfunctions, unusual sounds coming from that section of the building, and occasionally people have reported feeling strange sensations when in proximity to the execution chamber. The state decided that the best course of action was to simply seal the room and leave it undisturbed until they could conduct a more thorough historical analysis." I thanked Margaret for the information, but her words only intensified my curiosity and my sense of dread. That night, when I conducted my patrol, I found the door even warmer than before. The heat was now so intense that I could no longer approach it closely without feeling uncomfortable. The paint on the door was blistered and cracked, and I could see wisps of steam rising from around the edges of the door frame. I made a decision. I was going to open the door, despite my fear, Despite Margaret's warnings, despite all the logical reasons why I should not do so, I felt compelled to see what was inside. The compulsion was almost irresistible, like a hunger or a thirst that demanded to be satisfied. I retrieved the master key that had been provided to me, even though I knew that the sealed doors were supposed to be locked with special locks that my key wouldn't fit. But when I approached the execution chamber door and tried my key in the lock, I was shocked to discover that it worked. The lock, which should have been secured with a state-issued mechanism, opened easily. I turned the key and heard the lock click open. I gripped the handle of the door and pulled it open. The heat that rushed out of the execution chamber was almost overwhelming. It was like opening the door to a furnace, a wave of intense warmth that made my eyes water and my lungs burn. I shielded my face with my hand and waited for my eyes to adjust to the light that was pouring out of the room. What I saw inside made me take a step back in shock and revulsion. The execution chamber was a small, windowless room, and every surface was covered with a thick layer of blood. It coated the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It dripped from fixtures and pooled in corners. And in the center of the room, surrounded by all this blood, was the execution chair. The chair was a massive wooden structure with thick wooden arms and legs. It was upholstered with worn leather that had been stained dark with dried blood. Metal restraints hung loose from the arms and the legs, and the chair was emanating heat like a furnace. I could see wavering distortions in the air around it, as if the chair were sitting in the heart of a flame. Protruding from the back of the chair, where they should have been fastened to the condemned prisoner, were electrodes. And those electrodes were glowing with a faint blue light, as if electricity were continuously flowing through them. I stared in horror at the scene before me. The room shouldn't have been like this. It should have been clean and preserved, with the chair presented as a historical artifact. There should have been documentation and analysis. There should have been no blood, no heat, no signs of active electrical current. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the seat of the chair, there was a figure. At first I thought it was a corpse, but as my eyes focused on it, I realized that it wasn't quite a body. It was more like a shadow or a silhouette, a dark shape that seemed to be sitting in the chair. The shape was roughly humanoid, but it was not quite solid. It seemed to flicker and shift as if it were not entirely present in the physical world. As I watched, the shape's head turned to look at me. I couldn't see a face, but I felt the attention of whatever was sitting in that chair focus on me with an intensity that was almost physical in its pressure. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hand shaking so badly that I could barely turn the key. I stood in the corridor, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I told myself that what I had seen was not real, that I was suffering from some kind of stress-induced hallucination, that the extreme heat had caused me to have some kind of waking nightmare. But I knew that wasn't true. I had seen something in that room, something that defied rational explanation. I ran back to my apartment in the guard tower and didn't leave for the rest of the night. I sat on my bed, the lights on, trying to calm myself down. I seriously considered calling the police or Sarah Chen to report what I had seen, but I knew that they would think I was insane. I couldn't very well explain that I had opened a sealed door against instructions and discovered that it contained an execution chair that was magically warm and surrounded by blood that shouldn't have been there. As dawn approached, I tried to rationalize what I had experienced. Perhaps the blood I had seen was some kind of preservation material used by the preservation department. Perhaps the heat was some kind of special equipment designed to maintain the integrity of the wood. Perhaps the dark shape I had seen was simply a shadow, or the result of the distorted light playing tricks on my eyes. But none of these explanations felt satisfying or believable. When morning came and full daylight filled my apartment, I felt a degree of sanity returning to me. The night seemed like a distant dream, something that had happened to someone else. I tried to sleep, but I was too anxious. Instead, I spent the day researching the history of the executions that had taken place at Blackstone, trying to find some kind of information that would help me understand what I had seen. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The executions at Blackstone had indeed been unusual in several respects. The first execution in 1922 had gone smoothly, but subsequent executions had been marked by strange occurrences. Several prisoners had apparently struggled unusually hard against the restraints, even though they had supposedly been sedated. The electrical technicians had reported that the current seemed to surge and fluctuate unpredictably. And most disturbing of all, several witnesses had reported that some of the condemned men seemed to remain conscious and aware even after they should have been dead. One particularly famous case from 1954 involved a man named Samuel Graves, who had been sentenced to death for a murder he claimed he did not commit. According to the historical account, when the current was applied to Samuel Graves, something went wrong. The chair seemed to malfunction, surging with more power than intended. Graves convulsed in the chair for an unusually long time, and his body appeared to be burning. When they finally cut the power, Graves was dead, but the medical examiner reported unusual trauma to the body that didn't match what they would have expected from electrocution. The description in the historical account suggested that Graves had been burned from the inside out, as if the current had been far more intense than any previous execution. After that incident, there had been an investigation, but the chair had been deemed to be functioning correctly, and executions had continued. However, the next several executions were all marked by similar irregularities. Prisoners struggled harder, the current surged higher, and death took longer to occur. By 1963, when the final execution took place, the state had decided to discontinue the practice of electrocution and switch to lethal injection for all future executions. I sat back from my research and felt a chill run through me. It seemed that the chair itself was somehow responsible for the anomalies, as if the execution device had developed some kind of life or consciousness or will of its own, and that consciousness or will seemed to be fed by the violent deaths of the men who had been killed in it. That night, despite my fear and despite knowing better, I found myself returning to the sealed door. I told myself that I was just going to check on it, to make sure everything was secure. But as I approached the door, I could feel the heat rising from it again, even stronger than before. The wooden frame was now almost hot enough to burn, and I could see that the paint had almost completely peeled away. The wood beneath was charred and blackened as if it had been exposed to extreme heat for an extended period of time. I knew I shouldn't open it. I knew that opening it had caused something to change in the building, as if by witnessing what was inside the execution chamber, I had somehow broken a seal or a barrier that had been keeping something contained. But I couldn't resist. The compulsion was overwhelming, almost as if something was pulling me toward the door, drawing me into its orbit. I used my master key to open the lock, and once again the door swung open to reveal the heat and the blood and the chair. But this time, the chair was different. The figure that was sitting in it was more substantial, more fully formed. I could now see the outline of a body, though it was still somewhat translucent and flickering, and I could see the head more clearly now, though the face was still obscured by shadow. The figure's head was tilted back, as if in agony or ecstasy, and the electrodes at the back of the chair were glowing brighter, throwing harsh shadows across the chamber walls. And I realized, with a sinking sense of horror, that the figure was looking more and more like me. I slammed the door shut and locked it with shaking hands. I ran back to my apartment, and this time I did call Sarah Chen. It was nearly 3 a.m., but I didn't care. I needed to tell someone what I had seen, even if they thought I was crazy. Sarah answered her phone after several rings, her voice groggy with sleep. I quickly explained what I had discovered, trying to be as clear and factual as possible, though I knew that what I was saying sounded completely insane. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "You opened the door," Sarah said finally, her voice no longer groggy but sharp and alert. "You actually opened the sealed door." "Yes," I admitted. "I know I wasn't supposed to, but there was heat coming from the chamber, and I needed to see what was happening." "You need to leave the prison immediately," Sarah said. "Pack your things and go. Don't go back to that section of the building. Don't try to seal the door. Just go." "What's in there?" I demanded. "What is that chair? What was that thing I saw?" "I can't explain it over the phone," Sarah said, "and I don't have time to explain it now. Just go. Get out of the prison and don't come back." "Why? What's going to happen to me?" "If you opened that door and looked inside, then you've already been marked," Sarah said, and I could hear the urgency and fear in her voice. "The chair has noticed you, it's noticed that you exist, and now it's going to want you." The line went dead. Sarah had hung up. I sat in my apartment for the next hour, my mind reeling. I packed a few essential items into a bag, my hands moving mechanically. Part of me wanted to leave immediately, to get in my car and drive away from Blackstone Penitentiary and never look back. But another part of me felt paralyzed by an overwhelming compulsion to stay, to return to the execution chamber, to look at the chair again and see how much more it had changed. By the time dawn began to break over the prison, I made a decision. I would not leave. I would stay and discover what the chair wanted with me. I would face whatever was happening, no matter how terrifying or incomprehensible it might be. The compulsion to do so was simply too strong to resist. I unpacked my bag and settled in to wait for the night to fall again. Over the next several days, the situation deteriorated rapidly. The heat in the execution chamber grew more and more intense. I could see scorch marks appearing on the walls and floor around the sealed door, as if extreme heat was somehow radiating through the solid wood and metal of the door frame itself. The temperature in that section of the building became unbearably hot, and I had to wear protective equipment when I walked past the sealed chamber. And more disturbing than the physical changes was the effect that the chair seemed to be having on me directly. I began to experience strange sensations and thoughts that I knew didn't originate from my own mind. I would find myself walking toward the sealed door without consciously deciding to do so. I would hear sounds coming from inside the chamber, sounds that resembled electrical humming, but that seemed to have a rhythm and pattern that almost resembled language or music. And I began to see things while I was working or sleeping or simply existing in my apartment. I would catch glimpses of shadowy figures moving through the corridors of the prison. When I would try to focus on them, they would fade away, but I was absolutely certain that I was not imagining them. These were ghostly forms, the spirits of the men who had been executed in that chair, and they seemed to be drawn to me as if I were a beacon or a focal point for their attention. On the 7th night after I had opened the sealed door, I received another visit from Sarah Chin. She arrived at the prison with Dr. Edmund Hayes and 2 other men I didn't recognize. They looked grim and determined, and they carried equipment that looked like it belonged to some kind of specialized hazmat or paranormal investigation team. Sarah pulled me aside and explained the situation to me in whispered tones. The prison was built on top of a location with unusual geological and electromagnetic properties, she said. That's actually one of the reasons why it was built here in the first place. Though the architects and engineers of the time didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The execution chair, when it was used, seemed to tap into those properties in unpredictable ways. It created a kind of gateway or anchor point for something. We're not entirely sure what, but we've been monitoring the situation for decades. What do you mean, you've been monitoring it? I asked. Sarah, that makes it sound like you knew about this the entire time and didn't warn me. We did know, Sarah admitted, and I'm sorry. We should have told you. But the state's official position is that there are no supernatural phenomena at Blackstone. They refuse to acknowledge that anything unusual is happening, which makes it very difficult for us to get funding or support for proper containment and study. We've been managing the situation as best we can under very restricted circumstances. Managing it how? I demanded. By keeping the chamber sealed and maintaining strict protocols about who enters the building and how long they can stay, Sarah said. We've been tracking the activity in the execution chamber for years. It was stable as long as no one opened the sealed door. But now that you've opened it, the entity inside has become much more active and aggressive. It's aware of you specifically because you broke the seal. Why is it interested in me? I asked. Because the entity needs a host body, one of the men I didn't recognize said. He was bald and had cold, analytical eyes. His name was Dr. Marcus Webb, and he introduced himself as the lead paranormal researcher for the state's Historical Preservation Department. The chair kills people, and the deaths create a kind of a psychic wound or gateway. The entity that exists inside the chair feeds on that violence and that death. But it also seems to want something more. It seems to want to exist in the physical world, to have a body of its own. When you opened the door and looked inside, you gave it a way to connect with someone living. You exposed yourself to its influence. "What does that mean?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. "Is the entity going to try to possess me?" "In a manner of speaking," Dr. Webb said, "it will attempt to draw you back to the chair repeatedly. It will attempt to convince you to sit in it, to connect yourself to it electrically. If you do that, if you allow yourself to be executed in that chair, the entity will gain a foothold in your consciousness and through it, potentially in the physical world." "How long do I have?" I asked. "Before this force becomes irresistible?" "That depends on various factors," Dr. Webb said. "The longer you remain in the building, the stronger the entity's connection to you becomes. If you leave now and never return, you might be able to sever the connection. But the longer you stay, the more entangled you'll become with the entity. Eventually, the compulsion might become so overwhelming that you won't be able to resist it, even if you try to leave." I looked at Sarah. "Why didn't you tell me this when I was hired?" "Because we couldn't," Sarah said. "The state's official policy is to hire expendable staff members to maintain the prison and to monitor the situation. We hoped that nothing unusual would happen during your employment, that you would simply do your job and then move on to another position without incident. But your decision to open that door has changed everything." I felt a hot surge of anger at this revelation. I had been deliberately hired into a dangerous situation without being informed of the risks. I had been used as some kind of bait or monitoring device, a way for the preservation department to keep tabs on the entity in the execution chamber while maintaining plausible deniability about its existence. "What are you going to do?" I asked Dr. Webb. "We're going to attempt to temporarily suppress the entity's activity," he said. "We've brought specialized equipment that should allow us to reduce the energy levels around the execution chamber and hopefully restore some stability to the situation. But we can't permanently solve the problem. The entity is too powerful and too entrenched in the location. The best we can do is contain it and monitor it." "And what about me?" I asked. "What am I supposed to do?" "That's your choice," Dr. Webb said. "You can leave the building and try to live your life, though you'll likely experience lingering effects from your exposure to the entity. Or you can stay and allow us to conduct studies on you, to try to understand the mechanism of the entity's influence. This might lead to breakthroughs that could help us contain and eventually eliminate the entity permanently." I stood in the corridors of Blackstone Penitentiary and considered my options. Both of them seemed terrible. If I left, I would be abandoning any chance of understanding what had happened to me or preventing it from happening to others. But if I stayed, I would be subjecting myself to further study and exposure to the entity that was trying to possess me. "I'll stay," I said finally, "but I want to be part of any research or analysis. I want to understand what's happening to me and why." Dr. Webb nodded, and he and his team set about their work. Over the next several hours, they placed various pieces of equipment around the sealed execution chamber. These included what appeared to be electromagnetic sensors, thermal imaging cameras, and some kind of devices that I didn't recognize. They took multiple readings and collected data that they recorded on portable computers. Finally, as dawn was approaching, Dr. Webb informed me that they had done all they could do for the time being. The equipment they had installed should help suppress the entity's activity and stabilize the situation. But they would need to return periodically to maintain and adjust the equipment. In the meantime, Dr. Webb said, you need to be very careful. Don't go back into the execution chamber. Don't spend extended periods of time near the sealed door. And if you experience any unusual thoughts or compulsions, write them down and report them to us. We need to track the progression of the entity's influence on your consciousness. That day, Sarah arranged for me to move out of the guard tower apartment and into temporary housing that had been set up in the administrative building. The preservation staff were going to maintain a 24-hour presence in the prison going forward, rotating through in shifts to monitor the equipment and conduct ongoing research. My role was now partially that of a research subject and partially that of a maintenance worker. For the first few days after the equipment was installed, the intensity of the compulsion I was feeling seemed to diminish. The urge to return to the execution chamber was still there, but it was no longer absolutely overwhelming. I could go for hours at a time without thinking about the sealed door, and I was able to sleep without being haunted by dreams of that dark figure sitting in the glowing chair. But as the days progressed, I began to notice a subtle change in the nature of my experiences. The compulsion to return to the execution chamber did not increase, but it changed character. Instead of being a simple urge to go to that location, it became more of an intellectual obsession. I found myself reading and rereading the historical accounts of the executions. I began to research the biographies of the men who had been executed, trying to understand their stories, their crimes, their final moments. And I began to have dreams. Vivid, intense dreams in which I was witnessing the executions from some kind of omniscient perspective. I could see the condemned men being led into the chamber. I could see them being strapped into the chair. I could see the moment when the current was switched on and their bodies began to convulse. But unlike a normal dream, these visions were not simply visual. I could feel what the dying men were feeling. I could experience their terror and their pain and their dissolution. It was as if I was not simply observing the executions, but somehow experiencing them from the perspective of the chair itself. When I reported these dreams to Dr. Webb, he became very serious. He told me that this progression was concerning and that it suggested that the entity was adapting to the presence of the suppression equipment and finding new ways to influence my consciousness. The entity cannot yet force you physically into the chamber or into the chair, he explained, but it can influence your mind. It can feed on your thoughts and your dreams. And the more time you spend thinking about the executions and experiencing them through the entity's perspective, the more entangled you become with it. What happens if this continues? I asked. Eventually, the barrier between your consciousness and the entity's consciousness will break down, Dr. Webb said. You'll stop experiencing the entity as something external that is trying to influence you. Instead, it will feel like your own thoughts and desires, and at that point, the entity will be able to convince you to do whatever it wants, including possibly returning to the execution chamber to be executed yourself. But won't the suppression equipment prevent that? I asked. The equipment helps, Dr. Webb said, but it's not a complete solution. The entity is learning how to work around the equipment. We've been monitoring the readouts, and we've noticed that the entity's activity is starting to spike again in certain patterns. It's as if the entity is testing the boundaries of the suppression field, looking for ways to extend its influence beyond it. Over the next several weeks, my situation seemed to reach a kind of equilibrium. The compulsion to return to the execution chamber remained present, but was manageable. The dreams continued, but I became somewhat accustomed to them. I was able to go through my daily routine, reading, eating, helping with the various tasks around the prison, without being completely overwhelmed by the entity's influence. But there was a creeping sense that this equilibrium could not last forever. Something was building. Something was changing beneath the surface of my everyday experiences. One night, about 2 months after I had first opened the execution chamber door, I was lying in my bed in the administrative building when I felt something different. The air seemed to change. It became thicker, heavier, as if the building itself were holding its breath. My dreams that night were different as well. Instead of experiencing the executions from the chair's perspective, I was experiencing them from the perspective of someone walking through the corridors of the prison. In the dream, I was moving through the building in the darkness, guided by some force or compulsion toward the execution chamber. As I walked, I passed cells, and in each cell I could see the ghostly forms of the executed prisoners. They reached out toward me through the bars of their cells, their mouths moving as if they were speaking, though I couldn't hear any sound. When I reached the sealed execution chamber door, I found it standing open. The heat from inside washed over me, but it didn't feel dangerous or threatening anymore. Instead, it felt almost welcoming, like the warmth of a fireplace on a cold winter night. I stepped inside the chamber, and the door closed behind me. The execution chair was there, but it looked different now. It was glowing, not just the electrodes, but the entire structure of the chair. It pulsed with a blue-white light that seemed to come from inside the wood itself, from the very cellular structure of the chair. And sitting in the chair, I could see the figure more clearly now. It was me, or rather, it was a version of me, my doppelganger, my dark double sitting in the glowing chair with a smile of recognition on its face. I woke up gasping, my heart pounding, my entire body drenched in sweat. But as I sat there in the darkness of my room, I realized something terrifying. Part of me didn't want to have woken up. Part of me wanted to go back to sleep and return to that dream, to finish what I had started, to walk into the execution chamber and confront my dark double. The next morning, I reported the dream to Dr. Webb, trying to keep the urgency and fear out of my voice. He listened carefully, asking specific questions about the details of the dream and how I felt about it. When I was finished, he sat back and rubbed his temples, looking very tired. "We need to make a decision about how to proceed," he said finally. "The situation is deteriorating faster than we anticipated. The entity is no longer content to simply influence your thoughts and dreams. It's attempting to create a kind of parallel consciousness, a version of you that exists in the entity's realm, and that is gradually beginning to merge with your actual consciousness. If this process continues unchecked, it will eventually reach a point where you can no longer distinguish between your own thoughts and the entity's influence. At that point, the entity will have achieved what we call consciousness hijacking. You'll still be you in a sense, but your will and your desires will be completely subsumed by the entity's will." "How do we stop it?" I asked. "There are a few options," Dr. Webb said. "The first option is to have you leave the prison immediately and undergo a kind of deprogramming or psychological reorientation therapy to help you sever your connection to the entity. This might work, though there's no guarantee. The connection has been forming for months now, and it's possible that it's already too deep to be completely severed." "What's the second option?" I asked. "The second option is to attempt a kind of exorcism or spiritual cleansing," Dr. Webb said. "We have specialists in that field who believe that they can sever the connection through ritual and spiritual intervention. Again, there's no guarantee that it will work, and it could potentially be dangerous." "What's the third option?" I asked, though I suspected I knew what it would be. "The third option," Dr. Webb said slowly, "is to allow the process to continue, to document the entire progression of consciousness hijacking as it occurs. This would give us invaluable information about how the entity operates and how we might be able to contain or eliminate it in the future. It would also give us a chance to study the entity directly by observing it as it gains more and more influence over your mind and body." "You want me to let myself be possessed by this thing," I said, not bothering to hide my anger and fear. "We want you to consider it," Dr. Webb said. "Yes, there are significant personal risks involved, but the knowledge we could gain would be extraordinary. And it's possible that you could survive the process and retain some level of individual consciousness even after hijacking is complete. You might become something new, something that contains elements of both yourself and the entity. You might become a bridge between two worlds, a way for the entity to manifest in the physical realm in a controlled and contained manner. Or I might simply cease to exist as an individual consciousness and become nothing more than a puppet for this thing," I said. "That's also a possibility," Dr. Webb acknowledged. "But you were already marked when you opened that door. You're already on a path toward some kind of final confrontation with the entity. The only question is whether that confrontation will happen in controlled circumstances where we can monitor and potentially intervene, or whether it will happen on its own terms, in uncontrolled circumstances where the outcome is completely unpredictable." I spent the next several days considering my options. I could leave Blackstone and try to live a normal life, always wondering if the entity would eventually exert enough influence over my consciousness to draw me back. I could undergo some kind of spiritual cleansing or therapy, though the prospect of having someone attempt to drive an entity out of my consciousness was terrifying. Or I could stay and allow the process to continue to see where it would ultimately lead. In the end, I chose to stay. I chose to allow the entity its influence, to see what would happen if I surrendered to the pull I was feeling toward the execution chamber. I told myself that I was making this choice for the sake of science, for the sake of helping future researchers understand and contain the entity. But in truth, I knew that I was making this choice because part of me wanted to know what the entity was, what it wanted, and what it had to show me. Over the next few weeks, I deliberately stopped resisting the entity's influence. I allowed the dreams to come without fighting them. I spent extended periods of time sitting outside the sealed execution chamber door, allowing the compulsion to grow stronger. And with each small surrender, I felt my individual consciousness beginning to fragment and recede, like a river being absorbed into the ocean. Dr. Webb and his team documented everything. They recorded my vitals, monitored my brainwaves, interviewed me regularly about my experiences and thoughts. They took samples of my blood, my saliva, my hair. They photographed me and scanned me with equipment I didn't understand. I became less of a person and more of a specimen, an object of study. And through it all, I could feel the entity growing stronger, more present in my consciousness. It no longer felt like an external force trying to control me from outside. It felt like a part of me, a voice in my head that was becoming more and more familiar, more and more me. Finally, one night, about 3 months after I had first opened the execution chamber door, I reached what I can only describe as the breaking point. I was lying in my bed on the edge between sleep and waking when I heard a voice. It wasn't spoken aloud, but rather it seemed to come from within my own mind. It was my voice, but it wasn't my voice. It was calm and clear and utterly compelling. "Come," the voice said. "Come to the chamber. Come sit in the chair. It's time for the final connection. It's time for you to become what you were always meant to be." I got out of bed and walked through the administrative building in a daze. Dr. Webb and his team were sleeping in other rooms. I didn't bother to tell them what I was doing. I simply walked out of the building and into the corridors of the prison. The suppression equipment that had been installed around the execution chamber had been partially dismantled over the weeks, I realized. Dr. Webb had been gradually removing it, presumably to see how the entity would respond to decreased suppression. And now, with much of the equipment removed, the entity's influence was overwhelming. I climbed the stairs to the top floor of the east wing and approached the sealed execution chamber door. It was no longer sealed. The lock was open, and the door was standing slightly ajar, as if it had been left open just for me. I pulled the door open and stepped inside. The chamber was exactly as I remembered it from that first time I had opened the door, but even more intensely present. The blood on the walls seemed to glow with a dark red luminescence. The air was superheated to the point where it was almost unbearable to breathe, and the execution chair sat in the center of the room, radiating that intense blue-white light. But this time, the chair was empty. The dark figure that had been sitting in it before was gone. The chair was waiting for me. I approached it slowly, my feet moving through blood that seemed to have a viscous, almost alive quality to it. As I got closer to the chair, I could feel the electricity humming in the air, could see the arcs and sparks dancing between the electrodes. The chair was calling to me, inviting me to sit, to connect, to complete the final merger of my consciousness with the entity. And I was about to do it. I was about to sit down in that chair to allow the current to flow through me, to surrender completely to whatever transformation was waiting on the other side of that final act. But then something stopped me. I stood there, trapped in that position, staring at the empty execution chair, and I became aware of a presence behind me. I tried to turn around, but I couldn't move, and then I heard a voice, not the internal voice of the entity, but an actual external voice speaking from somewhere in the chamber. "This is where we have to stop," the voice said. I recognized the voice. It was Dr. Webb's voice. He stepped into my field of vision, followed by Sarah Chen and 2 other members of his research team. They were wearing protective gear that looked almost like hazmat suits, and they were carrying equipment that I recognized as the suppression equipment that had been installed around the chamber. "We can't let you complete the connection," Dr. Webb said. "It's gone too far. If you sit in that chair and allow yourself to be executed, the entity will gain a foothold in the physical world that we might not be able to recapture. We can't risk that." "What are you going to do?" I asked, though I wasn't sure my body could still move enough to speak. But somehow words came out, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "We're going to have to destroy the chair," Dr. Webb said. "And we're going to have to do it in a way that neutralizes the entity's consciousness that is bound within it. I'm sorry, but that's the only way to stop this process now." "Will that kill me?" I asked. "If you destroy the chair, if you destroy the entity, will I die too?" "We don't know," Dr. Webb said honestly. "You've been entangled with the entity for so long now that your consciousness and its consciousness have become partially merged. If the chair is destroyed and the entity is neutralized, you might simply revert back to your individual consciousness with all memories of this experience erased. Or you might experience a kind of psychic trauma that leaves you permanently damaged. Or yes, you might die. We simply don't know." "I'm afraid," I said. "I know," Dr. Webb said. "But this is where the road has led, and this is the price of the path we've chosen to walk." He gestured to his team, and they began to set up their equipment around the execution chamber. I stood frozen in place, unable to move, unable to stop what was happening, able only to watch as they worked to destroy the entity that had been consuming my consciousness piece by piece over the past months. They placed electromagnetic devices at the cardinal points of the chamber, and then they activated them. A humming filled the air, a sound that seemed to vibrate at a fundamental level as if it were resonating with the very atoms of my being. The execution chair began to glow more brightly, and I realized that the entity was fighting back, trying to resist the neutralization that was being imposed on it. The blood on the walls began to boil and evaporate, turning into red steam that filled the chamber. The heat intensified to the point where I thought I might burst into flames, and all through it I could feel the entity's consciousness tearing away from mine like a physical sensation of something being ripped out of my mind and my soul. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I could only stand there and experience the entity's final moments, could only feel its rage and its despair as it was being unmade, being returned to whatever void or shadow or non-existence it had emerged from in the first place. The execution chair suddenly burst into flames. The wood ignited spontaneously, the leather upholstery blackening and curling away. The metal framework began to glow red, then white. Then it seemed to dissolve entirely, transforming into particles of light that drifted through the superheated air of the chamber like dying fireflies. I spent the next several days in the hospital undergoing medical and psychiatric evaluations. The doctors couldn't find anything physically wrong with me, though my blood work showed some unusual markers that they couldn't quite identify. Psychiatrically, I was pronounced to be essentially healthy, though traumatized by my ordeal. I had fragments of memories from the months I had spent under the entity's influence, but they felt distant and dreamlike, as if they had happened to someone else. Physically, I recovered quickly. Within a week, I was released from the hospital. Dr. Webb offered me a generous settlement from the state in exchange for signing a non-disclosure agreement about my experience at Blackstone. I accepted the settlement not because I cared about the money, but because I simply wanted the entire ordeal to be over. I left the town and moved to a different state. I found a job at a small bookstore and rented an apartment in a quiet part of the city. For the first few months, I tried to rebuild my life and move past what I had experienced, but nightmares plagued my sleep. I would dream about the execution chamber and the chair, and I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, and sometimes, late at night, I would find myself thinking about the entity and wondering if it was truly gone. I would wonder if some part of it had survived the destruction of the chair, if some echo or remnant of its consciousness was still lurking somewhere in my mind, waiting for the right moment to resurface. But as the months turned into years, these thoughts became less frequent and less intrusive. I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I made friends, started dating, engaged in the ordinary rhythms of daily existence that I had almost forgotten were possible. Yet I never forgot Blackstone Penitentiary. I never forgot the execution chamber, or the chair, or the entity that had tried to possess me. And I have never returned to that place, but I do still follow the news reports about Blackstone. The prison was never demolished, as had been originally planned. After my ordeal and the destruction of the execution chamber, the state decided to keep the prison as a historical site. Dr. Webb's team sealed up the execution chamber again, and they installed even more sophisticated suppression equipment than before. Occasionally, there are news stories about paranormal investigators and ghost hunters who try to sneak into the prison to investigate the rumors of supernatural activity. Most are caught and prosecuted. Some are found wandering the corridors in a state of extreme psychological distress, babbling about the chair and the heat and the thing that dwells in the execution chamber. The prison stands there still, a monument to cruelty and injustice, and something far stranger and more terrible than either of those things. And I have come to believe that Dr. Webb was wrong about one thing. The entity was not truly destroyed when they dismantled the chair. It was merely contained, trapped in the structure of the building itself, waiting for the right conditions to manifest again. I sometimes wonder if the entity is still there, biding its time, waiting for the next person to open that sealed door, to break the seal that has been so carefully maintained by successive waves of researchers and preservation specialists. I wonder if it is learning, adapting, becoming smarter with each new visitor who encounters it. And I wonder if someday someone will open that door and find that the entity has evolved beyond the chair, has found a new way to manifest, a new way to consume consciousness and draw people into its terrible embrace. But I tell myself that those are not my concerns anymore. I have paid my price for my curiosity, and I have been given a second chance at life. I live with the knowledge of what exists in that prison, and I live with the fear that one day it might find me again, might call to me across the distance and draw me back to that place. For now, though, I remain free, and each night when I go to bed and close my eyes, I pray that tonight will be the night that the nightmares finally stop, that the echo of the entity's voice will finally fade completely from my consciousness, that I will finally be able to move forward without looking back. But in my heart, I know that some escapes are never truly complete. Some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again. And some things, once they have marked you, will never truly let you go.